I'm here. I'm here. Good morning, everyone. It is Tuesday, and we have some Europa Universalis 5 for you today. 92% on unpacking files. So, we're almost there. We got Evolved with the OMG finally. Thank you for proving you are first in Twitch chat. We got Trisha and Graydon, Lucian, Squid. Trisha got a 3-stream streak. Welcome on in. Hope you guys are doing well today. Furin, hello, hello. Hope you're doing well also. Hope your game's coming along well, Furin. 91%, what you've been doing? I don't have the best computer in the world. It is merely okay. The download's super fast, because I have Google Fiber, but yeah. Unpacking, not so great. Plus, I'm still on the busted processor. So I was feeling well enough this morning. I'm like, okay, I don't have a migraine. I'm going to put in this processor, and that should get rid of the problems I'm having on the side. And yeah, the game's still unpacking right now. But so I was like, okay, I remember seeing my thermal paste up on that shelf. I'll grab that, and we'll put the processor in. So have you ever put something somewhere to go, I'm going to put this here so I remember to do something? And I put that's not where the thermal paste is normally kept. I put it there to remind me that container was empty and that I needed to get more. So I have to go to the store and get some thermal paste. Hit the unpack button harder, ideally at least 12 times. It's not an idle game. But yeah, so hopefully things will be a little bit better with the replacement processor. It's still the same model of processor, but it doesn't have a busted core, so that'll be good. You don't know what this game is. It is a grand strategy game by Paradox that takes place in the Age of Sail. Starts in 1337. I actually don't know what the end year is. I don't remember. Alright, let's go ahead and stop this. And change our sound. I am going to mute potential game sound so that I can balance it properly and not blow your guys' eardrums out, because Paradox likes to start their game sounds out loud. Wait a minute. Updating again. What? Okay, there we go. Also, what was the point of a preload? Come on. That took forever. Forever. What's it doing? I just have a blank screen once I launch the game. We'll see. Another Paradox game, so a ton of menus. I mean, grand strategy game, so yeah. Shaders, oh, right. PC spiked to 85 and chewed on it. Yeah, yeah. That's what it's like being on the other side of stream tech issues. That's why I had the splash screen up. I knew there were going to be issues. Also, it looks like my mic filter is not working again. Let's fix that. Okay. Hey, that worked. Meantime, you can't figure out the wallpaper download. Yield some texture thing. Oh no. Oh, that is loud. All right, let's get a game capture going. Uh-oh. Uh, okay, that worked out. Capture a specific window. There we go. Don't do that. Okay. So, there's that. And I will get some audio in here in a moment. All right. E4. E5. That goes to game. Hardware checkers. That's fine. Okay, that's gonna be all right, and that's fine. Yes, log in with Steam. Got it. And then let's change this audio. Wow, that music is so loud. Even at 50%, it's spiking the audio mixer. Wow. 10%? And it's still pretty loud. I don't want to bring down the rest of the game volume, but man. Loud music, no, your music, you're fine. Yeah, I don't have any music going yet. Yours was exploding in your head. One of the things that they have done is the music is dynamic. If you are doing a lot of things very quickly in the game, the music gets louder, which is fun. We'll see how that works out for us. Okay. Hopefully this is better. You on the Pick Portugal screen? Good, good. All right, yeah, I'm setting it down at 10%. We'll see how that goes. Let me see if there's anything else we want to change. Is this readable for everyone? Can you guys read the text on my screen? Because if not, we can set this larger, probably. Ooh, but they don't like you to set it larger. Apparently, you can only get to sound options from the main menu. Uh-oh. Okay, tooltips, all that should be fine. Input lock. Timer or action lock. Yeah, that's fine. What is the lock key? Not in there. Firm, console, GUI, camera. Oh, they have in-game bug reporting. Excellent. Does it work even from the screen? Yes. And it includes a screenshot. Okay. Control F7 is the default hotkey to report bugs in-game. Oh, that is so good. Iron Man required for achievements? Yeah, Johan is the big champion for Iron Man only for achievement. Trust me to report. Fair. Bit choppy. Generating the world map is pretty intensive. Yeah. But the game loads way faster than EU4 did. Okay, I don't see anything for the tooltips. Man, there's so many options in here for hotkeys. Makes sense though. All right. Cursor, free mouse pan. Okay, all of that should be fine. Yes. Game clock, 24 hour. Yes. I'll send telemetry. I'm fine with that. Skip new game welcome window. No, we want to see that. Autosave. I like autosaves every half year in EU4. We'll see how that goes in here. Number of autosaves. I'll allow them to save a whole bunch. Probably not 100 though. Let's go with 50. Probably don't need that many. So if I'm going every half year, I want the ability to go back, 10 years? Sure. If I'm doing a non-Iron Man game, that'll be a good idea. Hints, yes please. Monthly auto pause. Oh, interesting. You know what? While I'm learning the game, I think I'm going to do that. Game speed when war starts. I will, at least while I'm learning, set it to lowest speed when a war starts. Game speed when a unit enters combat. Yeah, do that as well. I like that they show you what has been changed. File transfer speed, ticks lead, yep, that's fine. Province names, mouse over or always on. We'll leave it at the default, but I may turn it on all the time. Starting Portugal, sure you'll catch up? Yeah, for sure. Take some time to learn the UI. Fill in impassable terrain, zoomed out. Oh, you can do like matte brown for the watercolor. Nice. Location name language set to the owner. Yeah, that's fine. Active weather graphics, size of city build. Oh, you can make the city buildings larger. That's neat. Subjects use overlord name. Wait, if yes is the default, why is it on no? Odd. Backing to the menu. Can't use learning walkthrough without having missions enabled. Oh, just apparently off by default. Okay. Chad Duke, welcome on in. I hope you're doing well today. It has been a long time. Okay, overlord color, blend, yep, that's fine. IOs show as overlords, no, okay. Country names on map, dynamic default. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, we'll leave this no. Vulcan is fine for now. Okay, I do want to VSync. Let's see here. Okay, and it customed the quality presets based on the hardware, so that should be fine. Okay. Yeah, that should all be okay. Okay, achievements. Look at that. Can see the unlocked ones and all of them. So this is similar to how CK3 shows their achievements. I like that. It's very nice that they're available in here. Plus Ultras, Castile or Spain, have presence in Iberia, Maghreb, the Caribbean, Mesoamerica, and Peru. Crazy. So what is in there very hard? What a great guy. Be present on every subcontinent. Nice. If missions are enabled, achievements are disabled. Yeah, from what I understand, missions are just for the tutorial. And during the tutorial, you can't get achievements. Okay. You want your tutorial achievement? Is there an achievement for tutorials? Alright. Let's find out. Achievements. Death do us part. Let's see here. Diplomatic Annex. Previously, EU has not had an achievement for going through the tutorial. I would imagine that would be an easy achievement, and there is not one for going through the tutorial. Yeah, they don't. So some of your basic ones are royal marriage with another country. Conquer a location, win a war, create a market, pass a parliament issue. Yeah, these are your, like, milestone achievements. Change a policy. Yeah, so no tutorial-specific achievement, just kind of scaling achievements of different difficulties. Not even gonna get the gimme one. Nope. No freebies in this game. Select any country. So what are the recommended countries? Does it say? It does not say. My audio's cutting in and out as it's generating the game. I know what's happening. I think I know what's happening. I bet I put this on my... It's not you, that's a U5? Okay. Does it on yours too? Okay. It's probably very intensive when it's loading that up. Okay, so Iron Man is disabled. Achievements are disabled right now. We select Portugal. So we can mouse over Portugal, and we can see that they are a monarchy. They use legitimacy as their government power. They have 21 succession laws. They have 4 regular laws, 24 policies, and 3 estate privileges. So this is all stuff that just comes from being a monarchy. This is all the content you get. Various ways you can have succession, various laws that you have access to, different policies that are only for monarchies. There's like a whole section for court stuff and levies. Yeah. And then one specific estate privileges specific to monarchies as well. And then they can royal marriage as well. You got the world's fastest SSD? Fair. We are a settled country. So, army-based countries. Okay. Building-based countries. Pop-based countries. Oh, I remember them talking about this. So you can have army-based countries like this. And so you can see, like, Golden Horde is an army-based country. All of these hordes here, army-based countries. They are an army that has a country. I would imagine Prussia would show up this way as well. And so the whole point is that, an army-based country is a country that can own locations, but its existence is relying entirely on its armies. If those are destroyed, then the country collapses. So as long as they have an army, they exist. And so then we go... building-based countries. That would be... oh, the Hanseatic League. Okay. And then... what is this? The Bank of Peruzzi. Is that the same one here? Yep. That includes them over here? Yes. Okay. So, these building-based ones are neat. They probably have a tooltip as well. We'll go for the Hanseatic League. So an extraterritorial country is a country that exists by virtue of its buildings and does not need to own entire locations. So like the Hanseatic League, to expand their trade, they just build these foreign trade buildings in other countries' territories. And that's how they expand and gain influence and wealth and stuff like that. Which is really cool. I love that they've added this system in for territorially owned countries. It's really neat. And then finally... oops. Come on. Pop-based countries. So that's... like the Sami up... why does that keep disappearing? Even though it was locked. Society of Pops is a country that exists by virtue of its pops and does not need to own entire locations. Yeah, so I'm guessing this is more of a tribal thing? Actually, this is kind of horde as well. I guess that's kind of more in the tribal areas. Yeah, okay. Okay, so this is tribal. Oh, and I guess that would allow them to keep existing if, like, a colonizer came over and started occupying their land. The pop-based country would still exist, even though the colonizer took their land. Okay, okay. Yeah. And that lets them still put up resistance and stuff, rather than just ceasing to exist, except for a culture tag. Neat. Okay. So we go to Portugal here. So, from what I understand, if you want to know what is special about the country you have selected, what you do is you come over here to country bonuses. And you can see you get access to the following unique advances, laws, reforms, and units. This is all the stuff that you get as Portugal. And you can mouse over each one and see what it's about. You can see what the requirements are for it. Little flavor detail, what the bonuses are. So you can get an idea of, okay, well, what bonuses do I want to go after? So these are the things specific to the country you have selected. Then you can see the historic events. You can see how many historic events there are. So there's 62 dynamic historical events just for Portugal. Though this may I would imagine this probably includes things that would include, like, anyone in Iberia, or Catholics, or whatever. I'm guessing? Yeah, I'm not sure if these are just for Portugal specifically. Well, let's see here. 62. We go to Aragon. They have 31. Okay. And Castile has 178. What does Naples have? 30. Provence has none. Okay, so these do not include, like, religion. These are just for the country itself. Crazy. Okay. So we'll have 62 potential events for Portugal. We start with King Alfonso IV, the Brave. And these are our monarch stats now. And you can see what they actually do. So administrative ability, your old admin skill, gives admin cabinet action bonuses, crown power, higher advisor cost, building cost, stability importance modifier. Okay. EUIV, number 2, Steam sales. Oh, nice. It was number 3 or 4 last night. Looking good. I also saw that Civilization 7 went on sale today. I think it was 7. It might have been 6, but I think it was 7. Yeah, it was 7. Went on sale today. I'm like, I wonder why they did that. Game that is hard to claim as mainstream. 7 had a patch today. Yeah, I wonder why they put out a patch today of all days. All right. Cool, so I like this. So now your monarch skills, rather than just generating some raw points, actually do something specific based on their value. And I believe they range up to from 0 to 100 now. Too late? Now you're playing U5? Exactly. Okay. And you can see we're a kingdom. And the country rate gives us different things. Culture capacity, possible artists, Diplo range. Feels like that's a lot of Diplo range. Diplo capacity, max diplomats, fort limit, great power score, exempt from forfeit. This will not get forfeited to an overlord. Oh. Neat. Okay. Guarantee, can sign alliances, can support rebels, possible rivals. Okay, so certain countries can't sign alliances or guarantees? Interesting. All right. Also, yay, WASD! Oh, I've been waiting so long for Europa with WASD. Okay, so we've got the ability to muster 11 ships, combining regulars and naval levies. Oh, that's weird, but it says 10 regulars and 0 naval levies. All right. A little over 18,000 men. We're making money. That's good. All these symbols. City. Town. Rural settlement. Oh, okay. So we have one city, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 towns, and 1, 2, 3, 4 rural locations. Oh, and then 57 other locations. Okay. These are just the ones that are bringing us in the most tax. All right. We've got a lot of good development there, it looks like. 1.3 million people. we are primarily Portuguese. We have some Andalusi, some Sephardi, Australianese, Francian, English, Gascon, Low Franconian, and Ligurian. We have Catholics, Sunnis, and Jewish people. For religions, we have mostly peasants. 89% of our population are peasants. Some laborers, burghers, soldiers, clerics, and nobles. All right. Oh, and it shows the bottom 5 locations as well in population. So it's like, oh, do you want to maybe do something about your lowest populated areas? That's nice. I like that. What is this? Catholic Church. Is this... okay. Right. So they're using these international organizations now as ways to bring in content for a particular group within the game. So, like, the Catholic Church is an international organization. The HRE is an international organization. I know I had heard of other examples, and I don't remember what they are now. But yeah, they're going to be using these to basically say, hey, there's a bunch of countries that are members of this, and these are the effects of being in that membership. Okay. Oh, okay, so we can see all the Catholic locations. We can see all the Portuguese locations. Oh, we're pretty solidly Portuguese. That's good. That will help us out. So content. Oh, yeah. Okay, so if you're looking for a specific bonus, like, say, whatever our naval bonus is. Nope. Okay, that doesn't work. Do we have to... Oh, I see. Does it only show based on the title? Okay, so if you're looking for one that you know the title of, you can find that. All right. Still, we can see... Oh, I see. This 1, 2, 3, this is the age that it comes up in. Okay. And then you can see the requirements for the bonus. Okay, so you either have to be Portugal. Oh, that's one of the other things. So now they're very clear, as compared to EU4, about when a bonus is tied to you currently being the country or ever having been the country. So in this case, you can see that the Battle of Ourique, the country is or was Portugal. So say we eat all of Iberia and become Spain, we still get to have this bonus because we were Portugal. I like that. Or even like if we ate all of France and became France. Because I can see there's an option down here for being Spain and having Portuguese as your primary culture. So in theory, Spain could pick up this bonus. Tag switching stuff, essentially, yeah. But now they're very clear of, like, these are the things that are permanent once you earn them, and these are the things that are temporary. So let's see here. Seeing if I can find one that just says country is Portugal. Also, this makes it really easy for you to kind of hunt down, like, okay, I want to gather all of these particular types of bonuses. And so you can kind of look through the countries that are available and find what you're looking for. Oh, this is a government reform. Okay, so it looks like all of our bonuses apply even if we stop being Portugal. Man, There's a lot of stuff to go through in there. So then we have the benefits of... So those are the benefits we get by being Portugal. These are the benefits of having Portuguese as our primary culture, I believe. Yeah. So these are things we have access to because we have Portuguese culture. And it looks like these last even if we stop being Portugal as well. I wonder if they last... Yeah, they must last even if we don't have Portuguese as our primary culture anymore. Yeah, I would imagine it would be something like close to this one, but it would be requires both of these. Country is or was Portugal, and Portugal's primary culture is Portuguese. If you had something like that, you'd have to keep the culture. But cool, okay. And there's another government reform. Okay, that's just there still. Then this is from being Iberian, we get some stuff. Okay, so we can get fortress churches if we allow monasteries and have castle access because we're in the Iberian. But it looks like Iberian, British, Magyar, French, and German can all do this. Fortress churches. All right. Special building type. Gives the clergy more power, and they need more food. Doesn't allow a zone of control, but it gives fort defense. Okay, so it's rather than building a full fort, you get a little bit of the benefits of a church and a little bit of the benefits of a fortress. Neat. Okay. Tercio units, as long as we're in the Iberian group. And conquistadors. Yeah, we have to be in Iberia and Catholic. Government reforms. Oh, slow pop conversion speed because of Iberian tolerance. Ooh, School of First Letters. That is a massive amount of max literacy. Okay, and then all our different unit types. Looks like they're tied to being Iberian. Ooh, we get special ships. Iberian galleon. Nice. Lieutenancy. Oh, these are for colonies. Right. And then Viceroyalty, which is your higher tier above the lieutenancy. Okay. Then being Catholic gives us a bunch of stuff. Yeah, like the Catholic shield. Hungary gets it no matter what, but we get access to it because we're Catholic. Interesting, so Hungary can change religion and they still get access to that. Croatia gets Croatian trading posts no matter what, but we get it because we're Catholic. Okay. Oh, no, it may be that it requires both of those things. So I'm seeing things like, I see, because while Hungary is Catholic, they will get the Catholic shield. While Croatia is Catholic, they'll get Croatian trading posts. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. That makes a lot more sense. So we can see all the different Catholic bonuses. Neat. Okay. So yeah, it's easy to see what your country can and cannot do. And there's more for Christianity just in general, rather than Catholicism specifically. Yeah, cathedrals, Ark of the Covenant, parish churches, no labor on Sunday. Then monarchies have all their own things. Ooh, the Soldier King of Prussia. I mean, we could try to become Prussia. And then settled country. Right. So we are a landed nation rather than a building-based or pot-based or army-based. We are settled. Okay. Okay. Settling uncolonized provinces. Location-based country. Not a colonial nation. Okay. Yeah, so it's a bunch of colonizing stuff. And then there's a description for the country. The Kingdom of Portugal won its independence after a long and hard-fought struggle against both the Muslim and Christian rulers of the Iberia region. After the important social, economic, and cultural reforms promoted by King Dinis, his son and successor, King Alfonso IV the Brave de Borgoña, I don't know how to say that, Borgoña, may now face different challenges and opportunities while ruling over the Portuguese people. To the west and south lies the wide North Atlantic Ocean and the promise of new trade routes with foreign lands, while to the east, the powerful crown of Castile, with strong dynastic connections to Portugal, could lead to a united Iberia under Portuguese leadership. Whatever the future holds, Portugal will need to secure its position one way or another to ensure its future as an independent country. Okay. And so we could choose to observe. We could try to find a random country. We could hide the country tab. Go back to the main menu. What do we got down here? Oh, they let us see all the map modes while we're in the country selection screen. Glorious. Oh, that's so great. That is so great. Thank you. Legend. Oh, okay, you can just find a country. Yeah, you can just search for one. Game rules. Iron Man disabled. So we want to enable that. Difficulty we'll leave on normal. Normal. Historic AI is fine. That means the AI will always choose historic options in dynamic historic events. Country change prohibited. Prohibits country change after the game has started. What is country change? Okay, and they show you whether that will disable achievements in Iron Man or not. Okay. Oh, I see. So tag switching while you're in the game. So start as Portugal and then just tag switch over to Castile. We can't do that. That makes sense. Missions disabled. Setting will disable all missions, making it impossible to complete any in the game. Full access to missions. Missions are a pack of individual tasks which are available to a country. Serve as guidance for the country and grant useful rewards after finishing a task or all the tasks, depending on the settings. Oh. Okay, I see. So why this disables achievements is because it gives you extra bonuses over what a normal country would get. But it's useful to guide you, I would imagine. So the question is, do we want to do the first playthrough with no missions, no achievements being earned, but with the guidance of missions? You're doing it now, the walkthrough? All right. Only mission end rewards, no rewards. Interesting that they won't let you... You would think that this would be tied to the rewards rather than the missions themselves. Every task rewards, only mission end rewards. Learning what the top bar means and it crashed? Oh no. Well, you know what? if we're going to go no achievements, we might as well just go full every task rewards. Why not? And then they have multiplayer options. They have flavor options. Plausible countries. Formation of ahistorical countries, which creation would have been historically possible. Allow ahistorical. Okay. Allow plausible. The only countries that were formed in history are allowed. Any plausible are allowed. Or ahistorical, which I believe forming Rome is ahistorical. Hovered over the population and kaboom. Oh no. That's not good. Sure. If we're gonna go wild with this, maybe we'll have Portugal form Rome or something like that. We'll see what's even available. Colonization. All countries in the world that can afford it will attempt to colonize. Only Western countries with a capital in Europe will colonize. Okay, yeah, no. Any country can colonize. AI exploration. Only Western countries, only countries with capital in Europe will explore. All countries in the world that can afford it will attempt to explore. Yeah, everyone will try to explore. Why not? Culture conversions. Dynamic rules. Convert culture if visible criteria are filled. Can only convert culture to other cultures belonging to the same culture group. Only any culture present in the country. Any culture at all, no restrictions. Yeah, dynamic is fine. Religious conversions, I would imagine, follow all the same stuff. Black Death outbreak year, 1346. That is very soon. Black Death origin. Okay, so yeah, we can see Desht-e Kipchak, Astrakhan, or Lower Yik. So we hope it starts all the way back here to give us more time, but it may start as close as here. Institution spawns are dynamic. What are our other options? Historic, random city. Yeah, I like dynamic. Based on the circumstances, it would have spawned them historically. Also, what are the other options? Black Death could start randomly. Anywhere in Asia, Europe, or North Africa. Oof. Or Central Asia. Okay. So random or historic. So when you hover over a population, it changes the map to show numbers in each country. Wonder if that's what caused it. Seems okay now. Yeah, possibly. Byzantium's name. Greek country centered around Byzantium will be known as the Byzantine Empire. Be known as the Eastern Roman Empire, even though they are about 1,000 miles, Roman miles from the city of Rome. So Byzantine or Eastern Roman. I would like them to just call themselves Rome, but whatever. Byzantine. Change country's dynastic naming. Change your name and flag according to ruler's dynasty if that changes. Yeah, from what I understand, they made tons of flags for the game. Victory cards for multiplayer. Yeah. Alright. Like this UI almost as much as Vic 3. Yeah, the UI is very nice. I greatly enjoy it. Alright, we will save this as achievements. Yeah, there we go. Oh, ledger information, show all. Hide country and goods. Okay. Yeah, I like that. Let's leave it as show all. If we're not playing with achievements, we're not going to play Iron Man either. And that'll leave things open if we run into like a bug where we have to roll back the save that we're using. I think that makes sense for early game. Okay. Play as Portugal. UI sounds in Vic 3 are better in your opinion? Fair. Historical context. The Kingdom of Portugal won its independence after a long and hard-fought struggle against both the Muslim and Christian rulers of the Iberia region. After the important social, economic, and cultural reforms promoted by King Denis, his son and successor, King Alfonso IV the Brave de Borgoña, may now face different challenges and opportunities while ruling over the Portuguese people. To the west and south lies the wide North Atlantic Ocean, the promise of new trade routes with foreign lands, while to the east the powerful Crown of Castile, with strong dynastic connections to Portugal, could lead to a united Iberia under Portuguese leadership. Whatever the future holds, Portugal will need to secure its position, one way or another, to ensure its future as an independent country. Okay. So we have a bunch of relevant hints here. Pops demanding goods. Pops will try to buy the goods they need for their daily life from the market of their location. If pops are not what do they define a market as? Market is where goods are bought and sold. It's based in a market center, but includes other locations based on their market access and market protection. All these locations will exclusively buy from and sell to this market stockpile. Markets are color-coded depending on how relevant they are to you. Green is your own locations in this market, and therefore you need to worry about its pop needs. Blue, you do not own locations, but have trade capacity, therefore can trade from them. Brown, you do not own any location nor have any trade capacity. Gray, markets that are out of your trade range, and therefore you can't interact with them. So, we ultimately want to get the entire world to be blue and green for us. We want to either own the market or have trade with it. That is going to be our goal. We're going to go heavy trade focused as Portugal. Surprise, surprise. Okay. What is a market center? Location that a market is centered upon. The owner of this location gets some benefits from it, but most importantly, they can control who can have access to this market. Okay. So we'll have to see what market we're in and who has control over it. If pops are not able to buy all the goods they demand, their pop satisfaction will decrease accordingly. Okay, so this is the same as Vicky 3. Pops do basically the same thing in that. If their pop satisfaction falls below their pop join rebels threshold, be it for want of goods or else, pops might start to support a rebellion against the government. Recommended actions keep stability, legitimacy, and estate satisfaction high to prevent rebellions. That's the highest recommended action. Expand your production of the demanded goods by building RGO, initials of resource gathering operations. Each location has a raw good that is created from mines, farms, gathering operations, forestry, or hunting grounds. Each level of RGO can employ up to 1,000 laborers or slaves, while the maximum level depends on development, advances, and other things. Oh, okay, these are trade goods. Well, this is what replaced trade goods. By building RGO and buildings from the goods production panel. And then you can also import the goods from other markets, spending trade capacity. Represents how much a country can export and or import from a market. Each trade created from this market uses trade capacity depending on the distance to the other market and the volume of goods that trade is doing. Okay. So imports and exports use the same currency, essentially, the same trade capacity. So if you're importing a bunch of stuff, that also means that the opportunity cost, in addition to you having to buy those goods, is that you're not selling your own goods on the market. All right. Which encourages you to go obtain those goods directly rather than trade for them. UI bug. Increased minting should correlate to increased inflation, but doesn't actually change in real time. Oh, really? Every other slider does. I could have sworn I saw Flory messing with that slider and it was changing it. Maybe I was looking at something else, though. Having unsatisfied pop demands is not necessarily worrying as long as pops are not rebelling. It does provide an overview of the health of the market. Pop demands are only one of the factors influencing pop satisfaction. Even if all their needs satisfied, people could still rebel for other reasons. Learn more about rebel movements in the rebel hints. Lack of commander. Our units need to have a commander appointed in order to perform adequately in battle. Generals lead armies, admirals lead navies. Click on the alert to select a suitable character for your unit. Should generally pick the ones with higher abilities. Okay, and you can see that alert matches up here. That's the Pops Demanding Goods one. You can also select your unit from the map or from the outliner. If we do not have any good character available, try training one from the military panel. You can automate the appointment of generals and admirals from the automation panel. The automation panel. This, okay, so here would be my suggestion for new players. Automation panel is right up here. I would probably say for a new player, go into the automation panel, turn everything on. Then, as you want to learn about a mechanic, turn off the automation for that mechanic and start digging into it and learning how it works. You like the automation stuff? Walkthrough has you turn it on? Okay, excellent, excellent. When pausing, here we go. Nice. Good luck. Nahilith, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. Hello, Lang. Nice to finally catch a stream. Ready for war. Yeah, well, we're playing Portugal, so I don't know how much war we're going to be doing early in. We're going to try to be primarily a trade-focused empire. We'll see how that goes. If we can buddy up to Castile, it may mean that they'll pull us into their African wars, though. I'd rather buddy up to them than have them attack us, so we'll see how that goes. Do not start a battle without a capable commander in charge. Some characters have traits that make them even more suitable for a specific task. Some laws might put restrictions on characters, which characters are eligible for command. Possible cabinet actions. Okay, so this is like a green alert. Cabinet actions are among the most powerful tools we have to rule our nation. We should be using all of our available cabinet seats at all times. Okay, so this is probably like your council in CK3. That makes sense. So this is basically what advisors morphed into, I would imagine. Government panel, see the cabinet actions, integrate province if we have new conquered territory, stabilize country, strengthen government, diplomatic endeavors, change societal values. Particular society. Okay, I've seen some people show these off, and they look really cool. I like how they're doing this. This, I believe, is how they used to do it in EU3. Was basically like sliders like that. Develop province to increase development. Cabinet actions can convert or assimilate. You can automate them. Characters appointed to cabinet will increase the estate power of their estate. New cabinet actions will unlock in later ages. Research. We should make sure our country is researching new advances at all times. Advances panel. Choose advance that suits your need. Also click on the empty flask icon, top right, to open the whole technology panel. Flask, okay, there we go. That's the whole, that will open the tech panel. If you do not feel prepared to dive into the depths of the advances just yet, you can automate our research from the automation panel. You will still be duly notified when our country has discovered a new advance. Unused research points will be stored up to a point after which they will go to waste. Okay, we have to keep that in mind. This is not like Stellaris where it will store up forever and then just use the extra. We do want to pause and choose our research. We can increase our research progress speed by increasing our average literacy and estate satisfaction of our clergy. Okay, so research faster, more literate population, happier clergy. Got it. Possible rivals. Rivals are countries that we publicly declare as hostile to our interests. Purpose of rivals is twofold. As a diplomatic tool, declaring rivals helps us make friends with their own enemies. As an offensive tool, we can fabricate casus belli against our rivals and intervene in war against them. Observe the rivalries and alliances of our neighbors and pick the same rivals as the country you want to ally. But beware of making too powerful enemies in the process. You can wait until other countries have declared their rivals before making your move. That way you will avoid angering the wrong countries. That is something very typically did in EU4. Build a spy network in our rivals in order to fabricate a casus belli against them. Do not need to declare all our available rivals. Remember, you can right-click the alert to discard it. Having rivals will also allow you to be called to their wars in the opposite side. But be cautious, our enemies will be able to intervene in ours as well. No allies. An alliance is a treaty between two countries that can allow them to enter each other's wars. If we are attacked, our allies will receive a call to arms to enter the war on our side. Conversely, we should always take our enemies' allies into account when declaring a war ourselves, as they will likely get involved against us. Go to the Diplomatic Actions panel, click on Offer Alliance under Friendly Actions. You'll see a list of all countries willing to sign an alliance with us. Thank you. Oh, okay. This is such a great option. They did something kind of like that with the macro builder in EU4, but it was kind of a tacked-on thing. This will probably be a lot better. Some countries might need some convincing. Use Improve Opinion. Diplomatic action will slowly gain them over. Beware, our allies might also call us into their own wars. Do not ally countries that are looking too vulnerable, or we might find ourselves in the losing side of a foreign war. You can always dismiss a call to arms from our ally, but doing so will spell the end of our friendship and tarnish our diplomatic reputation for years to come. Negative balance. We have a negative balance. Oh, do we? Oh, we do. Well, that's no good. If we are not careful, this could lead to debt or even bankruptcy. Go to the economy panel to see our income and expenses. You can move the sliders to raise taxes or lower costs. Ensure that all our buildings are profitable, or build more if we can support them. You can do this in the production panel. Managing or leveraging your estates can also provide significant gains in the short or long term. Be aware that the estates can also hold significant political might. Relying too heavily on them may be risky. You will find them in the government panel. Setting up profitable trades is also a great source of income. Browse existing or potential trade routes in the trade panel. Laws, reforms, diplomacy, and more can also give you options to solve a negative balance. Nidowin, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. I am very excited for this game. Looking forward to play it. Okay, we're going to start the learning walkthrough. I like this, that it shows all these agendas at the beginning. Kind of gives you a brief breakdown of like, okay, Here are the problems your country is facing currently. Walkthrough takes a few minutes and will present the basic mechanics of Europa Universalis 5. Walkthrough is skippable at any time. You can start it here anytime. Dude, tried launching U4 like a month or two ago? Yeah. Welcome to U5. Nearly 5 centuries of history are about to unfold before you. As the spirit of your nation, you have the power to choose how. You could conquer the world, develop your society into a flourishing utopia, or become an unrivaled economic power. Whatever you choose to do, history is yours to control. Such a rusty relic incapable of anything. I still have fun with the U4, but I think I'm going to have more fun with the U5. We'll see. Wasn't even able to get stable frame rate on a 9070? Oh, weird. I don't know why. It's stable for me, and I've got a worse video card than that. Let's go over some quick basics before we begin. Most important thing in the game is the map, and finding your way around is essential. WSD, scroll wheel, tab. You can see an overview of the whole world. Oh, nice. And when you let go, because I have zoomed a cursor, it will go to wherever my cursor's at. Perfect. Oh, that is going to make quick navigation. So I want to go see, let's see here. So it's like, okay, I'm in Portugal. What's going on in Poland? Boom. Oh, that's so quick rather than scrolling over to it. I got to remember that. Tab. Okay. Show average FPS 60. All right. The low 1% is constantly around 15. Neither would move to your 144. Weird. Yeah, I don't know what's wrong there. Wonder if it is stream or not, but getting back zoomed in feels dizzying. It is kind of a quick snap. If I remember right, in the options, there are camera controls with how fast it zooms in and out. So you may have to just, if you're playing it yourself, slow it down a little bit. So I don't get motion sickness. It may be that because of how it zooms, it's triggering motion sickness for people. If it is, then maybe I need to adjust that setting so it's not messing with people. Game concepts are highlighted in blue and contain information about specific mechanics you might encounter within the game. We could, for instance, say that you play as a country, and we can see the information of what a country is. By default, nested tooltips are accessible by waiting a short time for them to lock, after which you can continue to hover tooltips inside the tooltip. You can also lock tooltips with the middle mouse button. Okay, middle mouse button is the tooltip lock. Might be, don't think you have it. Even played VR fine. Okay. This behavior, it might just be something with the stream. This behavior can be changed in settings with escape, interface, tooltip settings. To continue, hover your mouse over the blue text, hover over a nested tooltip. All right. Actually, let me do this. Okay, yeah, that instantly locked it. And we'll go primary religion. In Europa Universalis 5, you play as the spirit of the nation, an abstract representation of your country. You're currently playing as the Kingdom of Portugal, a country with King Alfonso IV as its ruler. Might be the effect some YouTube tech nerds spoke of about our brain being really good at noticing wrong and improper sudden accelerations. Oh, yeah, absolutely. As if their global map is a different render. Oh, yeah. Because if you zoom out, you go to different types of maps. So you can see as we zoom in, the map changes a little bit. Yeah, right there. You get the terrain that pops in. And as you zoom in, you get more and more terrain and buildings. Top bar consists of a few different elements. It will stay here at the top of your screen from now on to provide you with an overview of your country. You may also notice that there is a date at the top right. This is because the game plays out in real time. Do not worry though, we are paused right now and nothing is happening. Something to leave feedback on, you reckon? Yes. They did add a bug report hotkey in the game. It is Control F7. And that will let you put in a bug report in the game, which is great. Leftmost section. Oh, and so there's the date right there. We tick by hours now rather than days. More like Hearts of Iron does. No, unfortunately not playing it yourself at the moment. One question, though, is tutorial still England? It looks like now you can select any country and turn on the tutorial missions, and they will give you a tutorial, just a generic tutorial for the game. It's nothing specific to a particular country. However, turning on the tutorial does block achievements. So you can't do the tutorial and earn achievements because the tutorial gives you bonuses. But we are in the tutorial, so we'll do that for a little bit at least, and then probably restart. But we'll see. Let's see here. Leftmost section of the top bar displays your estates. Okay, so that's what these are. Nobility, clergy. Ooh, the clergy are technically a negative change. The burghers and commoners. Okay. As a player, you're represented by the crown. I don't see a crown estate. Burghers, commoners, clergy, nobility. Okay, well, it's at 23%. All right. We will get back to the estates later, but for now, keep in mind that every estate holds a percentage of the country's wealth and power, has a level of estate satisfaction that you can track on the top bar. Okay, so this is just satisfaction. That's why that's there. Crown's always going to be satisfied because we are the crown. Hover over the different estates and map changes. Very slick. Because I'm not zoomed in. Oh, it's not doing it for me. Somehow, some why got it imprinted into your eternal memories. We had to make our troops travel places, among them other island. It was so hard to understand. The tutorial was bad. Oh, yeah. Looks like they were bound to use the style the mods introduced. Not there when you go into your government tabs. Okay, so once we're actually in our tabs, that makes more sense. Distribution of power between estates will vary from country to country, with some countries having access to unique estates altogether. Looks really great. Yeah, I'm liking it so far. Next, let us take a look at the resources and statistics in the top bar. This is the middle section of the bar, which contains the most relevant resources you will need to keep track of while governing your country. You will need to spend ducats for many actions in this game, from paying your soldiers to building up your cities. But truly, your most important resource is your population, as they constitute the foundation of your politics, your economy, and your armies. Another particularly important number is your stability. measure of your internal resilience that will help you keep your estates and population loyal, that you can use to influence the politics of your country. We'll visit the rest of the numbers when they become relevant. For now, let us continue. Feel bad for the modders most likely being robbed. I mean, I don't think they stole code from mods. Also, is there a UI scale option? Yes, there is. Oh, you know what? Thank you for saying that. That reminds me that I need to reset my pointer to its normal size while doing this. There we go. The idea, I mean, this it's a pretty typical thing to incorporate the general ideas of popular mods. And one of the things that a lot of people will notice is that a lot of stuff in here in the new game has the same kind of flavor as systems from Mayo and Taxes. And part of that is because they hired a bunch of the Mayo and Taxes devs. No, it's 4K. Though the stream's only 1080p. Here, let me link it. There, and workshop. There it is. I think this is the most up-to-date one. Link this over on YouTube as well. .32-inch, yeah. Missed it, but I ask, why Portugal? Want to try out how colonization feels. I play Portugal every time a new patch comes out. Because they, at least in EU4, they're a pretty chill nation to play. If you don't want to get involved in European politics and warfare, you can kind of just ignore it. If you want to, you're in a good position to still do so. You can do some easy warfare in North Africa if you want, or you can ignore it. Like, it's a nice, chill country with lots of options. They hired those guys. Maybe you're allowed to hope they hired the map modders as well. No idea. But I know they did a lot of hiring, so who knows? Let's see here. No longer just Castile, Crown of Castile. Yeah. Crown of Castile, Kingdom of England, Kingdom of Norway, just Sweden. Kingdom of Hungary, Byzantine Empire. The Ottomans. Okay. You need to spend ducats for many actions in this game, from paying your soldiers to building up your cities. But truly, your most important resource is your population, as they constitute the foundation of your politics, your economy, and your armies. Another particularly important number is your stability, a measure of your internal resilience that will help you keep estates and population loyal, that you can use to influence the politics of your country. We will visit the rest of the numbers when they become relevant. For now, let us continue. So we've got our cash, our stability. Stability of 29, okay. So stability has a larger range than it used to. Total pops, legitimacy, prestige, diplomats, war exhaustion. Nice that they show that right up at the top. Manpower and max sailors. We do not have a lot of manpower. We can store up to 5 years of manpower of our monthly production, up to a maximum of 416. 416 is our max. Woo! That is a big shift. Gotta go. Got the location of tax base. Nice. All right. Take it easy, Trisha. Hope your trip is not too terrible. We were kind of small, Portugal? Yeah. Gotta start the walkthrough over? Aw. Can't save the walkthrough in the middle. Oh, weird. I wonder why. EUIV plays out over the course of hundreds of years. You can see the current date in the top right corner of the screen, which is also where you control the speed of the game. Time is divided into 6 different ages. Right now we are in the Age of Traditions, which will end in the year 1342 to give way to the Age of Renaissance. Within each age, you will have access to new advances to research. As mentioned before, the game is currently paused, so you're not missing on anything. Wait, what? 1337? Didn't EU4 start in 1444? Yes, we start in 1337. We start in Leet. So one of the big immediate things that you can see that is different with that is right over in here. Byzantine Empire still has all this land, and the Ottomans only have this. Dem leaders, yeah. We still have a Bulgaria here. Serbia's still nice and big. Epirus isn't confined to an island. The Golden Horde still exists. Poor little Novgorod. Where are they? Yeah, right here. Well, Novgorod's still decently sized. Muscovy is tiny, though. Poland and Lithuania are still pretty split up, especially Lithuania. Ottomans are so cute. Yep. Mamluks are much larger than they were. I think they're bigger. They might be about the same size. Tunis is definitely smaller. Oh, although some of these I think are Ottoman vassals, but I don't want to click on them and mess up anything in the tutorial here. Austria hasn't consolidated as much either. If you're taller and wider, yeah. See Delhi over here. No Timurids yet. England hasn't consolidated as much over here. Scotland hasn't even really consolidated stuff yet. France still is split into a lot of vassals. Yeah, because you have France proper, and then I believe all of these are their vassals. Whoever fed Hungary. They are hungry. Okay, so back down to here. Let's see here. Let's take a moment to go over some basic elements of the interface, starting with the tabs in the top left. There are 8 different panels accessible from here, which you will spend plenty of time in. They are Government, Economy, Production, Society, Diplomacy, Military, Geopolitics, and Advances. Does it say? Okay, so when you mouse over, it gives you, government types, country ranks. I love these little map mode buttons that they've added onto some panels. These are really neat. Yeah. So they're like, hey, you want a relevant map mode for this button? Click here. Oh, that's so great. I love it. So hotkeys for all of these. Okay, so these are all the function keys up through F8. Cool. Graphics maxed out? No. I went with whatever the automatic hardware scan gave me. Do you like that? But the icon is not immediately recognizable for its intent. This is a pretty typical symbol from EU4 for government stuff. Economies, same. That's a building one, so that kind of links to production. That's a population one, so it makes sense. That is the 100% traditional EU4 diplomacy button. That's the military button for sure. That's usually the exploration kind of thing. So geopolitics, not quite the same. And the beaker for advances. Yeah. Not those. Halt. Also cease. Stop. Okay, carry on. Okay. I think she meant the overlays. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. I caught the message too late. Yeah, I would imagine this is something that right now they are very unintuitive, but as you play the game more and more, they will become very easily recognizable. Once you know, you know. Yeah. Oh, the key for control. Yeah. No more mini-map. Nope. No mini-map. At least not that I've seen. Which I think the tab fast move replaced the minimap, because usually you use the minimap to get to a location quickly. I guess you would occasionally use it to see, like, in general where, like, some alert popped up, but yeah. Lies. On top of the game concepts that you can find all across the game, some key game mechanics have associated hints that offer a more detailed explanation, along with some suggestions. Hints can be consulted at any moment in the hint panel. Whenever you see this icon in a tooltip, clicking it will take you to a related hint. Open the hints panel. Okay, so the hints panel is right there. Ooh. Oh, okay, so this is all the stuff that we had at the beginning, plus more. Neat. Okay, I like it. Love your minimap to see how humongous you were becoming. You zoom out for that. Yeah, because now you could just hit tab and be able to see right away how big you are. Or how small Portugal controlled the whole world by being small. Got to the end of the first section of the walkthrough and it saved. Oh, good. I'm going to start packing up, but still listening. All right. EU5 is a vast game that allows for countless different playstyles and possibilities. Regardless of whether you fancy yourself a ruthless conqueror, a shrewd politician, or an administrator endowed with the touch of Midas, there are some fundamentals that every successful ruler needs to master. Let us have a look at them. As we mentioned, ducats are one of the most important resources in the game. Most actions cost ducats, and very often your ability to impose your will as a ruler, both outside and inside your country, will depend on the wealth you are able to concentrate into your hands. The path to global domination is paved with gold and blood. Most of your finances are controlled from the balance panel, so let us have a close look at it. Open the economy panel, open the balance tab. EU5 is a vast game. Oh, really? Yeah. Alright, economy. This window allows you to manage our country's balance, as well as our markets and trades. We're already on the balance tab. Here you can find an overview of your balance. The difference between your income and your expenses will be added to your treasury at the end of every month. You can manipulate the different sliders in this panel to modify your monthly balance. As we just saw, the difference between your monthly income and expenses is also displayed at the top bar. What's 36 next to our king's portrait? We are the 36th power in the world. So 35 countries are more powerful than us based on this great power score. I like that rather than them just showing a button for great powers and then you having to open it. I also like that they break down where the score comes from so you can more easily focus on how you can earn score. That's very nice. I like that. I think we'll be building a lot of Navy tradition, so that should help us with great power score. Not for long, yeah. Okay. Here you can find an overview of your balance. The difference between your income and your expenses will be added to your treasury at the end of the month. You can manipulate the different sliders in this panel to modify your monthly balance. As we just saw, the difference between your monthly income and expenses is also displayed at the top bar. Also useful info, if you ask me, yeah. Most of the wealth in EU5 is generated on a monthly basis in the land you own, your locations. We will talk about locations later. For now, you can hover over the tax base number on the left corner to see a disclosure of your richest locations. That is where the ducats are being generated in the Kingdom of Portugal. All right, give me just a moment. Realized I needed to open my window. Computer is starting to heat things up in here. Okay. Yeah, we read that panel already. However, those ducats do not go directly into your treasury. As the government, you only collect a fraction of the tax base by exacting taxes from your estates. You can set the level of taxation by adjusting the tax sliders in the budget panel. Notice how their estate satisfaction drops the more you tax them. Estates do not like taxes. The maximum tax that you can set for each estate depends on many factors, like how powerful they are. Sometimes you might not be able to tax a specific estate at all. For now, we recommend you automate your taxes by clicking on the cog icon. That will tax them the just amount to keep their satisfaction over 50% as soon as you unpause the game. Automate taxes to all estates. Yes, so the automation features in the game are supposed to be really good. And I think that's definitely a good idea to start to automate those. Yeah. If you want to see all the automation features, you can go over there. We'll go over and look at this after we get through this walkthrough stuff. But yeah, one of the devs was saying that they were in a big war against multiple other devs in their internal test session, and he automated his entire economy so he could just focus on warfare, and his economy did not collapse. Wonder how fast it will break. It's supposed to be pretty comprehensive. Does the gear automation do for the maintenance? Yes. Covers maintenance as well. So we can turn that on and off. Aside from taxes, another significant source of income is minting. You can freely mint to your heart's content to fix your budget, but minting too much will create inflation. I guess the war was holy. Sees himself out of chat. Can learn more about inflation in the inflation hint. To continue, move the minting sliders to mint some shiny ducats. Make sure you are not creating inflation. Okay. So there's some minting stuff. Inflation is at 0 right now, so we can go to 0.1. Okay. Oh, I see. This is what Trisha was talking about. It doesn't change this while the game is paused. Okay, but you can see it if you mouse over. Okay. So I wonder if that's intended or if that's a bug. Move this out of the way. Okay, hopefully that screenshot gets what we have here. This shows, yeah, inflation. Minting, slider, inflation, value. Not updating while paused. Weird, how come minting doesn't have an automation? No idea. Hey Marvel Man, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. How goes the Salis of the universe? It goes well. We're just barely getting into things. When the game is paused and you change the slider for minting, the inflation value displayed next to the slider does not change. The tool tip is accurate. The tooltip, however, is accurate. No, just the tooltip is accurate. Tricady, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. Evening, all you little less ugly people than me. How is everyone? Wow, rude. Can't speak about my friend Tricady like that. Right. So, this would be open economy. Tab. Open economy window. Panel. Click balance tab. Oh, pause game. Pause game. Open economy panel. Click balance tab. Change minting slider. Change minting value with slider or plus minus buttons. Inflation value to the right does not change. All right. Not great last 2 days. Don't think it will improve this week. DM you for details. Oh no, Tricady. Yeah, please do. Also just realized that Discord locked up again. Awesome. Okay. There we go. Okay. That should work. Oh, gather data. Got it. And send report. Good. So we're not creating inflation. Good. The other two most common sources of income are trade and food. Since those are more advanced concepts, we will not cover them for now. You can learn about them whenever you feel prepared in their respective hints. Okay, yeah, we'll have to go looking through those hints. Farewell, lovely peoples. Try to say hi via tablet or mobile if you get a moment, but most likely see you Friday. Good luck. Sorry you have a trip so soon after the release. I hope it's at least a as pleasant as possible trip. Wow, Tricady. Wow. Alright. Unpausing. Let us unpause for a bit before looking at the expenses. You can adjust the speed at which the game runs from the top bar. Speeds 3 or 4 are a good pace to start, but every player has their own preference. You can also press space to pause and unpause the game at any moment. Unpause and let a month go by to see the numbers update. Alright, we're going to go ahead and do that. We'll let a month go by. We'll go to speed 4 since we're just wasting a month. There we go. Rivalry declared. Morocco has declared us as a rival. Okay. What are our options here? Display and log, open pop-up window, show on map, pause on pop-up. Do we want to pause when someone rivals us? No, we don't need to. Castile has declared us as a rival. That's not good. That is absolutely not good. I don't like that. Why are they upset with us? Why is Castile mad? Primary culture, yeah. Enemy now. Monthly diplomacy of minus 0.05. Surprise the game didn't initialize in that state. For rivals, you mean? It looks like they don't automatically load rivals anymore, and they let the AI kind of choose things dynamically in the first month or so of the game. They have trust with us. I don't know why they did that. I'm sure there's somewhere I can see this. Our opinion of them, because they rivaled us. Because enemy. Open country diplomacy, which we already did. Yeah. New defensive league. They will not. Definitely wouldn't. Increase trust. They won't improve cultural opinion. Rival, okay. If we had more favors, we could actually get them to say that, do that. Oh, but they need higher opinion of us. Yeah, weird. They had a, what, positive 49.5 before they rivaled us? Maybe if we improve with them, it'll get better. We'll see. Or maybe we can find a good ally. I don't know who we would find as a good ally. There's not a lot of options. Or you could just conquer them. They're a lot bigger than us. Yeah, 52,000 troops compared to our 18,000. It's not going to go well. Okay, let a month go by. I thought I did. Oh, there we go. Good. 1 month has passed, and we have paused the game for you. Oh, okay, they paused it for us. Salt Caterpillar, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. You can see now that the numbers have updated, and your estates are contributing their due tax. They are. We're actually positive now. Look at all these guys. Getting good estate satisfaction. Their monthly change is still minus 0%. Even though it shows 62 here. Yeah, it shows the minus 0% as red, which means somewhere past that 2-point precision, it's actually below 0. But I don't know if it's just in the 3rd digit or in the 7th. I don't remember how far their precision goes, but it goes pretty far. Let's see here. Many calculations in the game happen at the end of the month. Let's have a look at the expenses now. Many actions in the game cost ducats the very moment you perform them. But even when you are not actively spending your ducats, your balance has to bear the burden of regular monthly expenses. You can spend ducats on increasing stability and legitimacy, 2 of your most important stats that we saw at the top bar. We recommend you spend at least enough so they do not decrease. The maintenance cost of your standing armies, navies, and active fortifications can become a significant hindrance to your balance. Reducing their maintenance during peacetime is a sensible idea. Okay. Though, with a rival right on our borders that's bigger than us, I feel like reducing, fort maintenance would be a super bad idea. Adjust the budget sliders to end up with a positive monthly balance. Okay. So, just with the minting adjusted, we have a positive monthly balance, so we don't even need to change anything. I think we'll leave those automated. That's fine. Diplomatic spending is expensive. So's court spending. Fort maintenance makes sense. Stability, yeah, that's fine. We can gain a little bit. It's not costing us anything. Loyalty is subjects 15, diplo capacity, max diplomats, monthly diplomats. Okay. So max is plus 1.5. What is our actual max? We have 5 right now. Max of 3.5. So we have 5, but we have a max of 3.5. Diplo capacity is 4.5. I'm guessing it'll explain those at some point. Maybe I'm just not... and there's a... Okay, there's a hint here, so we can look at that later if we need to. Then we won't change that slider for now. I want to leave forts where they're at. Navy, we'll leave where it's at for now, though we may be willing to reduce the Navy and Army maintenance. We'll see. Perfect. You have understood the basics of balance management. Let us recap a bit. Income and expenses are calculated at the end of the month. Ducats are generated in your location and in your locations and collected by your estates, which you tax in order to fuel your treasury. Estates do not particularly enjoy being taxed. But who are these estates, I hear you ask, and why do they not submit to your every whim? The estates are one of the keystones of ruling in EU5. Not only are they the source of taxes, but they can also be powerful assets when they are loyal, or terrible enemies when disloyal. Let's have a closer look at them in the government panel. Open the government panel, open the country tab, open the estates sub-tab. So country is the default tab. Ooh, so you can just automate the entire country tab. Can you do that with... yeah, you can automate the entire balance tab, markets, or trading. Nice, so you can automate entire... That's how you automate things like minting. Things like minting only automate if you automate the entire balance tab, I'm guessing. Which makes sense, because if you automate minting by itself and then manually control everything else, it may not necessarily know what to do. That makes sense. Here you can see the different groups that control the political power in your country, the estates. Each estate has a percentage of estate power. As the embodiment of the nation, you are represented by the crown. Your crown power represents your ability to oppose the particular interests of your estates. Namely, it allows you to exact higher taxes and increase estate satisfaction and your support in the parliament. It makes changing laws easier, and it provides a percentage to the profits of trade. You can learn more about crown power in the crown power hint. Your estates can be powerful assets when managed correctly, but if displeased, can quickly turn into an insidious thorn in your back. On top of contributing to your treasury with taxes, estates are essential to the business of war, since you will depend on their levies to fight your wars until you can afford to replace them with regular regiments. However, if they are disloyal, they may start supporting rebellions against your power, potentially overthrowing your rule through a civil war. Finally, estates whose satisfaction is above 50% will provide different bonuses on your country depending on their type, while dissatisfied estates will inflict penalties. Estates can be granted privileges, which usually increase both their estate satisfaction and estate power, and come with additional effects for your country and your people. Revoking privileges will both anger and weaken the target estate, although that can be a costly endeavor that will likely ruin your stability. Despite them increasing the power of the estates and thus reducing your crown power, some privileges might align with your interests. Granting a few privileges in times of need can be a wise course of action indeed, if only to extinguish a spark of rebellion. No king can rule alone. Social classes. Aside from privileges, estates derive their estate power primarily from the social makeup of your population. Population is divided into different social classes, each of which supports a different estate. The nobility are supported by nobles, the clergy are supported by clerics, the burghers are supported by burghers, the commoners are supported by peasants, laborers, and soldiers. Your population lives and dies in your locations, that is, on the map. So let us have a look at them. The world of EU5 is made of different countries that own locations on the map, from where they extract the resources and manpower they need to stay ahead of their neighbors. If you zoom out, you will see country names appear on the map. Hovering over them will show the country tooltip. Clicking on them will open the foreign country panel, where you can learn about and interact with the country. Zoom out to see countries. Open a country panel by left-clicking on a foreign country. There we go. Countries are nothing without locations. Locations are the heart of the economy and the politics of any country in EU5. They produce goods and generate tax base, but they are also home to population of different social classes, religions, and cultures. Locations can have 3 different location rank. City, town, rural settlement. We were looking at those before. You can see as we mouse over each one, we can see where they're at. Ooh, we have a lot of rural. Little bit of towns. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 kind of gatherings there. 1 city. Castile has 4 cities. Oof. Even Aragon has 2 cities. What are we doing? Yeah, they have way more towns than we do. But yeah, tons of rural. Zoom in to see locations. Okay. Okay, and we can see how each of those comes about. Oh, we got a fort up there. Nice. In this rural settlement. Another fort there. Okay, these are all fortified in some fashion. Not bad. Wow, there is not a lot of fortification that we can see on the edges here. Alright. The most important location for any country is the capital. Your capital is Lisboa. You will recognize it on the map by the golden star inside its location rank icon. You can double-click on the flag in the top bar to move the camera to your capital. You can also find any location by pressing F to open the finder and typing the name. What's the finder look like in this game? Okay, so it's one of the buttons over there. Easy enough. Alright, and it said double-click on your flag. Alright, that makes it easy. Click on your capital, Lisboa. Got it. A lot of information in that panel. Before looking at Lisboa, let us stop for a moment to have a look at control groups. They live at the bottom of your screen and serve as quick ways to access a variety of things in the game world. You can assign locations, countries, markets, or armies, and more to a specific number key. Let us try it by assigning your capital Lisboa. With the Lisboa panel open, press Ctrl 1 to assign it to a new control group. Alright. Oh, I bet. I have to click on this again. Control 1. Ah, there we go. I was hitting Control F1. I even said Control 1 and then press Control F1. Good job, me. Good job. Now pressing the assign number will pan the camera to Lisboa and open its panel. To empty a control group, you can either right-click it or press Control and the corresponding number key. Okay. Doesn't take me there. Okay, a second tap of the same number will take me there. Nice. Let us have a look at the location panel now. Any location is populated by different social classes. As we just saw, pops will increase the estate power of their respective estate. The amount of pops of each social class depends mainly on the buildings present in the location. Buildings can be built by you or your estates, and they need to employ a specific social class in order to function. When a building is built, peasants will promote to the necessary social class to fill them. Some buildings produce goods, which, sold in the market, generate the tax base of the location. Not all locations have buildings at the beginning of the game, but every location specializes in producing one specific good in their resource gathering operations, or RGO. That is a special type of building that employs laborers to produce raw goods. Very much like buildings, RGO sell their goods in the market at the location to generate tax base. At the beginning of the game, most of your tax base will come from the production of your RGO. You can learn more about markets here. Market hints. So I wonder, is there a map mode for this? So that just shows fish. Can I get a map mode? Agenda, find, ledger. It may be that the tutorial is hiding the map modes right now. Okay, we'll worry about that later. I was hoping to see all the trade goods that we had, all the RGOs. As we have seen, the added profits of buildings and RGO constitute the tax base of a location. The tax base is then collected by the estates according to their presence in the location. Remember that you only end up receiving a fraction of those ducats in the form of taxes. For instance, the total tax base in Lisboa adds up to 9.27 ducats, of which you tax 2.39 ducats from your estates. Hover over the tax base to see how it is being distributed among the estates. Tax base right there. So the nobility is getting 2.3, clergy 1.15, burghers 3.66, and the commoners 2.14. We're taxing everyone but the clergy. Guess because the clergy are kind of upset, we're not taxing them very much. Guess that makes sense. Loss due to control of 100% is 0. Oh, right. If you have low control, you get less tax. And that's less tax before the estates collect that tax. Okay. Yeah, because tax base is what goes to the estates. And then taxed amount is what goes to us, which is a percentage of the tax base. Let us recap. Buildings in RGO in your locations employ POPs to create tax base. The tax base is divided among your estates, who in turn provide you with taxes and levies. So yeah, we can see this right here. Buildings in RGO, they create tax base. They also employ POPs. The POPs and the tax base go to the estates, and the estates give us taxes and levies. However, not all locations are equal under the sun. Let us discuss one of the most important stats of a location, control. Among other things, control determines the amount of wealth in a location that is actually usable by you or your estates. In other words, the tax base of a location is scaled by percentage of control you have over it. The control of a location is directly dependent on its proximity to your capital. That is why your capital is one of your most important locations. It will always have high control. That means that buildings and RGO in your capital will always contribute the most to your wealth of your estates and your country. And we have fish in our capital. Lovely. I guess we'll always be fed. You can learn more about proximity and control in the proximity and control hint. Map modes. Hey, map modes. Let's take a moment now to see map modes. They are different lenses through which you can see various aspects of the world represented on the map. If you hover over the control tooltip in the location panel, you will see the map mode button at the top right of the tooltip. When you click it, the map mode will change to show the control in all your locations. Hey Pat, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. Can you start over? I just got here. We're barely into the tutorial, so you're fine. You haven't missed much. Except you missed everything. Your punishment is to watch the VOD and the live stream simultaneously and comment on both. I expect a full report. How dare. Okay. So there's the control. This colors the locations depending on the control that its owner can exert over it. Ooh, that is some pretty low control out there. Missed all the best secrets. Oh. Okay. So you can see we have 100 control in our capital. Our next best is this spot here with 87. Then a couple, 3 of them in the 70s, mostly low 70s. And then it only gets much worse from there. 3 of them in the 60s, a couple in the 50s. Oh, man. And then it just gets worse and worse till we're in 14s and 12s on all this outlying stuff. Not good. You are seeing now on the map the distribution of control across your land. Notice how control tends to decrease the farther locations are from the capital. Due to control, locations in the periphery of your domains will not be nearly as useful, at least without the proper infrastructure in place. While on this map mode, you can also click on other countries to see their control displayed on the map. Woo! Okay, so their capital's up here right now, rather than down here. So they haven't moved their capital yet. I actually don't remember when they moved their capital. Okay, well, that's fine. Now let us have a look at the proximity map mode. You can access it from the proximity tooltip, similar to what you did for control. Hover over the proximity tooltip and click on the map mode. So the capital, always have 100% proximity. Building roads from here will improve the proximity of other locations. Okay. So roads is how one of the ways we get more control through better proximity. Oh yeah, look at these guys. They're so far away. Why are these guys closer? Nearest proximity source is Lisboa. Oh, because it's going over the water. Okay. Still a lot of distance between the two of them, even over the water, though. So that limits the max control because... yeah, so max control is 13.87. All right. Proximity map mode shows how far away locations are from your capital in practical terms. You may notice how proximity spreads further along the plains and the rivers, and it is severely hampered by mountain ranges or forests. Indeed, topography and vegetation play a very important role in the calculation of proximity, and so does the presence of human-made infrastructure like roads or ports. Clicking on different locations while in this map mode will show the path they are using to reach the capital. Ah, okay. They don't have a path to the capital. They're going out over the water. You come in here. Wow, yeah. It's just like, past that, nothing. These guys are coming from the port. Okay. Yeah, so this stuff up here is especially in bad shape. Maybe we can build a road into the interior or something. Impassable mountains. Struggle a lot to understand CK3, but Europa is another level. Yeah, it's just one of those things you need to take your time with it. One of the things I was mentioning though is for a new player in EU5, this button right here, automation, is going to be your best friend. Open this up, turn on everything. Automate everything in this panel. Everything. Then look through this list and go, okay, what do I want to learn how to do? I want to learn production methods. Undo the automation there, then go through and dig into that particular portion and start learning how it works and learn how to do it on your own. The rest of your country will run itself, including warfare stuff. That includes armies. Army construction, replacing generals, them fighting during war. You can also, on any of these tabs, like up here, you can automate an entire tab. Or you can come down and do individual things inside of a tab and turn the automation on or off. Anywhere you see these gears, if there's a circle filled in inside, then it's automated. If there's no circle filled in, then it's not automated. The automation is supposed to be pretty good as well. Like, it's not going to wreck your country by turning automation on. Unless you're doing something really wacky. Which, as a new player, you probably aren't. It's impressive? Yeah. From what I understand, you can turn on all the automation and kind of just observe your country doing things. And just watch it play. I don't know if it's exactly like an AI country at that point, but it seems pretty comprehensive. Map modes. There are dozens of different map modes in this game that can be used to display all sorts of data. For instance, you might be interested in the various markets around the world, or the distribution of population within your country. You can access all the map modes by hovering over the widget at the bottom of your screen and selecting a specific map mode. Feel free to explore, but do not feel like you need to get acquainted with all of them right away. Remember to go back to the default map mode by pressing Ctrl-Q or selecting it from the map mode panel. Open the map mode panel. Return to the default terrain map mode. Terrain, default, political. Okay. Got it. Where's that button on yourself? You just have to find it. You just have to find it. Maybe you need yours installed, though. You just need an automation expert to install your button. You want to automate your work IRL? Yeah. Can this game is multiplayer? Want to ravage your land? Like, it is multiplayer, but from what some of the people with early access were saying, there were some multiplayer issues in early access. I don't know if those have been fixed for release or not. But there is multiplayer. And wow, why would you ravage my lands? Rude. Also, I don't remember where I saw this. I think it was on The Late Show. Yeah, I think it was Colbert that was talking about it. There's this company selling a $20,000 Android that will do tasks for you around the house. And they were showing it moving around and doing things. And like the advertising looks all slick, but some news agencies have gotten to test them out and they're like not as good for sure. And one of the things the company says is that if you want them to work properly, then you have to agree to allow their employees to connect to the robot through VR goggles and look through the camera eyes that it has and assist in tasks. I'm like, that sounds like a terrible deal, especially for $20,000. Even for free, that would be a pretty terrible deal in my opinion. But, wow. All your ports are belong to me? No, my ports. I'm going to have enough problems with the Berbers raiding my stuff. I don't need you doing it too, Pat. So we have said that you need proximity to have control. But how do you improve your proximity? There are multiple different ways, but one of the most important ones is building roads. Roads improve the important ones. Roads improve the connection between two locations, reducing the proximity lost for all locations that use that path to reach the capital. Let us build a road from Lisboa. Notice it will cost you ducats. Open the Lisboa panel. Click the Road Builder button to build a road from your capital. Click on any neighboring location on the map to start construction. Okay. So what is the gray? There's already a gravel road here. Oh, okay. Set an adjacent province. So we already have gravel roads going all the way up like this, but that's not a lot, apparently. Yeah. Whew. Okay. I guess... So the path that this would want to go to get to here is through that one right up there. Alright. Yeah, let's build in here then. Pirates could be hired, just saying. Wow, you can super micromanagement this. We've lost Lang forever. Yeah. It's one of the things I love about grand strategy games is how deep you can get into the micromanagement. And one of the things that's great about this is if some of the micromanagement is too much, you can automate it away. Like in EU4, one of the things that I really disliked was the micromanagement of armies in the late game. Because you had so many armies, so many places. And it's like, oh, this is such a gigantic mess. And being able to automate that away, if that's still the case here, and then individually control important armies when I need to, sounds like it's going to be glorious. So it's going to cost us 107.32 ducats to construct this road. Ooh, there's wine there. Okay. And you can see gravel road to there, 122 days left. That's queued construction. Okay, I have to open the panel to actually finish that. There we go. Can see forever taking runs with this micromanagement stuff. Oh, yeah. Bravo, the road is now under construction. And one of the things that I found with EU4 is as you learn the systems, you become faster and faster at them too. Like, you'll just have like certain things. It's like, okay, I know what I want to do with this in this situation, so I'm going to go through the motions and do that. Then when I'm playing a different country, I'm going to handle it in a different fashion, and I know the motions for that. Can you imagine this in multiplayer with this micromanagement? Yeah. I was saying earlier that one of the devs was saying that in their internal playtest, he was at war with multiple other devs, and he automated his entire economy so he didn't have to worry about it while he managed his armies. And he said it worked, so we'll see how that goes. Bravo, the road is now under construction. It will take some months to finish. You can see the construction progress in the circular widget on the map over your capital. Once it finishes, proximity in the target location will improve accordingly. and you will see its control rise. Construction of buildings, RGO, and regiments works very similarly. They cost ducats, require some goods from the market, and take some time to complete. So this is where we were going. So right now, this place has 70% control and 74% proximity. So this is one of the things I don't understand. The proximity gives us a max control of plus 55. Okay. Oh, does the max control become the monthly change? Is that what's happening? Let's check one of these other ones. So, max control of 12.9. So that would be a 0.12 or 0.13. Nope, monthly change 0.55. Okay. So I'm not correct in assuming that. What is... Ah, okay. So it being a core is a base 20%. Proximity is then an addition onto that. And then satisfaction reduces that. Where's the satisfaction listed? Is that this up here? It's effective control. Average satisfaction, okay. Monthly prosperity, max control. Oh, apparently the Sephardi's are not happy. I wonder why. What is happening there? Religious differences, tolerance. Oh, they want coal, furniture, sturdy grains, fruit, and rice. Ooh, okay. Oh, and they're not loyal until they've hit 29.6, above 29.69%. Nice. Hey, bro, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. Okay. All roads lead to Lisboa. Proximity and control are among the most important mechanics to master in EU5. Your crown power, tax base, and the size of your levies will directly depend on the control you have over your locations, which in turn depends on their proximity from your capital. This means that laying out roads from the capital is paramount to all countries, big and small. Aside from roads, proximity can also propagate by sea, although doing so efficiently requires good harbor capacity and maritime presence. Ah, okay. So, harbor capacity. Mainly on its natural harbor suitability, but many port-related buildings can also increase it. Harbor capacity. Here we go. It is 117.67%. Okay. Natural harbor suitability is +1. How can you undo construction? You demolish a building. It is very possible to demolish buildings. Who needs these fancy roads? They're a drain on the treasury. When I was a pleb, we walked barefoot uphill over sharp rocks, and it made us stronger for it. But were you happy for it? Oh, how do you undo construction of a road? That's, I guess you, since this is going to be a gravel road, you remove the gravel? We've been used to sharpen the rocks. What's your job? Rock sharpener. How do you get to work? I have to walk over the rocks I just sharpened. In the game, how do you cancel it? Oh, okay. So Oh, okay. You just right-click on the circle that shows it's being constructed. There it is. Cancel construction. 1337, and there are no roads yet. No, we have roads. All this gray here is roads. This is all gravel road. Okay, so yellow are ones that we can't afford. And red are ones that we're not allowed to build. Yeah. So they don't have a positive opinion. And we cannot afford it as well. Okay. And then, like, that greenish yellow, that pale yellow is not adjacent to any of our stuff. And gray is also not adjacent. Oh, it looks like the yellow also has more to it. Oh, I'm guessing there's mountains there. Maybe. Kalish, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. This is semi-intuitive. Can we see roads of other countries? We can, I believe. I believe if we go to... Oh, I thought I saw someone show this off. Drives a steamroller towards Lang. Wow. Checks ProtonDB. Still 0 reports about how EUIV runs on Linux or Steam Deck. Yeah, officially Paradox does not support the game on Linux. So it would be entirely up to how good the Steam support is for it. Apply, military access. Find a map mode. Roads. Haha. There we are. So, yeah, you can see the roads in Castile, all connected here. Aragon, up into France. Look at that. Oh, the roads don't go all the way south in Naples. Interesting. And the coastal stuff over here doesn't have a lot of roads either. Gravel roads, yes. Thought Rome has to have paved roads leading into it. Let me see what it says. Nope, still gravel road. I would imagine if you don't maintain a paved road, it becomes a gravel road eventually. Hungary just doesn't have roads. They have one road from Moravia to Serbia. Why have coastal roads when boats are that much better? That's a good question. Oh, because your ports are the only places the boats are really taking stuff. So you bring stuff into the port and then move it along the road to other things. Loud song that plays when you start the game. Yeah, that was something I was talking about when we first started, is I left the game muted to the stream because I knew it was going to be super loud. Also keep in mind that the music is dynamic. So as you start doing more rapid actions in the game, the music gets louder. Smaller ships delivered to small coastal settlements still doesn't need roads. That's fair. I don't think they model that in this game, though. They were just talking about that with the harbor capacity and maritime presence. So, and we were just looking at that. So if we get off of that screen and we go back to this view. So Lisboa has a harbor capacity of 117.67. Part of that is because the natural harbor suitability. We have a dock and a wharf. Okay, so if we look at this place right next to us, they have no harbor capacity. because they don't have a natural harbor and they don't have any buildings built. So the question is, can we build a building for that? Is this? Yeah, that's the dock. So it's down here in the soldiers section. Clerics, nobles, market village, forest village, fishing village. Oh, is it because there's not even a town here? Or do I have to have some sort of military building before... No, I would imagine I don't need to have a military building before having a dock. Yeah, there's a castle. They have a wharf. Okay, where's the wharf at? Mason. Naval supplies. This is all production stuff. Ah, there's the wharf. Okay. Burger building. So... I guess that's going to be in laborers. No, I don't see an option in there. Dynamic music must be great for streaming. Yeah, a lot of streamers I've seen that were playing the earlier access were just muting the in-game music and playing music in the background. Paradox did put the entire soundtrack up on their YouTube channel, so that's handy. Good question. Is there a DMCA toggle in the settings? I don't think any of the music is copyrighted. Or I don't think any of the music is something that will get a claim for streaming it. Not like the Sabaton music from EU4. I haven't seen anybody talking about that. Yeah, so all of the current EU5 music is fine to stream. And here, actually, let me link this so you guys have it if you're interested. If you want the official soundtrack directly from Paradox, there's this right here. There you go. Also, I guess your definition of gravel road also is being eroded by the ages. What was marvelous miracle during Caesar, even if it was maintained to the stone up to the day, would still be outdated by today's norms. No, from what I understand, like, Rome built roads that were better than anything else for a long time. Partially because they used a particular recipe for concrete that got lost when Rome fell. And, well, when the Western Roman Empire fell. And nobody knew how to make that concrete anymore. We only figured out how to make it recently. Like, very recently. But, yeah, so replicating the roads that the Western Roman Empire built would have been very difficult for the people even in this time period. Hearsay or scientific knowledge? As in, we learned how to build them now. We learned it through scientific knowledge. Basically, a scientific hearsay. Basically, looking at the materials they had access to and looking at how they affect concrete when they're used in them, and then looking at the concrete that was left behind from the Roman Empire that lasted way longer than our modern concrete lasts. The story about Rome's cement. No, like it's a visible thing. The concrete that stuff in Rome is made out of is like still there and not anywhere near as damaged as even modern concrete would be in the same circumstances over the same amount of time. It's basically they were using... It was a combination... Oh, I'm going to get this wrong. I know I'm going to get this wrong. Because it was always suspected that it was because of some... Well, not always, but for a while, the suspicion was that there was some volcanic ash that they were using in the concrete that helped, but there was something else, and now I don't remember what it was. There's something else with it. But basically, because of how they built their concrete was essentially self-healing. Let me guess, water? Quicklime? Mean some adhesive? No, it was... Oh, I'm trying to remember. Was it Veritasium that did a video on that? It might have been Veritasium. Let's see here. Now it's going to bother me that I don't remember. Let's HTME. That's a short from SciShow. Did they have a longer one, though? I would imagine they did. Let me see if there's a link on this to something longer. There we go. There's the short from SciShow. There we go. Yeah, that's almost certainly based on what I was remembering. The thing I had seen. I love SciShow. They're great. Also, Severn, I think I missed your hydrate, which was a while ago. I'd imagine they did a longer video on it, and they always link the sources in their longer videos. I just don't have the time to look for it right now while I'm streaming. I would imagine they did a longer video on it, though. Hope it isn't one of those one scientist wanted to hype up. Well, and when he says that there was a study, he will always he's referring to an actual, like, published paper. So, everyone makes mistakes? Absolutely. Absolutely. Though, again, he's also good about fessing up to those mistakes, which I appreciate. He's one of those people that isn't afraid to say, I was wrong, which a lot of people don't like to admit that they're wrong. Like, I'm sure he doesn't like to admit when he's wrong either, but he does it, which is good. Okay, so let's figure out this harbor capacity maritime presence. So for example, here, we know we have stuff. Natural harbor suitability is 0.55. But how can we build more? Market village, fishing village, irrigation. I bet we have to have a village there before we can do any of these other things. No. Cathedral or monastery. Nothing. Oh, I see. Just show me everything. Never wrong about being wrong when you're wrong. You're never wrong. Being wrong? Nah, not possible. Just blame Lang. Wow. It's just a critical thinker. Tingle wiggles when even such a science bro says things like, ancients made concrete much better than we do. Sounds way too yellow all by itself. No, like, literal proof. The fact that the concrete that the Romans built is still there is way better than the concrete we make now. Because the concrete we make now wouldn't last that long, even under good conditions. Like, that's direct proof that they did something that made their concrete better. Which is why people were studying it and why a paper was published on it. Sure, I watched a video about that, but also not sure where it was from. Might have been a video from Practical Engineering. Yeah, that was the other thing I was thinking, was maybe it was a Practical Engineering video. That's from 7 years ago. You did watch it, though. The Romans were witches. Not that Lang. Okay. Working concrete. Pretty sure the concrete you can make now will outlast the old concrete. I mean, if you look at the linked video, Tricady, they talk about why. And will be much stronger. Better is not that objective. Fair. Basically, what he was referring to there, and he explains in the video, is that it was self-healing. When the concrete is hit by rainwater, the rainwater gets in the concrete and basically creates more concrete to get rid of some of the erosion that the rainwater created. If I remember right. I didn't watch all of the clip again, but I think that's what it was. He actually explains it in that video. Shorts still sound very yellow because of that. Put Ionute in the concrete. Redacted age of clickbaits. Fair. Okay, so why can we not build this building that we're looking for? Cards display, foreign buildings, estate buildings. Was it a... Nope, that doesn't do us any good. Automate building construction. Production methods. Oh, you know what? I bet we can come down to this and mouse over that building, and I bet it'll tell us what we need. Building wharf. Build the wharf from the production panel. Oh, we're lacking tar. Wharf, building type. Okay. Special conditions. Can only be built if the following conditions are true. Is on the coast. Okay. It's a naval building. That's the same thing right there. Okay. Maritime port structure at a port where ships can dock to transfer their cargo and receive maintenance and repairs. Oh, okay. I bet we would need a dock before that. Dock can only be built if the following conditions are true. Is port. Ah, okay. So we cannot build a dock just anywhere. And I think a wharf needs a dock, I would imagine. Well, is on the coast. But I don't see why we can't build it there. Is it because there's no burgers in those locations? Just noticed they changed Portugal's color. It should... I think that's pretty close to the EU4 color now. Now, Portugal used to be green in EU4, but they changed it to this color somewhat recently. All the colors are much more noticeably mute. Portugal's one feels different. Maybe it's just you. The other thing is it may be because we're in, like, the partial terrain view. If we go into the political view, maybe that will help. No. Actually, yeah, the center is... Oh, they're doing kind of the Stellaris thing, it looks like. Yeah, where the borders of the nation are the nation's color, and then the center is kind of a dulled version of that color. Yeah. Used to the old colors? Fair. Oh, recently? Yeah, yeah. They changed it somewhat recently. Most likely no city to build the dock. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Although, so these guys... Yeah, they have a castle. Come in here. Yeah, we probably need it to be... Well... Maybe a fishing village? Okay. Market village. Yeah, we probably need to make it some sort of village before it can have a dock. Yeah, because you wouldn't just build a dock wherever. Or a wharf, I guess. Okay. I'm pretty sure you're right on that. So it has harbor capacity, but we can't build anything there yet. Oh, I like they show all these modifiers right here. That's nice. Important question is whether Fars keeps changing colors in this game. Can you have over a dock in a city that already has it? Yeah, that's what I was looking at over here. If we come over here... an actual dock is here. So this is the actual dock building. And then if we look at this, we can see the upgrade path, and we can see special conditions. Oh, I'm guessing... dock can be built in a city, dock can be built in a town. So these aren't red because that's not needed. They're red just because that's their color in here. Okay. So a city or town, and it has to be a port to build a dock. So the wharf over here needs a city or town. Okay. There we go. And has to be on the coast. So any coastal town can get a wharf to open up trade goods, but there has to be a city or town there. And a lot of these locations are not cities or towns. So that's part of why these guys have a road here, is because a lot of the locations along here are not cities or towns. And it helps move the goods along. The other thing with them is it did mention that roads are more expensive going through mountains, and their coastline is some of the only non-mountainous terrain they have. You mean in this game, wharf equals dock? No, they're two different buildings. If we go over here. So the dock right here. A dock is the most basic shore infrastructure that allows for the building and repairing of boats. So docks will let us build and repair boats. Over here, however, a wharf. A wharf is a maritime structure at a port where ships can dock to transfer their cargo and to receive maintenance and repairs. So wharfs are different from docks. And based on the city in the south, you can have a wharf and not have a dock. Dock is for making stuff that can dock at a wharf. Yes. That's what it looks like. Sounds the same to you. No, because at a dock, you can't unload goods. Yeah, allows for the building and repairing of boats. Is only for building and repairing boats. No goods transfer. Okay. That mystery is solved. I mean, they are two different types of structures in real life as well. Many games have these as dock and a dry dock. Yeah. I always imagine them the other way around. Yeah, I think Mra's kind of on it in that, at least from what I remember, a lot of times they're usually called dry docks. But that might be part of like the dock structure as a whole. I'm not well versed in naval construction. A wharf is used to actually create and manage ships, while a dock is simply a place to dock to. So you're learning EUIV is educational. Let's see here. Let's see. So, Merriam-Webster. Wharf, a structure built along or at an angle from a shore of navigable waters so that ships may lie alongside to receive and discharge cargo and passengers. Obsolete, the bank of a river or the shore of the sea. Okay. And then dock. Oh, wow. This is a giant definition. A place, such as a wharf or platform for the loading or unloading materials. Okay. Okay. So, wharf is specifically for loading and unloading, but the word dock is often used to mean wharf. Usually a wooden pier used as a landing place or moorage for boats. Oh, these are all the cinnamon stuff. No, okay, that's all. Oh, there's a link for synonyms. Okay. A docking station, that's not the same. Usually an artificial basin or enclosure for the reception of ships that is equipped with means for controlling the water height. Okay, yeah, I can see that. Verb. Huh, interesting. Yep, so according to this, it's not used for building ships, but it means the same. So it's interesting. Dock, a place such as a wharf or a platform for the loading of unloading or unloading of materials, but wharf means a place for the unloading of unloading of materials. So it's almost like they're synonyms, but huh. Okay. Then yeah, it's probably dry dock. I don't know. Maybe back at this point in time. Um, the word was used differently. No idea. Maybe PDX are playing 4D chess here and use terms as they were back in 1337. I wouldn't be surprised by that. Before they got swapped to the way we use them now. Imagine game renaming all wharfs to docks and vice versa somewhere in 1878. Dwarf and whack. Someone say cinnamon. I said synonym, but I can mumble sometimes, so wouldn't be surprised if it came out wrong. Found a crash already? Oh no. Trisha had a crash earlier as well. Alright. Let's see here. Okay. Maritime presence. So what is maritime presence? We have a longer coast, vital for both trade and for our control over our territory. Maritime presence builds up over time if we're at peace, just from having ports. Lunar!
Lunar Akai rated with 3 viewers.
Lunar, welcome on in. How are you? How was your stream? Thank you for rating on in. I appreciate it. You guys should go give Lunar a follow. Can understand the game wanting to crash out, Trisha. Wow. That's a great explanation. Should probably want to add some dark evil stuff. Wow. So, who did you decide to play, Lunar? How was your stream? Hide your pops. Raiders are upon us. It's too late. Pat already told them where you are. Okay. We just figured out the difference between a dock and a wharf in the game. It's the most beautiful city you know, Erfurt. Nice. I don't actually know where Erfurt is. Let's see here. There is a finder in the game. Oh, that's the wrong button. Oh, neat. It's so tiny it can't even be spelt out all the way. Aww. That's neat. I didn't even notice the lines going between these. That's cool. I like that. I'm guessing that's showing the roads. How did I not notice that before over here? Oh, yeah, I didn't notice that before. Okay. So we've got the river right there, and you can see our gravel roads going along here. Even leading out to the coast in each of these locations that it's running through. Okay, neat. How's the HRE in this game? Fun? I don't know. I haven't played in the HRE yet. Did we, though? Maybe. Your thought process? Play as a small nation, less stuff to be overwhelmed about. Yes. That is a great idea. I always play my first play on a new patch as Portugal, so I figured I'd keep that going in EU5. We'll see if it's a terrible mistake. I do know that turning on automation is super handy for learning the game. And then just turning it off when you want to learn a particular thing. Maybe it's the state of Earth with its capital of Erfurt. Conquered Weimar and a little bit to the south. Definitely didn't go bankrupt on your first try. Oh. Are we invading Earth? Absolutely not. Creating HRE looks to be fun. What's that? 200 states? Yeah. Your defense, you thought you can take a small loan of 100 ducats? Well, no, you could not. Uh-oh. Yeah, when I was watching Flory play over in Florence, when he was early in, he went to take some loans and found he could only take 3 loans. It's like, oh no. So yeah, loans have definitely changed between EU5 and EU4. To EU4 brained? Yeah, absolutely. Are we invading Earth? Not yet. But soon. Okay, so we can cancel that map mode. Political. There? Okay, back to the default. So are we saying loans are actually bad now? How realistic? No, the loans, I like how the loans work in the game. So from what he was saying is when you have a loan, you pay interest, and that interest goes to your estates. And then the estates will use that money to, if they like you, build beneficial buildings for you that also benefit them. Or if they dislike you, they will use that money to build buildings that benefit them and harm you. You see, you are a colonizing route then. Yes. An hour plus until feeling okay to unpause is real. Oh, yeah. We're going through the tutorial, and I'm kind of reading through everything and examining things in more depth, either when someone has a question or when I don't understand something. Like we just had a big dig into when we learned about roads, I think it was, and the supply paths. Proximity, that's what it was. We were learning about proximity, which I thought we could just click on this and see. Oh no, it was click on the map mode. That's what it was. Come on. Let me click on it. There we go. So when we were looking at the proximity, we saw that there was ports up here that had better access. And then we were trying to figure out, okay, well, how can we do this along the entire coast? Because we were seeing in the road map. Oh, okay, that's what this yellow is. That's showing where roads already are at. Got it. We were seeing that these guys had, the Aragon had roads all along their coast. And the question is, chat, well, why don't they just use boats? Why did they build a road on their coast? And I know it's cheaper to build on the flatter areas, which is pretty much only their coast. And plus we found you need to have a town or city along the coast to be able to build a wharf where goods can be dropped off and loaded. It was a whole thing. Time to go to sleep. Have a good one. Take it easy, Neton. Netowin. Sorry. Thanks for hanging out and chatting. I hope you have a good night. Okay. Outliner. Oh, the Outliner. My favorite. Before we finish, let us go over a couple of extra UI elements that you need to know, starting with the Outliner. Oh no, I was still looking at something on that previous screen. Maritime presence. I wanted to figure out how to increase this. Maritime, because that's going to be important as Portugal. Builds up over time if we're at peace just from having ports, while a blockade will quickly reduce our presence. Navy in a sea zone can quickly build up the presence again. High maritime presence reduces the proximity that is lost between sea zones when calculating control. Maritime presence in the coastal sea zones of a market is also an important source of trade advantage. Okay. Maritime presence. If we look in here, so we get 0.35 from this location. Get nothing from there. We do get 0.16 from here just because there's a natural harbor, even though we don't have any way to bring boats in or out of there. Okay. This place has a wharf, so it's got a 0.19. I'm guessing there's a maritime presence in that mode. Okay. So we can see that we have 49 here, 50 here, and it's growing. It's dropping here, however. Why? Decay is 0.24. Derma and Cenis. I'm guessing... Ah, okay. So, what about a province like this, Lagos? Does it contribute to both these locations? Oops. No, so it's just where the... essentially where the port would be built, I guess. Yeah. Okay. So each province only affects one sea tile. It won't affect multiple sea tiles. Okay, that makes sense. All right. And so we can send our ships out to be able to get more presents. Outliner offers an overview of what is going on in your country. For instance, you can see the road you just built under the construction group. Construction, gravel road, 122 days. Oh, and we can cancel it from here as well. Excellent. Lumber, masonry, sand. We have plenty of all of those available. Good. Question is, does that actually take workers to build? And if so, can I see that somewhere? In the Lisboa market. Doesn't say. Okay. The contents of the outliner are highly customizable. Excellent. Much like control groups, you can pin a large variety of things to the outliner, such as countries, markets, or armies. To do this, you can utilize the context menu, which can be accessed by right-clicking a location or country on the map. Open the context menu, pin a country or location to the outliner. Okay. Right-clicking a location or country. That's the city of Toledo. I thought there was a way... Castile. In action? No. Crown of Castile. In action, no. We are much weaker than them. Yes, yes we... Oh! Gives us an entire breakdown of, like, how bad things would be. Wait, is that population at the bottom? Oh, that's sailors. Okay. I was going to say. Okay, yeah, population's right here. I've got like 4 times our pops. They have better navy. They have way more, triple our income. They don't have that much of a better navy, though, surprisingly. Only like 50% better. Yeah, they way outclass us in military. We have more manpower than them. Interesting. Good to know. We also have more regulars than them. Is that an actual standing army? Oh, I guess so. And then levies, yeah. I mean, we don't have much more regulars than them. I'm actually kind of surprised by that. Good to know. Maybe we can work on that to dissuade them a bit. Open country diplomacy. Oops. Country menu. Okay, here we go. Maybe we can do it from here. Pin action, huh? Ah, yeah, that does put them on there. Okay, I do want to pin them. Open the context menu. Is that this? Context menu. Oh, right-click somewhere on the map. There we go. Okay. Oh, right. And then we can do it from there. Oh, we could also see all the map modes that are on there as well. We can go to their capital. Good. All right. Nicely done. You will be able to access everything you have pinned on the right side of the screen. We're almost at the end of this introduction. To help you focus on the part of the game you are most interested in, we've automated some features according to the playstyle you picked. You can control what aspects of the game are automated at any time from the automation panel. According to the playstyle you picked, I didn't pick a playstyle. What? Open the automation panel. From inside this panel, you can control which aspects of your country the game will manage for you. For now, we recommend you stick to what has been set, and go back to this panel when you feel comfortable with the basic features. Optionally, you could decide whether you want to automate your advances and your cabinet, or leave them manual. You can learn more about these features in their respective hints if you decide to manually interact with them. Okay, we'll leave the balance alone. Allow the game to make trades for you on all available markets. I would like to try to figure out the trading. I want to figure out the buildings. Close and open buildings, depending on their profitability. We'll leave that alone for now. Subsidize buildings. And provide necessary resources for your economy. We'll leave that alone for now as well. Destroy buildings. Only active if producing new buildings is also automated, okay. Destroy estate buildings. RGO. Take care of how goods. Okay, research, laws, government reforms. Yeah, there's not very much automated in here. Just production methods. We'll decide what goods any building should produce for you. Okay. I'm going to leave everything off for right now until we actually look at all these things and decide what we want to automate. Picking your playstyle was automated, apparently. Another important element you will be using during your campaigns is the alerts. They will appear underneath the top bar and inform you of a variety of matters that will eventually need your attention, sorted by their level of urgency from most urgent, red, to less urgent, green. Note that you will not get alerts related to parts of the game you have automated. Ah, okay. Good point. Most alerts have a related hint that helps you address it. You can shift-click on an alert to open the corresponding hint. Ah, okay. Open, discard, shift view hint. Okay, so like inefficient minting doesn't have one. Minting efficiency is only 50% due to a lack of access to needed goods, decreasing the amount of money we get from minting. Really? Adds the following demands in the market. Okay, so we need 0.22 gold and 0.22 silver, and we may not be producing that or trading for it. All right. It does contain a hint. The inefficient minting doesn't. but the unprofitable buildings does. So if we look at gold, there's demand but no supply. Okay. So we would need to get gold from somewhere. We would need to get silver from somewhere. All right. Tells you why it's inefficient. Yes, but what I'm talking about is specifically what they're referring to is the hint system that they have over here in its own section. Yeah, the alerts will all have some sort of note on them talking about what they are, but only some of them are actually tied into the hint system. Yep, there's a whole thing. Boom. Look at all these. And when you start the game, we started with a window that popped up that listed a bunch of these hints as, like, these are things that are probably immediately important about your country that you're going to want to take care of. Things like pops demanding goods, lack of commander. I think it was all these ones with exclamation marks. Yeah, I think it was these 4. Actually, I think it was just these 3. Yeah, and the possible rivals. No allies. Okay, no. It was everything with an exclamation mark over here on the right side. So this group right here showed up in a window when we first started playing as Portugal. Going, hey, you need to take care of these things, most likely. Oh, wow. Tabara-san already added something to their faith. Interesting. Good to know you can do that pretty quickly. Oh, you can turn the news on and off. You can open the settings for it. We'll look at that later. Okay. Borrow from the estates. Could also ask for a loan from a banking country, which there is only one of right now. The estates have 830 ducats for us to borrow. So we could get... what about 18 loans? If we really needed them. Agenda. Lastly, we would recommend you have a look at the... Did I read all of that last one? Yes, okay. Lastly, we recommend you have a look at the agenda at the beginning of every game, where you will find a little bit of historical context for your country, and a collection of those hints most relevant to your current situation. Right over here, agenda contains historical context and useful hints for your current situation. Okay, we read that already. Oh, this was the window that popped up when we first started. Okay, so the agenda opened automatically. We can check this box to not open the agenda automatically when we start a game. Okay. Cool. Castile set you as their rival. In EU4, Port and Cass had a historical friends modifier. Yeah, it's weird because looking at them... yeah, looking at them, if I look at their opinion, so once they set us as a rival, they got a minus 50 opinion for enemy. But that means that before they set that, they were at 49.5 opinion of us. So I don't, and there's not anything that I've found so far that tells me why they would want to have a rivalry opinion of us. The other thing is rivalry may be different now than it was. In fact, let's look at the description of rival. Countries can declare their hostility towards other countries by declaring them as rivals. Countries have some additional hostile actions against their rivals, like the ability to fabricate a casus belli and the option to intervene in their wars. Rival country will not accept friendly treaties like alliances, but countries with common rivals will have an easier time signing treaties between them. Rivalry is not reciprocal, meaning that it is not necessary nor automatic for a country to rival back the ones that have rivaled it. Country that has declared another as its rival is known as its enemy. Only countries with similar great power score and not very good opinion can be declared rivals. Yeah. So is 49.5 not a very good opinion? The maximum number of rivals a country can have depends on its country rank. Who would want to rival with Lang? A rivalry with Lang? No idea. Apparently Castile. Huh. Country might have declared many rivals and yet have no enemies if no other country has rivaled them back. Country that has declared another a rival. Wait. Did we automatically declare them? Or is that what happened? Did the automation for this declare them our rival? Missions. Get something in here. Group of opinion. Open all diplomatic actions. Hostile actions. No. Influence actions? No. I don't even know where to set that. Declare war. Create casus belli. Build spy network. No ongoing diplomacy. Rivalry is supposed to be for a worthwhile opponent. Wow, rude. Hit that red button? No. So, with them being shown as our enemy, that makes me think, based on that description, that we have rivaled them. So, if we go here, go to Portugal. Kingdom of Portugal. No, okay. Back here. No. Diplomacy. That's current relations, yeah. Castile has declared us as a rival. Yeah, that's enemies. We have no rivals selected yet. Yeah. So according to this... So if we look at rival, and we look at enemy, a country that has declared another a rival will be known as the enemy of the latter. Oh, okay, I see. I see. So from our point of view, Castile is our enemy because they have declared us a rival. Okay, now I understand that. It's not a mutual thing. Relations tab on the top of diplomacy tab, maybe? We have no rivals selected yet. Yeah, you are correct. Ooh, we can have up to 9 subjects. Yeah, subjects are way easier than they used to be. You can just create custom subjects. And you just select a location and go make that a subject. Which, because of the really low control in some of these areas, we may actually do that. We may make like a subject up here and a subject down here in these really low control areas until we can build some infrastructure out to them. But we'll see. All right, back to this. Open the agenda. On to missions. We are now at the end of the basic walkthrough. We advise you to proceed by embarking on a mission path of your choosing. Depending on your selected playstyle, missions will offer you different goals and rewards to guide you through your initial steps in EU5. They keep talking about your selected playstyle, but I don't ever remember selecting a playstyle. When selecting a mission focus, you will first receive a brief explanation that will expand your knowledge on that part of the game experience. Good luck, and may your nation prosper through the tides of time. Open the government panel, open the missions tab, pick a mission focus. Okay, so these missions are something that you have to turn on before you start the game. So you'll be at the country selection screen, and over in the game rules in the upper right, you'll click game rules, and there'll be an option to turn on missions. This does turn off achievements, but they give you guidance for that country. Looks like it's probably pretty generic guidance. I would imagine this isn't stuff like specific to Portugal. It looks like it's more of just an extended tutorial kind of thing. But it's nice that they have it here because it means modders can use it, and Paradox could expand on it in the future. Though if it always disables achievements, then it might see kind of limited use. Okay, so economy, politics, or expansion. I was saying before we started that we wanted to work on trade, so that's probably economy. Yep. Develop capital economy, infrastructure efforts, the development of trade, traditional economy. Though politics might be a better one to start with, because we're going to want a cabinet assigned like right away. Whereas the economy stuff could probably wait just a little bit at least. So what are these things? Completion criteria. Cabinet is efficient as well as manned by capable individuals. Okay. We've forged better relations between us and one of our estates. And our people have been educated and their literacy is elevated. Oh, that's probably going to take a while. I think I would rather the economy one then. Let's see here. Develop a capital economy. We've established the base of a new economy focused on creating capital through production, trade, or loans. Oh, yeah. You can loan money to other countries kind of properly now in the game, which is kind of neat. Time for a Cold War. Devote all resources to the military. No. Developed our capital adequately. We've shaped our merchant policy and improved the relevant infrastructure. We've embraced the values and systems of a traditional stable economy. All right. Yeah, I think I'm going to do the economy one. And maybe try on my own to get the cabinet up and going and keep the estates happy and see how successful that is. I don't know if we have to go through all three of these or if we only get to pick one. Start economy walkthrough. Okay. We're starting now the economy walkthrough. We're going to dive a bit deeper into the economy of Europa Universalis 5, starting with its foundation, the markets. Open the economy panel, open the markets tab. You're a people person, aren't you? Okay, so we can see the markets now. Oh, I see. Castile has 2 markets. Look at that, and then we have our own. Cool. Okay, so it looks like we control our own market. That's good. That was something I was concerned about. So we have almost 40 trade advantage, whereas Castile only has 5.5. We're barely using any of our trade capacity, which is great. We're getting leather from the Edinburgh market And we're going to have to start importing gold and silver as well. Although it looks like we're in need of a bunch of stuff. Looks like we have a positive balance of cotton, and it's worth a lot of money. So we may want to focus a bit on that, although it looks like the price is dropping. I guess because of the supply. Oh, there's no demand for cotton. Awesome. There's actually demand for fish, surprisingly enough. Okay, but there's a huge supply of fish, so it's not really worth anything. Again, wine has a demand, but also a giant supply. There's a supply of tin, but hardly any demand. Supply of leather, and not a lot of demand. Wait. Oh, no, we're exporting leather from Lisboa to Edinburgh. Okay. Edinburgh. Step 1, click around and see what changes after a month tick. There is no step 2. Fair. Here you can see the list of markets where your country is present, while on the map you can see all the markets in the known world. Every location belongs to a market where they sell the goods they produce and buy the goods they need. Many things in this game require goods. Pops need goods to live, constructions need goods to progress, buildings need goods to function, armies need goods to fight. For instance, you can see on the map that your capital, Lisboa, belongs to the Lisboa market, so anything you build in there will use goods from that market. You can also right-click on the market name or card anywhere in the game to open the context menu. Okay, so France has the Paris and the Bordeaux markets. Paris market has like a exclave, a couple of exclaves in the Bordeaux market. Interesting. And then this market in North Africa actually reaches across over into Iberia. Okay, and Tunis's market reaches out to the islands here. Neat. Okay. All right. Italy split into a few different markets. There's a London market. Okay, so yeah, all right. I like it. So I've discovered that we are all made from these super tiny marbles. I named that after my dog, Adam. I also found a way to cut them in half to produce unfathomable energy. That's totally safe. You'll be scared to use scissors. Oh no. Well, just don't use scissors on marbles. It'll be fine. All right. You can also right-click on the market name or card anywhere in the game to open the context menu. Ah, okay. Pop needs in the market. Yeah, so we already need that silver. The gold's not even on the list, but it should be right below it. Government needs, okay. We need books. Trade capacity. So the market center, the wharf, and then the two marketplaces that we have. Okay, so we actually have two marketplaces. I'm guessing that's what that green line is connecting. These are two markets. Food stockpile is full. Excellent. We can relocate our market for 800 ducats. Woo! Destroy a market. Cost us prestige, I'm guessing that is. Yeah. Lost our marbles a long time ago. Oh, then you don't need to worry about it. Use all the scissors that you'd like. Cancel all trades in market. Create a trade. Okay. So that is it sulfur? Fish. I'm gonna have to learn all these good symbols now. Actually, that might be honey. Yeah, I'm not certain. The food? No. Okay. Production of all locations is sold every month to the market stockpile, providing them with tax base. Conversely, all locations try to buy the goods they need from their market by order of their market access. The difference between the supply and demand of a good in a market will influence its market price. Note that markets transcend country borders. The production of your locations always goes directly to their respective market, so foreign locations in the same market might be buying those goods before your own locations if they have higher market access. So market access in the markets where we are producing things, if we need to obtain goods, is going to be very important. Okay. Market access of a location depends on its distance from the market center. Okay. And like proximity, you can improve it with roads. Locations will generally tend to belong to the closest market, that is, the one where they have higher market access. You can learn more about markets in the market's hint. All right. Lucky for you, I'm selling slightly used marbles. As is, no refunds. 1,000 laying influence points each. We can accommodate that. Right there, yeah. Okay, they don't need to enter any. All right. There we go. There should now be a channel point redemption to buy marbles from Pat. And yeah, definitely no refunds on that. Does not go to the request queue. It just spends 1,000 points. This marble has seen things. Don't even want to ask how exactly used it is. That's not a marble, Pat. That's definitely not a marble. Pat bought his own marbles. Good job. Alright. Is that... Let's see here. Yes, yes. Okay. Yes. There we go. to there. Perfect. And no refunds. Oh, a hydrate and a posture check? Got it. I'm almost out of coffee. Okay. Thank you, thank you. Welcome on in, Kalish. Hope you're doing well today. I think I said hi to you earlier, but hi again. Okay. So having access to the market center is going to be one of the most important things. So say we wanted to gain access to the Foz market, we would want to go and capture the city of Foz. Okay. If we wanted the Tunis market, yeah, we'd want to go grab Tunis. Okay, it looks like the markets are named after the location of the market center. Yeah, okay. That makes a lot of sense. Okay. So I bet if we moved our market center with that 800 ducats, it would change the name of our market. Hey, Vald. Buy marbles from Pat. Yep. Need to make a mod for Lang that adds marbles as a goods type. Oh, no. Also, that's a pretty cursed marble. Thank you, Pat. Or the giant marble. Okay. All right. I think I have a general idea of the basics on the markets now. Markets are never completely isolated from each other. The moving of goods between two markets is called trade. Oh, actually. Oh, interesting. So this C zone. Oh, that's Terra Incognita. I see. Okay. So everything that's not coastal is C zone. That makes sense. All right. Countries can move goods between markets by using their trade capacity, creating a profit or a loss in the process. On top of that, burghers living in a market will conduct trade of their own. Oh, good to know. By default, trade is automated in all markets, which means any trade capacity you possess in that market will be used up automatically on the best deals available. We recommend you leave all trade automated until you have more experience with the game. When the time comes, you can learn more about trade here. All right, so we'll go ahead and follow that advice and leave trade automated. Okay, so that should cover that. Automate trade in this market. Should automate trade in all of our markets. Okay, so markets and trading is now automated. What is this tab? Trade capacity, okay. We were using some of it. Leather, paper, cloth, glass, jewelry. Okay. Wonder why that one costs more. Trade profit. Oh, that must be their profit for the trade. Okay. Yeah. Oh, no, I see. There. Not entirely. Oh, oh. So if we look at this again. So they're exporting. We're importing. Uses 1 trade capacity. Well, then why does it say it's using 1.76? If we're only using 1 trade capacity. Each requires 0.5. We can get 1.65 with 1 trade capacity because the distance is a 1.21 multiplier. Okay. So we're getting 1.65 for our 1 trade. That'll probably double up to get our desired amount. Happy Marvel is happy. That one cursed tile between Britain and Denmark without a coast is coastal or not? It has the same color as coastal tiles, at least on market map. Oh, okay, I'll have to take a look at that. Had a note on my door yesterday from a private investigator, and then got a call later from 911. Aren't I supposed to be the one that calls 911? Must be like Chuck Norris. Pat doesn't call 911. 911 calls Pat. Interesting. Off to an office meeting that you have no idea what it's about. You're the owner. Maybe you'll buy a cape afterwards. It might be tied to the other things you mentioned. Be safe, Pat. Good luck with your meeting. Okay. So... yeah, there's a higher demand than there is a supply by 0.17. Oh, one of them costs 1. Okay, I see. Got it. And so we're getting 1.65. Maybe we have some sort of discount. Maybe they're... yeah, they must be making, for some reason, less than they normally would. Oh, transport cost. Okay. Well, that's the trade capacity. It's the same breakdown there. I don't know. Okay, maybe they'll explain it. Okay, I'll make trades in this market. Yeah. Just going to discuss marble distribution? Could be. Or maybe his pirates have turned on him. Okay. Trade advantage is nothing. Interesting. Oh, if the burgers are happy, we get trade advantage. Good to know. We have market attraction. Good. Oh, the higher prestige is, the higher market attraction we have. And the more trade income versus tax base. Okay. We have no market protection. Seem to have a good trade range. Protect trade routes. That is a policy we have. Okay. So we already have that implemented. So we have a 10% higher trade range than in general. All right. So you were saying up over here. Between Britain and Denmark. Not sure which one you're referring to. Looks like they're all coastal. But if I'm missing something, try to guide me to it. Nice. There's a market here. Instead of this all just being English Channel and all of it basically going into London, there's now individual markets here, which makes a lot more sense for how things turned out with the Netherlands and such. Never mind, the colors confused you. There's actually several non-coastal tiles. Oh, okay. They're all dark brown. Yeah, yeah. So it looks like all the non-coastal ones are considered sea zones. And they don't have any market. So only coastal tiles have any market, it looks like. Wonder if that changes later. Thought the colored coastal tiles were actually land. Oh, okay, I see what you mean. Nope, it looks like all of the adjacent ocean tiles. All the ocean tiles adjacent to land are considered coastal, which makes sense. And they are part of the land's market. Although interesting that they had to make a choice here, and this one right here went to the Bruges market. I kind of like that. But then there's this little exclave in Calais for London. Okay. Finally, pops also produce and consume food. Food is produced mainly by the laborers working in RGO with food raw materials, like wheat, although peasants working on subsistence agriculture also contribute a small amount. Okay, same as Vicky. Every market has a food stockpile, which increases or decreases monthly. If a market runs out of food, the population will suffer starvation. You can see the food balance of a market in the market card. We already looked at that earlier. We were doing great on food, but we've just started. I think one of the dev diaries said that markets can split automatically if needed for, as of now, unknown values of needed. But maybe I'm misremembering. I'm guessing that since each market is tied to, what's it called? What was it called? A market center. So each one is tied to a market center. So I'm guessing that if you have the ability to build a new market center, that would create a new market. That would be my guess. And so it's just a question of what are the requirements to build a market center. And it's probably something like having a certain amount of trade influence already in the area. Maybe your current market having a certain minimum value of trade in order to be able to split the market into two. Things like that. That would be my guess, without having actually any more knowledge than a market center is where a trade zone is based out of. Okay. Let us continue by exploring goods. To do this, you can click the Pop Needs button on the market card. Okay. So in a particular market, we've got the trade capacity. We've got missing inputs. So these are things we need to go out and find. We have our pop needs. And we have our food. Okay. So, pop needs. Actually, let's pin the Lisboa market. Maybe you're misremembering. It would make sense. And it would make for an awesome system if that was the case. Here you can see all the goods in a specific market. Since the pop needs filter is already applied, right here, you are currently seeing the market balance of all the goods your pops need. You can remove the market card to see the goods in all your country, including all markets where you own locations. Remove the market card. Oh, I see. Oh, remove market filter. Okay, neat. So you could undo that and see everything. You can increase the supply of any given good in a market in 3 ways. Expanding RGO. RGO can be expanded to produce raw goods if you own the appropriate locations. Construct buildings. Although some of them can also produce raw goods, buildings excel at refining raw goods into produced goods. Importing it via trade. You can always import the goods you need from other markets if you have trade capacity available. For instance, you might create an RGO to collect wool, then construct a spinner's guild, building to refine that wool into cloth, which is used by many other buildings, pops, and armies. Okay. So we should look at the RGOs that we have, and then look at their construction lines, and see what the best beneficial end result for those goods are going to be. I would imagine that we're going to want cloth and wood and iron. Hopefully we have access to all 3 of those, because all 3 of those, I would imagine, would go into ships. And ships are going to be really important for us. Appropriate food goods, which it looks like we're doing decent on, so we probably have those. I'm guessing books are for literacy. So, because I saw books were a trade good that we needed. So I'm guessing, or it's something the church needs. And we want to keep the church happy to help with our literacy. So either way, they're probably for literacy. So that's probably wood into paper, and then a binding material, I guess. But at the very least, we would need to be able to make paper. So wood's going to be really important for us. Hopefully we have a decent amount of that. Yeah, okay. And then whatever we need for our military as well, if Castile's going to be a jerk. Let's see here. So next. Buildings. Let us finally talk about buildings. Let us go see the whole list of buildings in the Buildings tab. Unlike RGO, all buildings need some input goods to function, but only some produce goods and therefore tax base. Ah, okay. So some buildings are their own thing. They consume a good but don't produce tax. I would imagine they produce some other benefit. If they produce a good, then they will create tax base as well, which goes to our estates, and then we tax a portion of that tax base for ourselves. Other buildings have different purposes, such as providing manpower, enabling the recruitment of regulars, improving your crown power, or increasing the control of their location. Buildings, just like RGO, have a construction cost and take some measure of in-game time to build. Once done, to be able to function, a building requires a supply of raw goods to be present in the market it was built in. Remember, your country could have more than one market. The market card at the top of the production panel allows you to filter its contents on a market basis. You can learn more about buildings in the relevant hints: buildings missing employees, unprofitable buildings, and building missing inputs. Hey, la la la, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. Howdy, I was about to ask if you're going to play this game, and here we are. Oh yeah, I was ready for it. I am super excited. We're going through the tutorial right now. And we're Portugal, of course. We'll probably restart after the tutorial. with a fresh start of Portugal. But we want to get through here and see how things go and learn some of the basics. So right now we're learning about the economy stuff, and it seems to draw a lot on the stuff from Victoria 3. Not as complex, but at a level that feels really satisfying so far. You have production chains, you have buildings that do particular things. You have individual pops that are working jobs at different tiers. I'm liking it so far from what I've seen. The way the markets interact with each other. Lastly, let us check out missions. Open the government panel, open the missions tab. We were already there. Okay, missions are packages of tasks that will give us some guidance on what exactly it is you can do in Europa Universalis 5. This game is big, and there are many things to learn. That is part of the fun. You just completed the economy playstyle intro, which means you now have access to missions that will help you deep dive into how you can utilize all these panels and mechanics we just talked about. To help ease you into what comes next, we have a few missions prepared to get you started. Okay, so that's how you pick a playstyle. So you choose one of the mission lines. Okay. See, it's interesting. It is. Hey, Squid. Congrats, now you can ruin the economy. True. Start an economy mission. So we click here, and we have the options of develop a capital economy, gain profit dividends for 20 years decaying modifier when we complete it. Okay. Completion criteria. We have established the base of a new economy focused on creating capital through production, trade, or loans. Okay. Lies in the riches of our towns and cities. Utilize them to their fullest potential. Okay. So, I know we do want lots of towns and cities. Capitals serve as a beating heart of a prosperous and ever-growing nation for infrastructure efforts. Okay. Ooh. Our ruler would actually gain ability. 6 in each one. Scale with our average control across our home region. Ooh, okay. And this reward was profit dividends for 20 years, decaying modifier. Trade efficiency, trade income. Okay. Development of trade. We have not yet embraced banking, so we cannot start that yet. Okay. And then traditional economy. Embrace the values and systems of a traditional stable economy. By reinforcing our traditional economy, we lay the foundation for enduring prosperity and societal harmony. Designated location will gain the Great Rural Center modifier for 20 years. Okay. Which is production efficiency. So, I think we're going with infrastructure efforts. Well, that's just developing our capital. Yeah, let's develop a capital economy. Establish the base of a new economy focused on creating capital through production, trade, or loans. And we'll want to focus on trade mostly. Well, I guess production and trade. Yeah, let's go with this. Start an economy mission. Select a market for the mission. Oh, okay. So, because this is generic for any country, like if we were playing as Castile, we could select Sevilla or Burgos. Okay. Greed, for a lack of a better description, is good. Okay. Wrapping up. Nice. Now you have a few missions that are accessible to you within the mission tab. Once you finish all missions for your playstyle, you will be prompted to take a walkthrough similar to this one for another playstyle. Good luck out there. Let us go. Okay, so we've started a mission, the first of 4 in the economy playstyle, which does mean we're going to have to take some time to figure out our cabinet then. Okay. Alright, so we have a bunch of current tasks. I, however, am going to go and refill my drink. So I'm going to take a quick break. And then we will move on with that. So get up, stretch your legs, grab a drink, a snack, whatever you need to do, and we'll be right back. And I return. Thank you for your patience. Also, I have a feeling because we're not doing much in the game right now, that is why we don't have a lot of music. Because we turned down this, but because it's the dynamic music. Yeah, there it is. Okay, we'll put it there and hope that doesn't bite us. Yeah, we'll turn everything back up. If the music gets really loud, we'll just have to fix that. Length of breaks between music tracks. Oh, we don't want any breaks between music tracks. So... yeah, play almost continuously. Alright, we'll have to monitor how loud that is. Okay, so if we go back to, was it here? Yeah, missions. So, current tasks. Grant privileges to the burghers. So, burghers has greater or equal to 6 total estate privileges. And a burgher estate has greater or equal to 60% satisfaction. Okay. Six privileges and satisfaction. Ruler can grant... ruler can at times grant certain privileges to certain groups of people. This might be tax breaks, monopolies, or other rights that bestow an advantage to that particular estate. They generally come at some cost to the crown, be that in the power of the estate or some other cost. Okay. So... that's culture, religion, and artists. Okay, yeah, add new estate privilege. So there's the burghers. So their satisfaction is currently sitting at a 50.02. What did that need us to be at? 60. Okay. I wish there was a forward there to take me back to where I was just at. So 6 privileges and a 60% satisfaction. What is that 33% there? Estate power. This is the power that an estate has in a country. Okay, that's their current power. No, that says plus 33. That's going to add 33%. Oof. But it adds market attraction. This reduces building costs, which probably sounds pretty good. Oh, some of these take us towards particular... I don't even know what those are called. Values? Yeah, towards particular values. So one of them is capital economy, which is what this whole thing is named. A country with capital economy is more focused on earning money, particularly from trade in urban locations, while one with a traditional economy is more oriented about living off what the land provides. We are heavy into traditional economy. Yeah, we have 80 in traditional economy, and we want to push as far as we can into capital. So it reduces our food production, but we get lower bank interest, we get production efficiency, we get lower building cost. And I would imagine the production efficiency offsets the food production a little bit. Whereas a traditional... so that's actually from top end to bottom end. You're looking at a 40% production swing on food. Whew, that's crazy. And a 20% swing on building cost. Raw materials output, population capacity. Okay. So we can add more pops and we produce more raw materials. But that lets us go bank interest and production efficiency. So taking raw materials and making them into other things. Yeah. Okay. So we definitely want to head towards a capital economy. Plutocracy. Is that something we want to head towards? Probably. So aristocracy. A country is about having the leadership from those with noble blood, while a plutocratic country takes their leadership from the richest and most powerful. Yeah, we probably want to go plutocratic. Currently, so aristocracy. Possible nobles in towns and cities is plus 10. The nobles have 50% more power. Discipline of 5% on our military. That's pretty nice. Expected cost of court is plus 2%. Okay. I remember Fleury saying that the cost of court was pretty expensive. So that 2% is probably pretty bad. Possible burghers in towns and cities is plus 100 on the flip side. So 10 aristocrats versus 100 burghers. But that's only in towns and cities? Okay, that's same with the nobles. Burghers power up to 50% more. Trade efficiency plus 2.5%. What was trade efficiency again? How profitable a trade will be. Yeah. Price you sell goods on the target market. Yeah. And then expected cost of court goes down 2% as well. Yeah, so we probably want to go plutocracy. So plutocracy, capital economy, both those things are something we're looking for. You're in hotel? Great success. We just started into our economic missions. We have chosen the mission to develop a capital economy, because that's going to be one focused on production, trade, and loans rather than, like, food and raw goods. That's where you exited. Okay. Now we're figuring out what privilege... We have to assign 6 privileges to the burghers and get their satisfaction to 60%. Lang is learning how to steal everybody's money. Just Pat's money. I also added a way to burn 1,000 influence because of a suggestion from Pat. You can buy marbles from Pat now. But he has left the channel, so... Pat has left the chat. Let's see here. So yeah, we've determined we want to make progress towards capital economy and towards plutocracy. Because if we look over here in government... Okay, that is getting a little loud now. Let's bring that down. Yeah, 40% should be fine. Alright. So we were looking at, in government, you go to the values tab. Traditional economy is producing food and stuff and just raw goods. Capital economy is like taking those raw goods and making them into things and having lower bank interest, building more buildings. And plutocracy, it's plutocracy versus aristocracy. So whether we have a lot of nobles or we have a lot of burghers. So we're going to go with more burghers because that's trade efficiency and less court costs. Then what else can they change? Individualism. Okay, let's look at that. Hey, Goat Prince. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. Burger. Yes. Berg. There's no H or S there. Berg. Let's see here. So we were looking at... I totally forgot. Individualism. Where is that? Right down at the bottom here. So, individualism. Country based on individualism may get more exceptional characters, while one focused on communalism is all about the greater good of society. State satisfaction equilibrium goes down with individualism. Okay. So all of your estates are less happy if you go individual. Army morale goes up, Navy morale goes up, and pop migration speed goes up. So is this just within your country or other pops coming into your country from other places? How quickly pops migrate in all locations of the country. Pops will migrate from one location to another if they feel that they would get a better life. Pops from some estates may not be allowed to migrate freely, depending on what estate privileges that country may have enacted. Pops usually only migrate within the same market unless they are migrating to a colonial charter or migrating due to an event. Okay. So pop migration is only going to matter for taking pops from another country if we share a market with another country. Okay. So that's in the individual side. The communalism side. Revoke privilege costs. Okay, so we can remove estate privileges more easily. The estates are happier, though, as well. We get less pop migration speed, and the pop join rebels threshold is lower. The greater good of society versus more exceptional characters. I do tend to, at least in EU4, like to apply a lot of privileges to my estates. Being able to change those on a regular basis would probably be, or on a more regular basis, would probably be nice. I'm not planning on doing as much combat with a trade Portugal run, so we wouldn't need the army and navy morale as much. The only thing I'm really concerned about going communalism is the lowered pop migration speed. So maybe we don't move this at all? Oh, it looks like it's already moving towards there at a decent amount from all of these pushes. Okay. So public welfare, government reform adds that. Okay, so if we do good things for our pops, we're probably going to head towards communalism anyway. All right. So we don't want to head towards individualism. Ooh. Oh, that also reduces the maximum RGO size in towns and cities? Burger land rights. Yeah, I don't think so. Progress towards innovative. Okay. Innovative. Right here. So traditionalist versus innovative. A traditionalist country prioritizes stability and tradition over all other values, while an innovative country wants a more literate population and faster adoption of any new institution. We're almost certainly going to go with innovative then, but let's take a look. Estate satisfaction equilibrium goes up with traditional. Embrace institution cost up to 200% more expensive. Oof. Cultural tradition plus 100%. What is cultural tradition? This impacts the cultural tradition of our primary culture. It's the defense power of a culture in the context of culture war, representing how strongly this culture's traditions resonate with its people. Tradition has a monthly change dependent on relevant buildings, societal values, advances, and many other factors. Okay, if we can be more multicultural, that would be good. Maybe, maybe innovative leans towards being more multicultural. This seems to be like a monoculture kind of thing. Stability investment costs down. Okay. That was another thing I saw Fleury was mentioning, that stability investment was really expensive as well. Yeah, I remember him mentioning that, and court costs were really high. Okay, and then on the innovative side, embrace institution costs as low as minus 50%. Cultural influence percentage plus 100%. Cultural influence. This is the attack power of a culture in the context of culture war, representing how impressive it appears to other cultures, and the reach it has beyond its own borders. Has a monthly increase upon the completion of a work of art, has some monthly increase from many sources such as prestige, certain buildings, advances, laws, and many others. But beware, it also has a natural monthly decay. Okay, so this is our cultural spread. We could actually spread our culture to other places, it looks like. Max illiteracy plus 10%. Okay. How well our pops can read and write. Mostly beneficial, as the average literacy in our country impacts our research progress. Oh. Yeah, definitely. Also increases the impact from the market price of their needs on the pop satisfaction. Okay. So as they become more literate, they're going to want more stuff. That's fine. That just expands our market. Stability investment cost is more expensive. Oof. I think, yeah, we do want to go innovative, though. Okay, so plutocratic, capital economy, innovative. Those are all things we want. Let's see here. Ooh, we get a higher minting threshold there. That is a lot of power, though. That is a lot of power. State satisfaction changes upon granting this privilege. Oh, so when we grant a particular estate a privilege, it actually reduces the satisfaction of other estates. Good to know. Progress towards innovative and capital economy. Ooh, okay. Navy maintenance, shipbuilding speed. That might be important later. Maritime presence, that was important. Okay. Trade capacity, burgers trade capacity. Oh, I see. So our trade capacity goes down, but the burger's estate can end up trading more on its own. Which still makes us money. It just means we have less control over that trade. But if we're automating all our trade anyways, that doesn't matter. Treasury rights. That's more monthly progress towards innovative as well. Bank interest discount, tax efficiency. But again, lowers the max tax for the burgers. And if we're making the burgers really rich and powerful, we don't necessarily want to lower their maximum tax rate. Ooh, monthly development and progress towards innovative. So development, what does development actually do in this game? Because I know what it does in EU4. Development represents how cultivated the land is and how much it is used by the pops living there. The higher the development, the more people can live there and the more it can be exploited. Okay. Yeah. So we definitely want development. Conversion of burgers blocked. Yeah, probably don't want to take that because eventually we're going to have some burgers, if not our religion. So if we go 1, 2, 3, 4. Five. And would I want market attraction? Probably the trade capacity. 6. Okay. This is going to make our other estates very upset, it looks like. Well, we'll see what we can do. All right. So, make our buildings cheaper. Developing our urban and rural areas is certainly a costly endeavor. By employing the established populace living in them to fund part of our construction efforts, we will reduce the end cost for many of our development plans. However, signing off on such a legislative move will increase their influence considerably. Okay. Been gracious enough to grant building rights to the burghers, which is the following impact on our country. Okay. Unhappy estates. Yeah, the nobility is unhappy right now. Okay, and so we can see all the changes there. Looks like they're still happy based on this, but... Okay, so that's 1. And then we wanted... commercial advisory, right? Yes. Oh yeah, the nobles are going to be super unhappy by the time we're done with this, I think. Okay. Oh, trade is the lifeblood of our economy. Thus, we must tend to it and ensure that our head of state is supported by only the most capable and knowledgeable individuals, adept in matters of maritime and land trade. This will benefit our commercial capabilities at home and abroad. Okay, actually, can we see if they had any privileges already? Is it maybe down here? No. Where can we see what they've already had assigned? Quit making that go away. All right. Stability for market centers, taxes, diplomatic ability. Are these privileges? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, they already had a bunch of privileges assigned. Okay. That does put their equilibrium at 60% though, so that's good. But that does mean I didn't get all of the ones that I wanted. Yeah, where can I see their current privileges? No idea where I would see that. Bribe the estate. They gain 10% estate satisfaction. And they gain a bunch of our cash. But that would push them to the 60% that we need. Oh no, they're currently at 80%. Okay. That's why they're dropping. Because their current is way higher than their equilibrium. Oh, neat. There's a whole thing like this now. So... task fulfilled. There we go. Lisboa gains powerful merchant center for 10 years. Local burghers power plus 20%. Local pop promotion speed plus 10%. Migration attraction plus 0.3. Okay. Up to 4 urban locations will be impacted by the powerful merchant center decaying modifier. Okay. Based on our crown power. Got it. So that one's done. Establish a trade. Let's look at that. I still want to figure out... okay, maybe it will say in... hints... no... estates. The estates tab. Burgers. Ah, here we go. So, the ones we have, that's taking us towards plutocracy. Okay. Implemented April 1st, so we started the game with this. This is taking us towards plutocracy, and we just implemented that. That's also the one with the building cost discount. This is trade capacity and capital economy progress. Okay. This one is production efficiency and capital economy progress. The first one we started with, the second one we just added. This one is taking us towards decentralization and adds monthly prosperity. We could pay to revoke it, but it's going to cost us 35 stability, and we only have 29. Oof. That is a lot of stability. I wonder what affects that. Communalism. Ah, right, because moving towards communalism gave us a discount for revoking privileges. Okay. So that cost is in stability. Because we probably don't want to decentralize. We'll have to check on that, though. Burghers are allowed to build roads. Ooh, that's nice. And progress towards centralization. So these two are canceling each other out on progress. So we definitely only want to keep one of these, and it's probably going to be towards centralization. But let's take a look. Centralized versus decentralized. Centralized country may be more efficient, while a decentralized country is more resilient. Centralized gives us 50% more crown power, plus 3 maximum war exhaustion. Why is that in red like that's a bad thing? Changes how much war exhaustion a country can get. Oh, anything increasing this is not good. Right. So this means that your war exhaustion can stack up to a higher value, and I would imagine the penalties scale the higher that value is. So if you had a base of 1 maximum war exhaustion, and at that level you got like minus 10% on your minting, say, and going to adding 3 points to that, bringing it up to 4, may take you to minus 40% minting. Okay, yeah. Higher value probably means more leverage your opponent can use against you. It just means you can develop more war exhaustion. Oof, that's rough. Okay. Proximity cost. Okay. So the proximity cost between locations is lower. So we can have easier control over areas by being centralized. Counter-espionage is more effective as well, it looks like. 30%. Decentralized. State satisfaction equilibrium goes up. Maximum war exhaustion goes down by 3 at the top end. Loyalty of subjects goes up by 20. But counter-espionage has a 30% penalty at maximum. Counter-espionage. How good a country is to actively stop the buildup of foreign spy networks in their country. Alright. We may actually need to do that against Castile. And currently we're heading towards decentralized, because the average development, that's not telling me why that's built up that way. The average control, road rights, central council, civil law, those all move us towards centralized. Then fortification license, market fairs, communal lands. Okay. Careful is also giving us a 0.5. One of our ruler traits. Less antagonism received. Monthly progress towards decentralized. So that is lower crown power. Okay. Move capital cost down. Proximity cost through land is down. Rural parliaments. Interesting. Okay. Communal lands gives the nobles less power. And brings us towards decentralization. Okay. Market fair. That's the burger one. Fortification license. Ooh, fort limit up by 10%. Okay. Though I have no idea how close we are to the fort limit. Legislative efficiency. Efficiency of our cabinet. That sounds good. Centralized and aristocracy. Okay, we want to take away the aristocracy stuff. This is actually a policy, not an estate privilege. Building roads rights. That takes us towards centralization. Okay. Yeah, we could probably get rid of one or two of the burghers ones. We're probably going to want to lead... probably going to have a lot of subjects. So decentralization may be the direction we want to go. I guess it depends on what crown power actually does for us. So the power that the crown has in a country, the bigger it is, the more powerful and efficient the country becomes. Too many estate privileges have been given to the estates. This may be so low that the country gets penalties. Oof. There are advances through the ages that increase the crown power, especially as we advance into the age of absolutism. Okay. Alright. So, the next mission. Establish a trade. We have greater than 0 trades active, which we already do. Any trade by Portugal, at least one of these, is exported from the Lisboa market or is imported. Okay. So this is already done. Go to the economy, trade panel, do one of the suggested trades by clicking on a card, letting a month pass to see how it fares, or you can automate all your trade. We can try to do a manual one. So, economy, trading... Suggested imports for profit. Suggested trades for population needs, for building needs, for government. Okay. Trade for population need. Oh, right, we do need silver so that we can do more minting. I guess that makes sense. We do need books as well. Let's get the books first, I think. It's currently 0.5 there. Alright. So we do that, and that should have gotten us a trade. It was already done, though. Alright. So that's pretty straightforward. Select an urban location for the task. Oh. Oh, is this for the... for finishing it? We'll be able to choose an urban location for subsequent mission tasks. Ah, okay. So somewhere we would want to build up. Urban location. So that would be any of these, right? Because that's a town. Locations. I don't know what the locations map mode is showing me with these colors. I have no idea. Color stuff, yeah, apparently. Rural, okay. That's rural. It's a town. Okay. Let's go back to this. Let's look at the towns that we have. Because it said urban locations, right? Urban location. Location with significant human settlement. Can contain more specialized buildings and allows for the flourishing of burghers. It's the opposite of a rural location. Depending on its size, an urban location could be a town or a city. Okay, cool. So let's look at the goods. You have salt, which we are producing more than we need. Okay. Two sources. It's worth 4. Okay. This makes wheat. But that's not really something for an urban area. This makes wheat as well. This makes wool. That would be something useful for a city. Another food crop. Medicaments. Wide variety of plants and animal products have been used throughout history to treat all kinds of illnesses due to their medicinal properties or supposition thereof. Some were more based on actual properties than others, while in some cases it was more a matter of belief in their effectiveness. Okay. Producing medicine might be a good idea if that leads to a line of production. I don't know how you would check that. Available laborers. Requirements for construction, promotion. Raw materials. Covers locations depending on what raw good they produce. Okay, so raw materials was the one I was the filter I was looking for earlier. It's good. Lumber. Ooh. That might be the place we go with. Because I was saying how important lumber was going to be for us. Livestock could be good as well. Come on. What is that? Market information about goods. Reactive trade good. Alright. We actually have more demand here than we're producing. That's more livestock as well. That's fish. What is that saying? Oh, not enough fruit. Wow, we are super short on the amount of fruit that we need. And I believe that is just a fort, not an actual town. Yeah. Does it actually say somewhere? That's just level of fortification. I guess it's a matter of whether it's built up like this. Temple, cathedral, monastery, granary, mason, marketplace, tools, potter, weaponsmith, spinner, paper maker. Okay, so there is a paper maker. Tannery, brewery. And then the castle. Yeah, this is probably one of the... Well, the problem is they don't have access to the port. Oh, I accidentally started building that. Yes, cancel that construction, please. That is the last of my coffee. Yeah, so we don't have a good connection between here and everything else. We probably want to develop another port city. But that means it's going to be salt or fish. So is there a way to see what we can turn these things into? We go here and click on lumber. Ah, there we go. Browse buildings. So just a lumber mill. Okay. And so the lumber mill creates lumber. Right, and then what do we do with lumber? Gotta be something that we do with it. Raw good. Extraction method, logging. Various pop needs. That makes sense. What do we do with it? RGO builder. Oh, we actually have a lot of wood. That's good. Especially right down in here. Oh, I guess that would be the other thing, is how much control we have. Yeah. Control is only 25% there, whereas Porto does have really good control. 58%. Faro has 42, though because it's next to the water, we could make that better fairly easily, I would imagine. So, why are they going through the open sea? Development, harbor capital. Oh, those are considered open sea because there's no port there, I'm guessing. Cape of St. Mary to Faro. Okay, and that one's not considered open sea because we have a port there. Alright. That, I believe, is my correct understanding there. Proximity cost through port. 50% maritime presence, okay. Oh, do we not have maritime presence there? Is that part of the problem? Harbor capacity reduces it. Development, harbor capacity, proximity cost through port. Okay. So just going through the port is plus 40 proximity cost, but it looks like roads are still... what were roads under? Economy? Yeah. So yeah, even with a road like coming up to here, I guess that's not too bad. No, proximity cost is just 40 no matter what direction you go, whether it's through land or water. Okay. farmlands increase that cost, yeah. Ooh, development does reduce the cost. Okay. So yeah, we probably want something with good control. And so it's... What all can this be used with? Reactive trade good. That doesn't do me any good. Buildings. Okay. That didn't seem to care about the good. Let's try this again. Here. Browse buildings. Oh, I'm guessing because it's a food good. Yeah, it's probably just food. Raw good, pop need, no shortage. Yeah, I don't think it doesn't list anything there. Whereas wool. So sheep farms, no. Okay, browse buildings, sheep farms. So this just shows how it's made. I want to know what it can be made, what that processed good can be made into. Show buildings that produce wood. I want to see buildings that use or produce wool. I want to see buildings that use wool. How would I find that? So if we go here... So this just is by the laborer type. Buildings which can be built in at least one location. Estate display, foreign building, card, list. Automate your construction, your production methods. Search. Produces food. Raw material production. Goods produced. Building effects. Is there not a filter for goods consumed? That would be a big oversight. Okay. So let's go ahead and just put a bug report in on that. 'Cause that feels like a bug. No goods consumed. Filter. Missing? Missing. When filtering buildings, there the filter to limit the list to building to only buildings that consume a particular good is missing. When filtering buildings, the filter to limit the list to only buildings that consume a particular good is missing. Go to production. Go to production panel. Go to buildings tab. Click the filter funnel. It's 2 ends in funnel, right? I think that's right. Say filter button. List of filters. Yep. End report. Okay. So that definitely makes things more difficult. How do you find... like... how do I find buildings that use lumber? I just have to know? Population needs, building needs... Yeah. That is a little unfortunate. Like this. This requires lumber. Requires paper. So if we click on paper... ah, okay, so we can make animal parchment. So leather and wood will let us make paper. Oh. Or we can take fiber crops and wood and make paper. We can take cloth and wood and make paper. Well, what is the most efficient way of doing this? We can take just fiber crops. Cloth and wood. Cloth, fiber crops, and wood. Cloth and fiber crops, just wood. So 3 wood to 4.5 paper. Okay. That takes it down to 0.2 wood when we get all the way into paper manufactories. Yeah, so that takes a tremendous amount of wood if we don't have some other way to do it. Cloth paper is basically half a cloth and 0.1 wood. For about 1 paper. It's a little over half fiber pulp for 1 paper. Rag paper, a little less efficient than the cloth paper. I'm guessing that's going to be a technology, though. Fiber pulp paper. So you'd actually be able to get a good amount of paper per wood, but it's going to take... actually, it's going to take less than just doing it with fiber. Although not much less. That only takes 0.05 less fiber pulp at the expense of some wood. That doesn't necessarily sound like a good deal. The animal parchment one... that could work with how much cattle we have. Right? Yeah, cattle. Although, ooh, it takes a lot. That also takes sand And tools. We do have a location that makes sand. Okay, or we don't have wild. We do have. No, we do not have a location that makes wild game. Good to know. Okay, if we were going to make tools, we do have iron. Okay, but we're probably going to need tools for a ton of stuff. So if we can avoid using tools in a production line, that's probably good. So I guess the question is, we do have a little cluster of fiber crop stuff there. That's good. That's looking like it might be one of the better ways to do it, depending on how much fiber crop that makes. Just go fiber pulp paper. To make cloth, so cotton, which we don't have, wool, which we have a decent amount actually, linen, again from those fiber crops, but because we have wool, we don't need to worry about fiber crops being made into cloth. We can use fiber crops for paper. Okay. Yeah. And see, this is where knowing what all fiber crops were used in would be really helpful. Okay, but yeah, we've got a lot of options here. Yeah, so we got all the production methods. Yeah, I think it's better to save the lumber for other things. Oh, we don't have one. Oh, I see. The production method to get rid of the wood cost here is actually probably something from a tech. Okay, so we'll still have to use wood and fiber crops to make paper for now. That's right there. That's right there. Okay, back to this. So fish. Yeah, there's just no... I don't know. Needs of fishing villages. They need salt and tools. Okay, so our fishing villages actually need salt to pack the fish, I guess. That makes sense. And we have a lot of fishing here. How much salt do we have around here? We have 3 places that make salt. They need clay, which we do not make. Ooh. The only way to get clay is through clay pits. And that would require trading with these guys. Or further abroad. That's not good. Okay, since we don't have a source of clay, we probably don't want to do something that boosts the need for salt really high. That earthquake zone. Oh no. I hate that. So in here, natural medicine, we don't have the stuff for that. Ancient medicine, we have the stuff for that. No, and no. How are the Byzantines doing? Probably just fine, because we've only played for like a month. I'm still learning what all of these things do. We're learning about the economy right now. But yeah, here's the Byzantines. It's part of how I learn is I kind of look at all the information as much as I can and digest as much of it, kind of get a grasp on the broad concepts, and then throw myself into it. I don't learn as well if I just jump into something and kind of figure it out as I go. Right now, we're trying to figure out which town we want to focus on building up. This one sounds like a bad idea because we don't have any of the stuff that we need to make it. And this is really looking like it's the best one, but the control here, because the proximity is so terrible. And I think it even has a road. So I don't know what else we could do to help it. Roads. Yeah, it has a road. I guess if we... So, 0, 0, yeah, both of those don't matter. Gravel road. Yeah, that's just so bad. So the basic drop-off from going between these places. That's going across the water. I guess if we increase our maritime presence, this would get better. But we'd only reduce that by up to 2.5 points. Looks like the proximity cost through the open sea... Okay. So it's a base of 30 and then reduced based on the percentage of our maritime presence. So how do we increase that again? If we're at peace, just from having ports, a navy and a sea zone can build up the presence again. So if we send our navy out to some of these tiles, will we build up presence really fast? Like, is there a point where it sits? Maritime presence reduces proximity. Coastal sea zones of a market. Important source of trade advantage. Yeah, so I think what we have to do is, like, pop our fleet out into here. Best way to look at that. I guess we'll go back up here again. Okay, so the places where we have harbors, we don't have to worry about that. It's just a matter of the harbor capacity. But then the tiles where we don't have ports of any sort. So we'll want to move our fleet out into here and then out into here to push that, what is it called? Maritime capacity? Maritime presence. Up to 100%. And then I guess as long as we're not at war or being blockaded in any fashion, it'll stay there? That's what it seems like. Oh no. The ships are not on top of the water. Whoops. Open sea zone menu. Hire privateer. Proximity, markets, population, tactical, diplomacy, religion, culture. None of those are helpful. Okay, presence here. Right, so there's a decay of 0.24. Porto helps reduce that. Feria helps reduce that. Oh, okay. Bulgaria defaz. So the more tiles we own next to it, the more it reduces it. What are these numbers from? Because there's a port and our navy tradition. Divided by 4 due to the amount of ports. Oh, interesting. Port and navy tradition. Port harbor capacity. Oh, Figueria apparently has some harbor capacity. So maybe building that into a city is going to be useful. Then port, harbor capacity, navy tradition. Okay. So this is actually just going to tick down over time if we don't regularly send ships through there. Okay. Coastal ocean. Available land is attractive. Local population capacity plus 100%. Yeah. Oceanic, huh? Privateers. Oh, okay. So you can spend sailors to hire privateers to pillage an area. Okay, that's probably another way we can lose capacity. Ooh, that's a nice natural harbor. It's a 0.5, not a 0.1. Look at natural harbor suitability. Okay. Oh, we have a ton of natural harbors available to us. That's a 0. Not up this way very much. But we can turn that into a harbor. We can turn that into a harbor. And that should help this stuff up here if we do that. The other thing is turning set a ball into a harbor is probably a good idea as well. And they produce fish. What do you produce? Fish. Wine. Salt. Sand. Fish. Fruit. Oh, I thought we didn't produce fruit. We're probably going to have to up that. And tin. Oh. Did not realize we have tin. Okay. An order stronghold there. Interesting. Just give some fort defense. Okay. So here we could road. Pops. Okay. What can we actually do here? Okay. Can either make it a fishing village or a market village. Local peasants would get power. Local maritime presence is 0.01. As a market village, it gets no local maritime presence. Interesting. What is this? Is on coast, okay. Oh, I see. So market villages can be built anywhere. Fishing villages can only be built on the coast. What was the trade good there? Okay, it is fish. Okay. Gives us sailors, gives us maritime presence. Yeah, so that would help us out. Multiple levels possible. And it's only going to cost us 31.37 for that? That's not bad at all. We would, however, need to be making more tools, which we're at equilibrium on tools right now. And we've still got a decent amount of salt. I don't know how we do. We must be importing clay for the salt production that we have. So we have a decent amount of places that produce salt. We just don't have the clay that goes as an input. Okay. That's actually worth considering. The fish from the Arctic fishing villages sells for 0.22 here, while the required goods cost 0.12. Weaponry sells... Oh, I see. Shouldn't that be positive if it sells for a particular amount? So there's a rural weaponsmith here that's making stuff. To be honest, I'm scared to get into this game. Last time you found CK3, think you haven't seen your wife in 2 weeks. Yeah, I've seen a couple of content creators that had early access to the game that were basically like, this game is so good, you need to stay away from it. It will destroy your life. So I'm like, I can see that. Am I gonna listen? No. Oh, I see. Found town. Okay, we don't want to... No, we can make it to a village, right? No, village is different than town. We have town, and we have city. Village would keep it rural. So what we actually want there is to turn this into a city. So that requires 354.66. No. Takes 390.09. Okay. You can downgrade the location further than it already has? Not possible to downgrade from rural settlement. Okay. This price is because of the price of glass and masonry and lumber. Okay. So glass is actually something that we may want to look into producing. Oh, we have sand. We have sand. Wood, sand, and tools. Okay. All right. Yeah. You know what? This is the learning place. I have a feeling it's a bad idea to try to build up Visio because of its lack of proximity. However, I'm going to try to do it as part of the tutorial to see if maybe it guides me towards, like, this is how you fix this problem. Or if I figure out how to fix the problem on my own. I think that's what we're going to do. See if we can fix that sort of problem while we're learning the game. Alright. Yeah. So that's going to be our choice. Visio. Visio? Okay. So we click this. For economy to grow, we require an established trading network. Any kind of import or export will suffice for our merchants to gain the needed experiences for future enterprises. What's the tutorial goals? So it goes through and gives you a basic rundown of how the interface works and some basic game mechanics. And then it tells you to go to the missions, and it says, hey, choose one of these 3 things: economy, politics, or expansion. That will set your focus. You set your focus, which we chose economy, and once you do that, it tells you, okay, select one of the missions. We couldn't select development of trade because it requires us to have the banking technology, which we do not have yet. We didn't want to go traditional economy because that's focusing on all of the rural stuff. We could have gone infrastructure efforts, but it looks like that's only focusing on our capital. We went ahead and went with develop a capital economy, where we're trying to create capital through production, trade, and loans. And so that's what we're focusing on right now. There's even a neat little mission tree that goes with it. You probably want to start a proper game ASAP. I mean, if you want, yeah. So in order to do this, you actually have to go into when you're choosing your country, there's a game rules selector up in the upper right, and you have to turn on missions. Turning on missions turns off achievements. You're still going to postpone this game for a bit? That's fair. That is fair. Probably Christmas holidays where you can just spend tons of hours, yeah. But, I mean, if you have it already, you could just start the mission thing and do one mission at a time. Because if you're not going for something with achievements and you're just learning the game, who cares if you mess up? Go in, try something out, do one mission, and then back off and do something else. Still a few bugs, plus waiting for a sale. Good plan. That makes sense. What is this building here? I can see it from here, but I can't see it from here. I'm guessing it was a fort. Sheep. Sheep everywhere. Sparse. Yeah, so you can see sparse terrain makes road building time faster. But hills increase it by quite a bit. It's much harder to put roads through here. And it has proximity impact. The woods do as well. Yeah, forest. Road building time 50%. Proximity impact 25%. Yeah. This one is flatland and grassland. Coastal. Yeah. But if we... I guess building up that port puts us closer to the ports up here for a large center of power. Building up this port puts us closer to the ports in here for a center of power, but it also puts us closer to where we're eventually going to be expanding into. So maybe we do build up Faro. No, I'm going to stick with this. For the tutorial, let's try to build this up and see how bad of a choice that is. Lang, are you in the USA? Yes, I am in the USA. Establish a trade. Completed. We will be able to choose an urban location for subsequent mission tasks. All right. So, grow the burgers. There's greater or equal to 2,050 burgers in Viseu. Go to the location you chose for the mission. Click on the burgers button on the left of the panel to see the buildings you can build for that social class. Start the construction of the burgers building in order to grow their numbers. Okay. So, burgers. And we already have quite a few of their buildings here. A tannery, a brewery, which does not have enough fruit. Probably because of our lack of market access. Papermakers Guild. Spinners Guild. Weaponsmith. Potters, which does not have enough clay and looks like it's a little short on both wood and tools. Tools Guild, which seems to be a little short on iron. And the marketplace itself, which is short on jewelry. It seems to be a little short on beeswax, paper, and cloth. Beeswax, paper, cloth, jewelry. So if we start making those things... Library, huh? Not enough books in the Lisboa market to do this. Aw. Jewelers Guild. So yeah, if we sort by maximum profit per level. Yeah, so if we make a Jewelers Guild, we don't really have any of the stuff that will enhance that. But we could probably import. Yeah, so we could import gems. And we're already needing to bring in more gold and silver. Bought your first American car. It's still in Japan, though, waiting for shipping. Probably arriving to you around January. Nice. Hope you enjoy it. Saltpeter. Glass was something that we... Oh, right. We want to start making glass. Because I don't think we're making glass in our country right now. Glass. Do not currently need any more glass. Yeah, we do. Goods demand, because we need glass to build cities. It's open. Building subsidies. We do have one in Lisboa. Okay. May want to leave that centered there then. Maybe we focus on the stuff that... Because we have wood here. So maybe a Carpenter's Guild. Ooh, we do not have dyes. We need to be making more tools. I think that might be a good idea, though. Carpenter's Guild. Naval supplies. Ooh, that takes a lot of stuff. I don't think we really... Okay, yeah. We're fine on naval supplies right now. How are we on furniture? Yeah, we need more furniture for sure. The place is missing all kinds of stuff. Yeah, so build a Carpenter's Guild here. Is there a way to see... Carpenter's Guild. Takes masonry, interesting. Okay. That's just all consumer goods. Go here. Didn't I? Okay, yeah. If we go here, there is one in Lisboa as well. No, we should split that up a bit. For sure. The lumber's being made right here. Let's do it. We got 1850 of them here. 200 available for employment. And what did we need to get to? 2050. So we want to get to at least 2,000 needed. So this requires 200 more. Oh, that would actually be pretty close to perfect. So build that. Do we just build a jeweler's? No, it would take too much to import all that stuff. Glass. I might be okay doing that as well. Naval supplies. That's just too much stuff. What else requires wood? No. Yeah, maybe we go with glass. It'd be nice to be producing another... Oh, dye. We need more dye. We make that out of wood, apparently. Alright. And that's going to be another 200 of these guys? Got it. Okay, so do both of those. Dye maker, Carpenter's Guild. Perfect. So that's going to take about a year to finish building. Okay. So we're at the point where one of our missions needs us to unpause. So I need to start looking at these other things that I know we need to do something about. The cabinet. Appoint a cabinet member. Yeah, probably putting the Crown Prince in there would be a good idea. No, that didn't do what I wanted it to. Appoint cabinet member. Crown Prince. Ah, there we go. Will be assigned to this cabinet. Yes. Expect to see our country greatly benefit from this. Okay. And then we don't have another person that's going to give us crown stuff. These guys are all burgers. Okay. Diplomatic. Sort by the ability of the character. Which would be over here. Sort by the name. That guy has terrible martial. What is our heir able to do? He's kind of bad at everything. Middling at admin. Maybe this guy? He's got a 95 in military, which we don't really care about. Maybe we go with this guy. We're not doing a lot of military stuff. Train general, train admiral, army morale, navy morale, yeah. If Castile attacks us, we're just kind of hosed anyway. So maybe we even go with the extreme and do this. Yeah, let's do it. Let's go with this guy. So we hire him. All right. Promote to head of cabinet. Promote to head of cabinet. As long as he works there, gain crown head of the cabinet for They leave the cabinet. Burger's head of the cabinet. Okay. So this is cannot be removed. Gives him more efficiency. Can no longer lead armies or navies. He's head of the cabinet. Crown power up. Monthly legitimacy. Republican tradition. Devotion. Horde unity. Tribal cohesion. Yeah, whatever it happens to be that we get. Okay. Maybe we do make him head. 5 legitimacy lost. We're at 66 right now. That's a... So 10% of that is our crown power percentage bonus. Pop sleeve, great power score is based on that as well. It is going up. Mostly because we're investing. Oof. That is a lot of money we're investing. Yeah, we'll go ahead and do that. Prevent the automation from changing this cabinet seat. Okay, we're not automating this right now, so that's fine. It's going to cost us 107 to promote him. Is that worth it right now? May not be. What is the crown power actually going to get us? He will get more efficiency, but he's terrible. Yeah. Okay, we should assign cabinet actions, I would guess. Monthly societal change. Local monthly development. Ooh. Improve relations and Diplo rep. Oh, that might help Spain like us better. Or Castile again. Expel people. We don't want that. Increase province control. Assimilate pops. Convert province. Rebel crackdown. Stabilize country. Strengthen government. Could foster a new culture. Integrate province. Recovery effort. Reduce war exhaustion. Okay. Let's see a lot of the stuff we can do here. Roll, migration, development. So yeah, his strong thing is going to be either develop province, encourage migration, increase control. Is there anything, anywhere we need that? Max control plus 10. Oh, the max control would go up 10%. Ooh. That would help this area out a bit. That we're trying to build up. Average control is 18. Oof. Big reduction in crown power. It's local market protection. You get half a point every month, but only going up to 26%. That's the maximum. And so this would increase the maximum to 36%. Which is still pretty terrible. We may want to release that as a vassal. This is a vassal. Probably even that as a vassal. Like this whole line right here. This might be okay, especially if we build some roads out here. But yeah, like this whole line right here is... that one's okay. It's still pretty bad, though. We just don't have enough control. Okay, well, let's look at what he can do first. He can get 0.025 with an 85. He can get 0.0025. Is that the same number? Did I just misread it? 0.0025. Okay, so they're the same on that. 25 and plus 2. 25 and plus 2. Okay. Probably what you want to do when you have nothing currently urgent to do. Focus to change a specific societal value. Encourage migration. It makes pops more likely to migrate there. Useful when circumstances have changed. We quickly wish to increase control. Maybe we encourage migration to Viseu so that we get more burgers there. Yeah, we need more burgers there. Maybe we go with the societal change. What societal change would we want, though? Tolerance stuff is probably something we want in the long run. Get that pop assimilation going. If we're tolerant of their religions, then it doesn't really matter. Antagonism religion influence would go down. Oh, interesting. Free subjects. Maximum tax for peasants. Food consumption. Pop promotion. Ooh, land versus naval. This increases maritime presence. Ooh, and proximity cost through maritime goes down. Trade range used over land would go up. No, that's fine. That is fine. Okay, so let's do that. Let's increase our naval level. Ooh, max RGO size. Trade range used over land, trade range over... Okay, yeah. So we're already paying a little bit of penalty here, I'm guessing. Yeah, we pay a 4.99% penalty for our trade range used over the sea. Oh, that's not proximity, it's just trade range. Yeah, definitely naval. Let's move that direction. So you change societal value towards naval. Okay. And you... Okay, so he's 48.75% effective because of his 45 Diplo. All right. Crown power is actually reducing that a bit. Oh, that's the 45 from the king. 36 from him. Okay. So we'll gain 0.14 progress. All right. There's our cabinet efficiency. Again, down because of crown power. Is he married? He is not married, it looks like. Arrange a royal marriage. No countries possible to select this. Wow. Okay. You... Diplomatic endeavors will affect a fair amount of diplomacy that our country tries to do. Primarily, it will help with things where opinion of other countries matters. Yeah. Okay. So he's doing that. He's really good at it. 78.25%. So we get a 44. Okay, so the number listed is best case scenario, I guess. The 50% improved relations. Actually, was that 25%? Oh, okay. That must be the middle of the road. Perfect. Yeah, so instead of getting 25% and plus 2, we're getting 44.56% and 3.56. Yeah, go Diplo rep. I think that's going to be important. Okay, so that's taken care of. You, I would like to improve your opinion of me. It'll take 0.05 monthly diplomats. Oh, okay, that's fine. We'll improve their opinion of us by 144.56. Yep. Go. Thank you. Okay. And so now... open country panel. Yeah, I don't understand why they rivaled us, even though Aragon was rivaling them. Do not understand that at all. Friendly actions. Okay, if we had enough favors with them, we could get that. Great power score is too low for that. They want our land. See, it would be nice if they showed that somewhere. Like, previously, you could go to, like, their opinion of you, and you could see, wants 7 of your territories, minus 50, or whatever. And now that's not here, but we can see here that they want our land in the offer alliance section. Propose royal marriage. They have no adult unmarried children. Okay. Request guarantee. We have too many relations? Oh, probably they have too many relations? Opinion being improved. Improving the opinion of France. Okay. Let's see why they have too many relations. We'll get too many relations. Our strength versus them. The trust definitely helps. Three favors. How do we actually get trust? Probably not through any of those. Assassinate character. Interesting. Okay. Offer a loan. Request market access. Okay, they would give market access. Oh, not possible to... We do not have a market. Okay. Oh, we don't have a marketplace inside their market. Right. Send gift. 261. We could get that soonish. Improve our relations by 20. Oh, can you have a max value of 40 from gifts? Okay. Also make them OS5 favors. Fleet basing, military access. So favors. Okay. Subject actions. We could ask to become their fiefdom. So what would that actually do? So our king stays our king, but he stays in Castile. No, but we can't because we have a current ruler? I don't know. Lang is still universaling. The game must be really good. I'm barely into it. I'm still learning the real basic stuff. Influence action. Propose ruler. Propose a new ruler to Castile. Yeah, unlikely. Okay. Wait. What? We're still unpaused? We unpaused for a month and then paused again. Yeah, I'm basically just... I went through the tutorial stuff. I did the first couple of economic missions. And now I'm waiting for some stuff to build for the next one. And I was reading through all of the stuff associated with that, figuring out how some of the trade stuff worked. And I think I actually understand a decent amount of the trade stuff now. I think it was May 1st when you left an hour ago. You were correct. But yeah, now I'm doing the last little bits of stuff before unpausing to wait for these buildings to finish. We're trying to make Castile not attack us. I still don't understand why they rivaled us. Well, I figured out a little bit. We found in Offer Alliance, there is a Castile desires land belonging to Portugal, but I don't see where to see that information, like what land they desire. So I have no idea. Yeah, I don't know how to see what it is they want. Oh, I wonder if... Power projection, antagonism, war, truces, players, victory cards, geopolitics. No. Demography, population, economy, government, types, integration. No. Yeah, none of those make any sense for what we're looking for. Yeah, our opinion of them is pretty low because they rivaled us. It was just fine. Yeah, I don't know where to see that. Alright, well, I guess that's okay. What else we got up here? Inefficient minting. That's fine. Our trades should go through and fix that. Unprofitable buildings in the following markets. Tannery, brewery, potter's guild, mason, naval supplies. Okay. Your production methods. We're not going to automate buildings. It'd be nice if we could automate whether they were running or not. I think as our trades go through, this is going to get better. Unmarried adult heir. Current heir, Crown Prince Pedro de Borgna, is currently an adult and not married. It is his time for His Royal Highness to get married. He can either arrange a royal marriage with another country or arrange a marriage with a noble or lowborn from our own country. Arrange a royal marriage, marry a noble. Oh. Trigger if may not be used in an unevaluated context. We cannot determine which path to go down since we lack a context to evaluate with. Use a custom description or custom tooltip instead. No valid characters available. Alright, let's report that. Totally unplayable. Refund. Yeah, we've already reported 2 other bugs as well, so... let's see here. Tip description for marry a noble. Okay. In trying to marry the heir to a noble, the tool tip has error text in it. Wonder if that's for anyone? No. Can I select another character and see this? Yes. A character other than the ruler. To a noble, the tooltip has error text in it. Right click on unmarried. Character. Hover over. Marry a noble. That is a lowercase a in that, right? Yes. Error text in that tooltip. There we go. Send report. Okay. So we can't do anything about that right now, it looks like, because there's no available marriages. Nothing. Marry a lowborn, we would lose legitimacy and prestige, which I'm not really willing to part with right now. How old is he, though? 17. We'll give it like a year and see if maybe another country has a valid heir, valid noble to marry. Pops with needs. Okay. This we want to automate, I think. Oversee the market balance of goods. From here you can expand your resources. So this would start building these, I guess. Goods balance, goods price, building type maximum profit, RGO maximum profit. Yeah, we don't own any RGOs for a lot of that stuff. Okay. Gonna have to work on... Oh, we have trades set up to go automatic, so those should cover a lot of that stuff. Although I probably do want to increase some of this a bit. Okay, so we would want to increase this by 1. 33.5. Okay, that's fine. And then wheat. I want to fix that up. Yeah, Avis would be fine. Okay. Oh, we need a ton of wheat, actually. Not in our city. That's rural. Why is that silver? That's red. Is this big enough to be... Oh, no, that is a... rural settlement. So that's a town. Maybe it's... Oh, yeah, it has enough pops to become a city, I think. Or a town, rather. I seem to remember it saying something about that. Alright, let's increase here and here instead. I'm not going to increase... Yeah, I'm not going to increase those yet. 3 locations with more wheat. I don't know how much that produces when we do that. Output per level, 1.16. So that would give us 3.48. That won't quite fit all of our needs, but it'll help. We do need more of that fruit as well. And yeah. Let's put some fruit here. And some fruit here. Running out of money fast. Fur. Guess we could do one thing for fur. And that'll be the last of our RGOs that we can boost up. Okay. Lack of commander. Yeah, let's put our king in charge of that. That's nobility. We don't want to put the nobles in charge of our army. Okay. And the navy is missing a commander. We can put our heir in charge of that. Sure. Working in the cabinet and cannot be in command of a unit. Well, then what would... Because it said we could put him as the head of the cabinet, and it meant that he wasn't able to command stuff anymore. Weird. Okay, what is this? Coimbra Dynasty. Okay. Interesting. The Avis dynasty. Huh, okay. Naval showman. Less naval damage taken. Interesting. Glory seeker. Embezzler and careful, of course. Enforcement speed. Mercenary, huh? Courtiers. Yeah, maybe this guy. The Avis guy. Sure, why not? What's the worst that could happen? Unprofitable buildings, unmarried heir, pops with needs, rebel movements, Sunni zealots. No rebels with this search criteria. Okay. Sunni zealots. Okay. Base value is 0.1. Power of support minus 0.09. How do we fix that? From 3.21 ducats due to lack of control. Ah, okay. So they have some cash due to our lack of control in an area. Tolerance, religion, lack of pop needs. Okay, as we meet pop needs, that should get better. Should. Oh, just this whole area. Okay. You. Oh, create a new unit. Balance unit. Split in half. Embark. Disband. Scorch Earth. Attachments not allowed. Auto refill garrison. Recruit to army. Make available for hire. Could be interesting. And then center, left, and right. Okay. Unit weight. Unit is invisible in the fog of war. Select objective. Repress rebels. Armies will try to reduce unrest in locations with rebellious pops, or it would permanently remove the pop from the revolt. Okay, so yes, go suppress rebels, please. In South Portugal. Yeah, all of that. Please go. All right. So we can probably do something similar with the Navy. Telling them... Oh, where was it that I had selected that for the... Half, disband... Not distributing food. Nearby armies and supply depots, okay. Not gathering food. Attachments not allowed. Navy is not mothballed. Build the Navy. Supply. Place Admiral. Detach ships. Oh, yeah, select objective. There we go. Patrol the seas. Seek to increase maritime presence in the highlighted sea zones. Yes, please. Repatriate. Navy's out of home ports. We move back home. Okay, so patrol the seas. Iberian West Coast. Yes, please. Gulf of Cadiz. And coast of Portugal. Perfect. 7 locations, 1 navy. Love those missions. That's great. Okay. So that was exactly what we were talking about earlier. Oh, this guy is not a very good commander for the Navy, apparently. Okay, and they're in the process of taking command. Right. It takes time for them to get to those things now. Oh, he has multiple children. Our ruler's son, our ruler's daughter, our ruler's daughter. Consort in the Crown of Castile. Oh. Well then, why don't we have an alliance with him? What? What? Okay, she is only 8. What was that? She is ambitious. Diplomatic ability increased during education. Administrative ability increased during education. And balanced education. Just ability increased during education. Okay. So she's already being educated. Yeah, and we just don't have anyone to marry him to. Alright. So that should take care of the rebels. Buildings missing inputs. We already built some fruit production. The rest of this is going to have to come from trades. Unhappy estates. Nobility. So we could probably give the nobility a little something. What is this? Close to being target of international organization. We can be targeted in a jihad. Any religion belonging to the Muslim religion group. Religion is not Islam. At least one of these is a kingdom. At least one of these have greater than 5% Islam population. Any neighboring country, the religion group is Islam. Oh, I guess across the water counts. Okay. So we can be targeted by a jihad. Hopefully we won't be the target of one. We'll see. These guys have... They're ticking towards the right amount of satisfaction. So maybe we'll be okay. Let me see if there's a privilege I want to give them, though. Maybe just something little? What would this do? And that just brings... Yeah, that's just more equilibrium. Oops. Yeah, that would bring the burgers down just a bit. We don't want progress towards individualism. Is there another low one that we might be willing to give away? Galley maintenance, monthly progress towards naval. That wouldn't be too bad. Still a decent amount of... That would make them happy. It would make the commoners unhappy, though. They would actually drop under 50%. Decentralization. Ooh, efficiency of our cabinet would go down? No, thank you. Stability decay, reduction. Agenda impact for nobility. Progress towards aristocracy. No, thank you. Progress towards serfdom. Probably not. Yeah, I kind of like the idea of this, and then maybe we'll do something for the commoners. I'll wait. I don't think... Yeah, that's going to be fine. Antagonism received, counter-espionage, spy network construction, monthly progress to conciliatory. Do we want to be conciliatory? Conciliatory. Belligerent country is a country that does not worry about the opinion of other countries. Conciliatory country appeases others, either due to being weaker, or it just believes that it is easier to catch flies with honey. Okay, so on the conciliatory side, we get a more efficient cabinet, more loyalty out of our subjects. Casus Belli creation speed is slower. Antagonism given from taking land modifier, plus 30. So if we're on belligerent, antagonism given from taking land modifier, minus 50. Okay, so if we're conciliatory, people get more upset when we do bad things, because they expect better from us. Diplo rep of plus 4, though. Belligerent is minus 4. They get minus 10% war score cost, plus 10% spy network construction, 33% faster CB speed. Okay. Yeah, I think we'll probably go conciliatory if we're doing trade stuff. So that makes sense. However, I do want to have at least one rival. Who are you rivaling? Other than us. They have also declared Morocco their rival. Okay, so I think we're going to rival Morocco as well. Do that from here? Yeah, okay. We are weaker than them. Yeah, I know. But it's fine. We don't plan on going to war with anyone. They're already our enemy. And this should make Castile a bit happier with us. Yes. Make them our rival. Okay. Intervene in rival war. Oh. Okay. These guys hate us. Oh, the Teutons are fighting them? Really? 11,000 troops? And only one ship? 32,000 troops? 38,000? Or are they fighting Tlemcen? Can I see... Country panel. Okay, yeah, they're at war versus Tlemcen. It's Morocco and Tafilalt, okay, versus Tlemcen. Poor Tlemcen. Yeah, so 32,000 versus 38,000. And we've got 6,000 troops, I think. Where was it that we saw that before? It's in diplomacy. Oh, the Ilkhan. Tartar Yoke. High Kingship of Ireland is an organization. Neat. Oh, the Ghibelline stuff over there in Italy. Lordship of Ireland. Okay. Swiss Confederation. Interesting. Navarra's got a thing going on. Austria's got a thing going on. An independence movement. Alright. Military. Here we go. Oh, we can run 16,000 levies if we wanted to, but I wouldn't want to join that war with Castile rivaling us. I think that would be a bad idea. Okay, we can see all the stuff we're building up now. Two more as possible rivals. That's fine. We'll stay where we're at. Possible diplomatic actions. Curry favors. Form defensive league. Offer alliance with whom? Navarre. Okay. Interesting. You can actually shrink down the size of the buildings on the map. Yeah, I saw that. You can make them larger too if you wanted to. Aragon. Border distance, strength, trust. Just the base reluctance is low. Banks. Oh, there is another bank. Interesting. The Pope. Okay. Let's look at these other ones. Offer guarantee, profess trust, royal marriage, send character to Prussian crusade. They're at war. Oh, with Lithuania. So it is Riga, Dorpat, Livonian Order, Ossel, Courland, Warmia, Chelmno, Samland, and Pomerania against Lithuania, Polotsk, Vitebsk, Pinsk, Turov, Toropets, Slutsk, Novogrudok. I'm butchering these words, I'm sure. Rezev and Dritsk. Okay. That is quite a mess. Quite a mess. Create a CB. Guarantee vassal independence. Who? Okay. Can apparently guarantee vassal independence on Morocco. Intervene in war. Send an insult. Build a spy network. Grant rights. Grant them increased trade advantage in our markets in exchange for a fee. Allow the country to construct border commandery within our borders and allow them several diplomatic requests from us. Exchange, we will gain sponsoring military order and receive their military support for wars against the infidels. Oh, okay. So we can let them build up some buildings in our land, but then they can ask us to do things. But they'll help us against infidels as well. Might be useful. Maybe. We could request a loan from bank. They'll give us a loan of 5.8 with a 10% interest. No, thank you. Could sell a province. Send economic support. Rights from various things. Nobody wants to become our subject. Improving opinion at 1.38. Okay. We have capacity of 4.5, so we could still do more. What does France think of us? They're happy with us. A lot of shared societal values. Even more shared societal values with England. They apparently feel some antagonism from us. Foreign culture group. Wow. Rude. Same thing for France, though. Thrust of 856. Okay. Lower. Oh, okay, it's the shared society values. Maybe we improve with France. 44,000 troops. 49,000 troops. Interesting. 6 subjects. 38 subjects. Maybe we improve with them also. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Okay. And we'll improve with England as well. We'll just kind of hedge our bets across the board here. Okay. So we should be able to bring the diplomat spending down some. Bring it to 0.1. There we go. Reduce that spending some. Cost of the court. Yeah, 0.21's fine. We're going to need to keep all that maintenance up. Stability we don't want to spend on right now. Taxes are probably going to change because of the stuff we did with our estates. Lumavox, welcome on in. Lumavox, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. Hello, are you an experienced Europa Universalis player? Yeah, I have a lot of hours in EU4. It's my first playthrough of EUIV, though. So I'm still learning stuff. But yeah, I've played a lot of EU4. Okay. Alright. Advances. Organized religion. We have 25 progress on this already. Possible clerics in towns and cities. Max literacy. Age of traditions. Okay. Meritocracy. Have no knowledge of it. Legalism. Spawned in Rome. And feudalism. Okay. Research queue has nothing in it. Manage your research and access the advances available to your country. So I'm guessing this is just a special advance. Max literacy for clergy going up seems good. So our clergy's at 57. The equilibrium of 62. Okay, that seems fine. So if I click this, Religion plays a major role. Add this to the research queue. Okay. Let me see what else we want to be doing. So, in this screen, already been researched. Okay. Already been researched. Okay. Oh, stuff over here. Here we go. Organized religion. Okay, and that opens up all this other stuff. We don't meet the requirement for meritocracy. What are the requirements, though? Show me the requirements. Oh, we have embraced meritocracy. Okay. I see. How do you get a hold of a new institution? We'd have at least 20% have been exposed to meritocracy before we can embrace it. Currently only 0% of our population has been exposed. Okay. So we have to wait for it to get here from China. We can open up some trade routes. Okay, so we have to do this. That's why there was only one in the list. Because everything else is locked underneath it. Okay, that makes sense. So we'll queue that. This is institution growth, which we don't need to worry about right now. Burgers in towns and cities, probably a great idea for what we're focused on. Monthly diplomats would save us some money. Monthly army tradition. Cultural tradition. What was cultural tradition again? This is the defensive power for a culture. Okay, yeah, let's go guilds. That's the next one in the queue. Cost of purchasing food or diplomatic capacity. Okay. Construction speed. Maximum RGO size in rural. The construction speed would be nice. Coming down this side. Army tradition, cultural tradition, stability investment, religious influence. Okay. Yeah, let's come down to construction speed. Okay, which should add, yep, that to the queue as well. Yeah, I don't think we need the extra Diplo capacity right now. We may need it eventually. And then we'll go with this also. Alright, 5 things should be okay to keep in the queue for now. We don't make a whole lot of research. How long is this going to take? November of 38. Oh, not very long at all. Alright, well, we'll keep an eye on that. Welcome to Europa Universalis 5. Take a look at the agenda, blah, blah, blah. Okay, that's that same thing. Alright. And we already did the learning walkthrough. Okay. I think... that's all we're going to be able to do right now? Looks like it. Okay. Let's see what happens. Hopefully Castile will be happier with us. Oh, they started building a whole bunch of stuff. Clay pits. Ooh, we need clay. I'd be willing to trade you for some of that. Intervene in rival war. We don't want to do still. The nobility should be ticking upward, right? 41.39. It's going to be a slow process. 41.59. Okay. That's good. So we're suppressing rebels. Okay. This navy is increasing our control out here. Or our naval presence, right? That's a trade thing. No. Population. Diplomacy. Geopolitics. Maritime presence. Goes up 0.19 with them there. Okay. The 100 Years' War. In the year of 1337, tensions between the Kingdom of England and the Kingdom of France have reached a breaking point. The long-standing disputes over territory and claims to the French throne have erupted into open hostilities, marking the beginning of the 100 Years' War. Both nations are now preparing for a protracted conflict that will shape the destiny of Western Europe. The world watches as these two great powers prepare for their inevitable clash on the battlefield. 100 Years' War was a long and brutal conflict between England and France that lasted from 1337 to 1453. It started when the English king claimed the French crown, arguing his right through his mother's bloodline, while the French rejected this under their own laws. Both sides already had overlapping territories in France, which only fueled the fire. What followed was a prolonged on-and-off war filled with battles, betrayals, and shifting alliances that dragged on for over a century and shifted the geopolitical landscape of all of Western Europe forever. This will hopefully be over quickly. The 100 Years' War situation has started. We may side with either the Kingdom of France, the Kingdom of England, or remain neutral. Okay. Okay, they're already up to 53.85. Crazy. Oh, because of enemy and my enemy. Alright, I'm hoping if we get their opinion of us up high enough, they will stop rivaling us. But I don't know if there's a cooldown on that. That is going to be diplomacy, relations, current relations, rivals. Morocco's already our rival. Okay, to remove a rival costs stability. So they're going to have to really want to remove us as a rival. So here's the situation. All right. I want to watch where Castile joins in, if he joins in on this. Yeah, so keep an eye on that. Rivalry declared. Granada rivaled us. Okay. Have you rivaled anyone else? You rivaled Aragon. So let's have us go ahead and rival them as well. Because we want to stay on his good side. Can we even rival Aragon? Yes, we can. There we go. Cragrack.
Cragrack cheered X100. OMG, finally. It's Civ 7 Day. The most complex and detailed 4X game ever made. Huzzah. And if you're interested in trying their cuisine, I'll bacalhau it.
Thank you, Cragrack. I appreciate it. Oh, screen there. There we go. Thank you for the 100 bits. Most appreciated. We're having some fun with this. Not a single boo. It's fine. I'm too involved in the game to boo that. How many puns will I have to make tonight? You may have free reign tonight. Here's our current research. Okay, we are losing money now. What is this at? 0.09. I think we have lowered efficiency because we didn't have enough goods. Oh, no, we are pulling in the stuff that we need. Okay. How's this construction going? It's going okay. Wait, is this really EU5? It looks just like EU4. No, it doesn't. Stop it, you. Oh, what is this? Wayward weather. Weather systems are currently affecting our country. Cyclone in Santiago de Compostela. Okay. Good job, Kalish. Heading towards Lugo. Okay. Oh, I see it. Overall strength has been steadily increasing, and it is now a catastrophic hurricane. Currently affecting 0 locations. Alright, we're gonna need to keep an eye on that hurricane. If it gets close to our ships, call our ships back into harbor, I'm guessing. Exceptional year. Last year has seen a fine harvest and an excellent environment for traders and entrepreneurs. This has proven a blessing for our tax base, generating higher income for our kingdom. We can use it to benefit our kingdom and gain 7 stability. What does stability actually do for us now? Lower pop join rebels threshold. Lower pop leaves rebels threshold. Great power score goes up. State satisfaction equilibrium goes up. And pop promotion speed goes up. We're slowly gaining a little bit. Okay. Take advantage of the benefits once. We gain 84 ducats. Or invest it for the future. We gain 5 research progress. It's like 5 months of research. This would be like a couple of RGO buildings, or I think 1 regular building. No, I think it's less than 1. I think they're like 130. We are losing prestige. Noble estate satisfaction is low. Oh, that's why. Okay. No, that's not really why. We're going to have to do something about that eventually. Nobility estate. Slowly ticking up. Where are the commoners at? They're ticking up as well. Oh, we might be able to assign that nobility privilege now and not have the commoners be upset. Yeah, okay. Let's do that. And that gets us lowered galley maintenance cost and more monthly progress towards naval. Burgers are losing a little bit more because their satisfaction equilibrium went down, but that's fine. These guys are going downward. They'll go to 55, but that's also okay. Okay, look. It does to you. Someone who doesn't play EU4. That's fair. Yeah, the outliner is very different. The other portions of the interface are very different. The map is new. There are so many more countries here. So many more. Okay. We'll assign that. So research progress or some cash? We probably want some cash, especially since we're losing money right now. Let's go. All right. What is this? RGO's missing employees. Why? Oh, because there's just no laborers? Oh, these guys should promote from peasants. Okay, that should be fine. Is that true that it's going to take that long, though? All these things are finished building. Europe looks like a nightmare puzzle. Just look at the HRE. Yeah, it's crazy. It is absolutely bonkers. These silly people scattered all over the place. Yeah, it is an absolute mess. Oh, I see. They're still Ramuan. Okay. Ripe for the conquering? Not really. Think how many players would hear Nightmare Puzzle and get excited. Fair. Okay. Doesn't look like that's really changing too much, although France is a little stronger now. Oh. It appears that... Oh, no, that's still all just France. Burgundy is an appanage at this point. Okay. Good to know. State power. So these guys, okay. Yeah, so we're slowly getting our pops in there for all of those. We're still building our other buildings. Guild before country. Cabinet member Catano de Lima. When aristocrats warned us of the secret societies that had supposedly infiltrated Portuguese politics, we chose not to listen. They predicted that we might very well pay with our lives when this conspiracy turned against us. Nothing quite so dramatic has happened, but one of our close advisors, Catano de Lima, has made some very dubious decisions lately, and eventually admitted these were services to a secret society that he is indeed part of. Other politicians are up in arms about this, and there's no avoiding a scandal at this stage. Their disloyalty must be punished, he dies and we lose 10 prestige, or try to defuse the situation and lose 7 stability. We're losing prestige right now, but prestige is also really important to us. Stability is really expensive to gain, though. He's a really good advisor, too. I'm gonna lose the stability. It's fine. It's fine. Slowly filling in all those jobs. We're just losing more and more money. Also, 7 days without a pun makes 1 week. Haha! Okay, we're 9% progress on this. Need 2050 burgers in Visio. Okay, we hit our next month. That's fine. Still only at 1850. Currently available 220 for buildings in queue. Oh, okay, so we're slowly getting those guys in there. Promotion in Visio. Pops will promote from peasants when there's available positions in their location. Ah, okay. Cool. So when that other building builds, it'll help as well. Oh, where's that storm? I totally forgot to keep watching that. Looks like it dissipated. All right. A monastery in trouble. A monastery inhabited by our monks has fallen on hard times. Due to a lack of both funding and new followers, the monastery has declined into a sad state of its former self. The monks are now begging us for help in the form of a generous donation, without which they will be unable to support the local population as they have in the past. You can say we will donate some money and we'll lose 20 ducats, or this is not our problem, and the prosperity in Esgueria decreases by 10%. So prosperity, positive prosperity increases development of a location. Makes people more likely to migrate there. Let's go here. What is their prosperity currently at? 0.45. And it'll decrease 10%. Yeah, I don't think so. We'll pay for it. It's fine. I think I do want to turn on more automation. Let's go ahead and get production methods. And buildings. We'll want to save, say, 200 gold for right now. Allow spending other. Construct buildings that will cost something else other than ducats and goods when automated. No. Close and open buildings. Yeah, that's fine. Subsidize if needed. Take care of RGOs. Yeah. Why is Portugal not simply eaten Castile? Because Castile is stronger than us. Laying falls for every scammer asking for money. Nah. Not everyone. Just all the ones Pat sends us. Do we want to manage the entire balance? Probably not. How's this looking? Still about the same group of people? Okay. Are they actually at war now? Doesn't look like it. If they're subjects. No, so it looks like the situation is just... end requirements. So that is a lot of end requirements. Okay. I guess one of them will attack the other eventually. You poor drunken monks need more money for booze. I mean, for the people. Yeah. Okay. Come on, Castile. Be happy with us. Still minus a ton. Their opinion is 60 now. Still are just so upset. Alright, I believe I was, automating the taxes there. The clergy can't have any tax. Oof. We may have to adjust that at some point. We'll see. So that may be a Catholic thing also. Sounds suspiciously like piracy. Reminds you, need a laying sus emote on Twitch? True. Okay, gotta get those buildings to build. Okay, these guys still filling in employees. Rebels still slowly making progress. Oh, right, we were gonna check for this. Still nobody that will marry him. Still no nobles that we can go with. Chancellor died. Oh. Died at the age of 51. He was our ruler's older brother and writer. His late Royal Highness died suddenly from a burst ulcer. His fame will be eternally remembered, as he did much for our nation. So... okay. Ruler's older brother. Huh. Okay. I don't remember putting him in anywhere, but alright. Yeah, he probably should have been married. Is there anyone else in our dynasty we can get married? No, doesn't look like it. Oh, that's our... oh, I see. Huh, okay. It said he was... oh, he was an artist, too. I don't remember seeing him in the list for the cabinet. Law's not codified. Should have gave them the money, but chopped off the leader's head for their incompetence and for the people. Wow. We're gonna need a laying spray bottle emote to use when Crag uses funds. No. Come on. University of Coimbra. University of Coimbra was originally founded as the University of Lisboa by King Dinas, the farmer de Borgona, back in 1290. It was given the name of Estudio Geral, and it remained in the city until 1308, when it was moved to where it is today due to the conflicts with the local citizens. Since then, however, these conflicts have finally subsided, and the rule of King Alfonso IV the Brave de Borgona could see the university be returned back to the capital of Lisboa. If we return the university, we enact that policy, brings us closer to centralization. University will be destroyed in Coimbra. Lisboa will gain a university, and Estudio Geral until the land ceases to be. Local max literacy up, local monthly development growth. Okay, so it will gain the university and a bonus. Alright. We cannot let those conflicts resurface. We'll enact the Estudio Geral in Coimbra policy. Okay. Okay, so that's this one right up here. Market, medicants, tax base, provincial food is going down, so they have to buy from the market. Food productivity is low. Spread of institution is fine. Development is okay. I guess we have to look at the pops themselves. Where are you? Okay. Literacy of 17, 10, 17, 10, 17, 76 for the clerics. Nobles are at 42. Soldiers at 10. 17. So if they lose that university... then the nobles and the burghers both lose 10% max literacy. So the burghers will actually go down under 10%. What does the capital look like? Five for the clerics, 10 for the burghers. So the burghers would actually end up at a higher literacy rate. Yeah, let's return it. Why not? Why not? Still waiting for more people to take those jobs. I may have to just accept that he's going to have to marry a lowborn. I don't like it. Minus 10 legitimacy, minus 20 prestige. That'll actually put us negative prestige. Building a scriptorium. Nice. These guys building a sawmill, fruit orchard, bridge. Ooh. Movement costs, local proximity costs. Nice. Well, that's going to be great. Wait, local proximity cost for Lisboa I don't think matters. Next, you'll want a pungent emote? Sounds like a plan. We'll get on that. Do we drop that? No, we'll wait. It'll be fine. What's the worst that could happen? It's a bunch of Spain's construction stuff. Supposed to be paused. Oh, we got another storm coming in. Oh, minting. Let's bring that down to 2. And bring the diplomat spending down. No, what is that? Possible diplomatic actions. Oh, we're at our maximum capacity. Oh, I see. As we reduce that diplomat spending. Okay, that's fine. We're gonna have to leave Costa Court there. Okay. So many suggested trades needed. Oh, there's no profit in this anymore? Go ahead and remove that trade. This was rice. We'll remove that trade. Oh, I see. Automate trade. Yeah, there we go. That automates the whole thing again. Hopefully, bring it back to a good spot. Manual trade capacity. Any others of these manual? I don't think they are. Wow. Just blocking us from that trade. Right, automation. Oh, I see. Yeah. Use everything. I'm fine with that. I can cancel a trade if I need to. Alright. Mason. Oh, that masonry finished. Good. Okay. It's getting slightly better. Slightly. 9% here. Available for employment. 200 in the queue. Currently employed 1650. Did they disable a building? I don't remember giving them close and open buildings. Okay. I see. Yeah, so they have this building turned off right now. Probably because it's not making enough money. Let's see here. Oh, that's all fine. Rebels still going. Alright. So what are the map modes listed there? Attack space, control, proximity, markets. Yeah. So let's look at proximity again. Yeah, that proximity is super terrible. We're slowly working on this. Come on, let me move my mouse to there. Thank you. Our capacity, development. Okay, yeah, that's getting a little better. 2.6, though. Harbor capacity of 48 for Porto. I feel like that's worse than it was. So the wharf gives more harbor capacity. Can only build one wharf. Oh, interesting. Okay. Granary, Mason, bridge. Local proximity cost. What does that actually mean? Impacts the proximity cost in this location. Yeah, it might be worthwhile then. Can we build one here? Irrigation. Crop capacity, food production. Oh, I see. Laborers. They could build a bridge, which would help a little bit. 31 to build that. They go to Visu. Yeah, it's one of the worst ones because it's hills. Why? Oh, I see. We just need to build a road here. Or I guess from here to there? Yes. Cannot afford 95. Okay. Sand is expensive. Distance. Really? That just the distance of the road? $2,000, yeah, okay. 95. All right. Well, if we get 95, we definitely need to build that. That'll be a much better path to Porto. Not going across those hills. Don't know why they still dislike us. They have no reason to. Keep working on that improved relations. If we can get them over 100, hopefully something will change. I don't know if there's any thresholds on stuff like this. Prince, is he married? Yes. Yeah, we're gonna play around and just see if we can get away with not marrying our heir off. It's probably a super bad idea. Goods balance, market price, supply. How's this looking? France getting stronger. What was I looking at? Buildings missing employees still. RTO's missing employees. Okay. Things will be a lot better once those guys start working. That'll be nice. We really need a ton more wheat. So much more wheat. Well, that'll change a bit as... Oh, possible diplomatic actions. Offer alliance, just to Navarre. Alright, still not what we want to do. Give opinion. Favors, spy network. Diplo capacity. Enemies and rivals. Enemies and improving relations. Be nice if you could sort them by some sort of strength or maybe their power ranking. We're now the number 33 power in the world. Probably not doing great. Okay, why does that take us to balance? Interesting. Okay. Oh, I guess if you want to change your spending, that would make sense. Guarantee vassal independence. Aragon. Why can I guarantee vassal independence for our rivals? Does that have a tooltip? Defend country's subjects if an annexation starts. Oh, okay. That makes a lot more sense. Block building in our territory. Didn't realize anyone could just build in your territory. Loan, request a loan, sell a location, take on debt. Can apparently take on debt for some of these people. Okay, no vassalization available. So if we look at our... Ask them to become our vassal. Why would they say no to that? Border distance. Yeah, a lot of things. 40 opinion of us? That's only a +10? Okay, yeah, that's incredibly unlikely. Without us being way stronger, I would imagine. What else can we do with this? I guess we could start improving with Austria? Naples, maybe? Flanders might be a good idea, since they have a good market. Yeah. Invade England and burn it to the ground. Wow, rude. And yeah, we'll improve with Austria as well. Okay. Yeah. Feeling we're still just kind of staying even on employment here. Still need so many of these guys. So 12 promoted each month. Lack of control is the main issue, yeah. So we're playing around with this. What if... Well, we didn't really look at our laws, did we? Administrative laws. Admin system. Efficiency of our cabinet. Centralization. Aristocracy. Speed of integration. Progress towards centralization. Legislative efficiency. Proximity cost through land goes down. Ooh. Oh, I think we already have that law, right? I think we do. Yeah, implemented on blah, blah, blah. Oh, we're currently implementing a law. Okay. Implemented on. So these are already all laws that we have. Parliament. Okay. Cortes Garius. What is that? Parliament. It's been greater than 59 months since we last called them. Currently 48. Oh, okay. So it starts with you being on cooldown. That makes sense. Poor France looking like cheese. Oh, it's just their subjects. They have 35 subjects. I think there's a way to see... Let's see here. Your voice, it's similar to Shroud's. Don't know if you know that FPS streamer. I'm not familiar with them, no. Let's see here. No, it doesn't show anything for that. Geopolitics? Nope. That's just geography. Huge streamer. Yeah, I tend not to watch much FPS stuff. Thought you could see... Okay, Normandy is one of their big ones. Brittany. Flanders. Oh yeah, Flanders is one of their subjects. We probably shouldn't be improving with them. Cancel improve opinion. Okay. Let's go with Naples. Yeah. There we go. Of course, we burnt a bunch of our Diplo points. One of those should be canceled, shouldn't it? I guess not until the month. Cessation of church functions. Several members of the nobility have come before King Alfonso IV, the Brave de Borgona, with a proposal. Desperate for more lands and titles, they look with envy towards the clergy, who own considerable land. They ask that we transfer church land to them in return for a large cash contribution to the Kingdom of Portugal's efforts. Of course, in the long term, we would lose out on tax revenues from church lands in return for this short-term boost in revenue. And now, that being said, the church doesn't pay us any taxes because of the privileges that they have. And we don't really have the stability to change that. That is estates. Where is that? Oh, weird. So why aren't we allowed to tax them? Oh, that might be a Catholic thing. Lose the accepted apostolic tax modifier. Okay. Don't think that adjusts it, being that it makes the Pope happy. Should be something with minimum tax. Yeah, nothing. Hope you got his money too. So what major difference are you noticing from EU4? I mean, the economy system is a huge difference. Economy and trade, it is a gigantic difference. It's more like playing Victoria 3. And then all the buildings here. And their production chains, the goods that you're producing. Plus you have to deal with food, both for your population and for your army. There's, at least so far as I can find, less information on why a country likes or dislikes you. Oh, I wonder if I can turn down the maintenance on some of these forts, but not all of them. Oh, right, I have that stuff automated right now. I haven't really explored too much other than the economic side, though. That's what I've been focusing on right now. Though Portugal may be a poor choice for that. To start out, at least. Let's see here. Nobility loses estate satisfaction. Clergy gains satisfaction. We gain stability. The clergy lose 20% satisfaction. Whew. And take them down to 43. No, to 41. Nobility would go down, just under 50 again. But it wouldn't take them very long to recover. And they'd only pay us 42? Yeah, not worth. I'll definitely take that stability. Some clergy happiness. Alright, yep. Nobles are unhappy again, but they're going to have to deal with it. Yeah, economic stuff for sure. That's one of the big changes. Economy and infrastructure. Having to build... Oh, the control system, too. Rather than, like, your normal... autonomy setup, your control and how much benefit you get out of provinces is more based on distance from capital and infrastructure between your capital and those provinces. feel like that's getting worse, not better. Yeah, 26, that's still where it was the whole time. Just went positive for a moment. Organized religion, advanced researched. All right. Religion plays a major role in every society, yet not every faith has the same structure. An organized religion has its rituals and belief systems systematically arranged and follows defined doctrines. Possible clerics in towns and cities plus 50. Max literacy for clergy plus 5%. That's going to help a lot. Oh, you know what? Are they at some sort of cap for how many they can have here? Just the Die Maker and Tools Guild are turned off. That's all. I was making another Die Maker. Guess we could build another Carpenter's Guild. Might be a good idea. How much is that going to cost me again? 31. Alright, let's do it. It's by far the most profitable thing here. We should probably also increase the lumber supply here. Ooh, we cannot right now. That's fine. What does zoom out look like? Welcome on in, Hurricane Rhea. If you hold down tab, it'll zoom you all the way out like this. And then it'll zoom back if you have it movement based on, or scrolling based on your mouse pointer. It'll zoom back in wherever you point, so like to the Ottomans here. If you just zoom out normally, you can come out to here. So it's the same distance. Tab just lets you do it instantly while you're holding it down. Terra Incognita. I don't think they can explore yet, can they? No, they cannot explore yet. What else in this? Yeah, galleys, cogs. Okay, yeah, that's fine. It'd be nice if they moved to the next province. I guess that's all we can do. All right. Another storm. They just keep getting storms up there on their coast. A little unfortunate. Right. Castile trying to improve their stuff there. Almost wanting to see if we look here. Just harbor capacity. Yeah, so we want this one. Can I patrol? Yeah, it's not going to let me choose. Oh, yeah. Just these two, please. Oh, I see. Okay, Bay of Sedval. There we go. Now we can choose individual areas. I want this and that. Weird, it's not shading in for some reason. But it did select it. Okay, those two locations for right now. Go. Do that. Are you going to do the thing? Okay, let's try this again. We want this. Oh, no, not that one. This and that. I guess this as well. Yeah. No, just those. Okay. Does it have to be connected? It may have to be connected. Yeah. Okay, and so if we turn that off, tell it to go there, maybe that'll still work. Like the answer's no. Can I just tell you to go back into here? Yeah, okay. Do that. Control C's. This one. That one. And for some reason it doesn't shade. One of them shades and the other one doesn't. That one doesn't. I bet we have to go between ports. Which means I don't have any choice. They're going to have to work on... I don't... Let's try it again. Hold C's. Well, let's tell them to go back in here first. Are they... I think they're in there. Okay. So, back to this. If I tell you to just patrol that spot right there, what do you do? There you go. Okay. That's fine. That's good enough. It'll at least get us started. It's taken forever for these guys to get into those spots because of the lack of control. Yeah, you know, I think we may release a couple of subjects. Where was it that you could do that? Was it in diplomacy? Actions? No. Relations. Create subjects. There we go. Custom subjects. Why is that? Oh, we can't create the capital area. That makes sense. So that one I know is in terrible shape. We can do that. A vassal or a fiefdom? What's the difference? Junior title, that is the property of its overlord's ruler. exclusive for a monarchy of the same religion group as the Overlord. Enjoys increased efficiency of our cabinet, but becomes ruled directly by the Overlord's monarch. Can be annexed. Overlord can build RGOs, can build roads, can build buildings. Subject is diplomatically limited. Needs diplo capacity to maintain relations. Ooh, that's a decent amount of diplo capacity. Are you playing Portugal till the end? Whatever that will be. It's just a nation to get an idea of the game. I'm going to get an idea of the game with these missions here, and then once that's done, I will restart. I may restart as Portugal. I may restart as someone else. Depends on how I'm feeling about Portugal once I get done with this bit. Let's see here. Gives Overlord food access. Always join defensive wars. Always join offensive wars. Okay. We get prestige. Subject pays a percentage of income. We get cabinet efficiency. Okay. We spread embraced institutions to them. A vassal, on the other hand, kind of the same on the top there. Food access, defensive and offensive wars, 2.1 capacity, diplomatically limited. Looks like it's all the same stuff. What is most typical type of subject? Vassal oversees its territory on behalf of its overlord, pays vassal fees, joins military campaigns, greater efficiency in the cabinet. So the difference is same ruler as the overlord. Alright, yeah, we'll make them a fiefdom. New subject in foreign lands, take control of our buildings there. Okay. Okay. So that's one. And then where was the other place that was really low control? This. Control. That whole area over there. There was a really good spot that I was able to see. Was it? No, it was that. That was control. Proximity. That doesn't help. There was something with the control menu, but I was able to see the provinces. Markets. Cultures. Harbor, no. It's not that. Wasn't the demographics. No. Wasn't that map. So Portuguese would like to watch a playthrough of your country. Yeah, I'm up for it. Every time a new update happened in EU4, I would start with Portugal. I like it. It's in a good spot. They usually have a fun starting situation and a lot of potential. Some other viewers might say the same. Yeah. Yeah, most likely, once I do a bit of learning here with the missions, we'll probably start over and try a proper run at Portugal. Like, I can almost guarantee that choosing this spot for our economic expansion was a super bad idea. I can almost guarantee that. Okay, what was that I had seen? It wasn't political. Man, there was a view that let me see, like, each province. Like, each collection of provinces, like, what this was up here. Like these guys. Is it when I was building this? No. Wasn't that. Oh, hey, we're positive income because of that. Excellent. Over under on how many Langathons we will have to start EU 5, 6, 10, 24. How many will it be? Yes. Go here? No, that wasn't it. Man, I wish I... Oh, here we go. Provinces. Is that it? Kind of. Okay. But I was able to see this view while I was also seeing... this view. Maybe it was... Oh, yeah, I think I did create subject, custom subject, and then from here I was able to go to control. Nope. Doesn't let me change the view from here, so it wasn't from here. Nope, nope. Okay. That could be a good one, but it's not too terrible. That would actually be a good one, but we already started building all that stuff and selected it for our mission. Algarve might be one to do. Man, I wish I knew which one it was. I guess I can kind of see the edges with the black dashed lines. So yeah, we've got some decent control partway through there. This is mostly bad. Yeah, so let's do this one as well. Because that's a lot of not great control. Okay, yeah, so that one right there as well. Here, create subject, custom subject. Biera Baixa? Baixa? I'm sorry about butchering the pronunciations. I don't know the proper pronunciations, so I'm just guessing for the most part. Alright, let's make another fiefdom then. Why not? Okay. So that gives us a couple of subjects in the areas that we had really bad control in. That should help out a lot. Also, do we need to improve opinion with them? Or is it just going up? Okay. We probably want to pull back one or more diplomats. Whoa!
Kriegrak just gifted 5 subs.
Kragrack! Thank you so much for the gift subs. 5 gift subs. You started a hype train all by yourself? I did not know that was a thing. But thank you. And you got Dapper Historian, Nelith, the Gaming Brain, Furin, and Iliaspid. Nice. Look at those snipes. Yeah, well done. Looking at the map and thinking Portugal looks basically the same then as it does now. That got me thinking, what places have the oldest border? Looks like Portugal is one of the oldest borders. Yeah, they've maintained their border for a long time. Ever since they gained their independence from Castile. Wily Smugglers. Well, thank you so much for your support, Kragrack. I really appreciate it. And thanks for starting a hype train. Smuggling is an activity that even the most simple-minded can decide to pursue. The only difference between a clever smuggler and a bad one is that the latter gets caught. The more worrisome ones are those with a genuine talent for knowing whom to bribe and what lies to tell so that they can evade capture. Unfortunately, as smuggling grows more profitable, the numbers of such men tend to swell. We have been on the trail of a particularly wily band of smugglers recently, and the web of deceit that they have managed to weave in order to maintain their operations continues to surprise us. Assign our best men to track down their collaborators. We lose 43.69. Nice. Ducats. Send an agent to recruit them as spies. We gain recruited smugglers for 10 years for extra spy network construction. We lose 131.09 ducats. Or ignore them for the time being, and we get smugglers dominating for 10 years, minus 2.5% trade efficiency. I guess I'm gonna have to pay? So our income got worse for some reason. Oh, I think I know why. I think we started paying more for diplomats to maintain our subjects. Yeah, we're gonna have to pay. So this is like CK3. You cannot unpause while an event is going. Neando, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. Who's smuggling willies? Wily, not willies. You guys don't know Neando, you should definitely go check them out. Give them a follow. Yeah, we'll go ahead and track them down. It's gonna cause us to take a loan. Let me fix this. Who all was I improving with? I was improving with Austria. We can stop improving with Naples. Okay, and we could probably stop with Austria right now as well. We have a decent little bit of improvement with them. That'll be fine. Alright, we'll wait for those diplomats to get back and see what that does for us. Tried this very briefly. Need to take time to learn to play it. So one of the things, if you didn't find it, if you didn't have access to these missions, is when you're selecting your country to start playing with, in the upper right, there is a game rules section. You'll select that and select to enable missions. It disables achievements, but it gives you these tutorial style missions that will kind of guide you through a particular set of tasks and give you some rewards for doing them. Yeah, it's pretty neat. Thank you guys for the hype train. I appreciate it. What do we get in there? Confetti hype. Yep. And I made a very non-optimal choice for my mission path to see if there was a way to easily fix it. And the answer was very quickly showing to me no, I think. Okay. So we are not pulling in the gold and silver that we need for some reason. Alright, we'll have to watch out for that. Over fort limit. Oh, we're over our fort limit now. Interesting. So that put us over fort limit. Oh, I guess I did give away some land that didn't have a fort? Or do you have a fort? Yeah, it didn't have a fort. Do I want to give them another province? No, this one has decent... Yeah, this one's not too bad for like half of it. Yeah, it's really this province that's bad. 2 forts in it, hardly any control. I wonder, can I cancel this mission? No, it's already been started. What happens? Well, let's find out how robust the mission system is. I'm going to give away this province to a vassal and see what happens. This state? I guess they're states? What are these even called? Oh yeah, province. Okay. I'm going to give away the province that's the target for this mission and see what happens. Create subject. Custom subject. I love how easy it is to create subjects now. It's so nice. So we're going to give this away as a fiefdom. Yes. Boom. Okay. Let's see what happens when we unpause. Okay, we've taken a loan. And... yeah, so now we don't even own the town. Yeah. So that breaks that entirely. Oh, can we... oh, all current mission progress will be lost. Is that Trisha singing? No, it's not. Okay, so if you get stuck on a mission somewhere, you can go into the list. Yeah, we can't do anything with the existing one. Start task, open mission panel, mission focus. So, can I change to infrastructure effort instead? Yes. All progress on current mission will be lost. Okay, let's do that then. A great capital. Lisboa has greater or equal to 34 total building levels, currently 30. Well, we could have completed that by now. Okay. So we get to do some building here. Let's give this a moment to see. So our minting efficiency is bad because we don't have the imports we need. Yeah, that's not great. Diplomats. We can reduce the diplomatic spending again. Bring that down to there. The fort maintenance is barely less, even though we have 3 less forts. I guess they're only 1 apiece. Okay. That makes sense. Cost of court can come down again. We're still losing money. Clergy still aren't paying us anything. Yeah, it's just because we're not getting the gold and silver that we need. Okay, that means I'm going to need to come in here and pull some of that trade capacity back. And we need gold and silver. So this is being sorted by most profitable. Here's, let's see here. We'll go silver. Yeah, that should be fine. Not enough silver surplus. Okay. Up here. They have enough. Dublin does. Alright. So this is goods actually moved. Trade capacity. Yeah, we want to do it by goods actually moved. So do that. And gold as well. Do they have enough? Apparently not. These guys do, though. Not as profitable, but we'll go for it. Oops. 2.9. Okay, yeah, that should be fine. Not yet active. We'll activate at the end of the month. Okay. Let's see how that goes. How do you know? Could be her. Fair. Very fair. And those are running at a loss again. Okay. Why did those run at a loss? Oh, we're minting nothing now. What? I need 0.83 and we're pulling in nothing? What? I just started trading for this. Why are we not getting anything? Oh, these guys are blocking us from getting enough access to the trade good. Why didn't it tell me that earlier? Don't like that. Don't like that one bit. That should have been shown earlier. Okay, well, let's get rid of those trades. Also, I don't see why it's costing me money if I can't get the goods. Okay. Let's sort by the name of the good. So only 2 places to get gold from. And yeah, not enough available there. Weird, it showed that we had enough available there, and then it just stopped. Silver, we could at least get some of that, I guess. Lübeck's the only place we could get it from. That would be a bad trade. But we need to get it from somewhere. Okay. It shows like it would be okay. Alright, let's try that one. I don't know what we're going to do about the gold, though. They have gold, but not enough gold surplus. And see, this is back to saying, oh yeah, you can get stuff from there, but still not enough surplus, okay. But before, it did show that they had enough surplus. Let's try this one and see. Maybe we can get that. I gotta wait a whole nother month again. Yeah, that doesn't feel great. I may just not understand or missed a setting in there somewhere, would be my guess. Okay, still looks like it's in terrible shape. We are getting the materials we need. Actually, no, it's still on here. But we're not minting anything. Why are we not minting anything? Oh, because we're not getting anywhere near the amount we need. And this is why we need to go out and find new sources of materials. If your primary source of income is minting, also, where is the income from these guys? Because they're supposed to give us 20% of their income. Where's that showing up? Huh. Subject actions. Oh, military stance, okay. Go to country panel. Right here. So it's showing their income there. But I don't see... Oh, there's a ledger, right? Agenda... Europedia ledger. So... Okay, in the ledger we can't really see where their incomes are coming from. Nope. None of those would show anything like that. Not from there. It's not there. Trade income. Selling food, that's fine. Buildings costing a bunch of cash. Order strongholds. Oh, I see. Okay. That's just them building that stuff. Build a scriptorium, a sawmill, fruit orchard, and a bridge. Okay. If anybody knows where this is, I am open to learn where I find this information. Because I am not seeing it anywhere. And I read that right when I was releasing them, right? So if we say we were going to release them, even though we're not going to, fiefdom. Subject pays 20% of income each month to Overlord. Information of, so, subjects are supposed to pay 20% of their income each month to their Overlord. Where does that income show up for the Overlord? Because I released 3 subjects in the areas that we had really bad control in, like 14 control. And they seem to be doing okay. They're making money, but I'm not seeing any of that come our direction. And I'm not sure where that income is supposed to show up. Don't know? Yeah. I'm not seeing it either. What does it show when you mouse over the 2014 income? Our tax, our trade income, and our food. Which are all broken down in these sliders here. Hide unused. Yeah, I'm not sure where that's at. Because based on these numbers, we're not getting that income. It doesn't seem to be buried in the taxed income, as far as I can tell. So it's not hidden in there anywhere. You found it? Click the closed eye icon. Oh, is it because we previously didn't have any vassal income? Diplomacy, payments, mercenary income, buildings abroad, other income. Should be in diplomacy. Yep. So we're not getting our vassal income. There's a fun bug. Let's let one more month pass, just in case. But I'm pretty sure we've had a month pass since then. Okay, yeah, not there. Shouldn't be a bug. You're looking at Endland. England? And it's showing up for you? Yeah, I'm guessing it's maybe something with releasing vassals. Have you released any? Ability demand increase pensions. just going to say no because that's fine. All right. Let me put in a bug report for this then. All right. No. Fiefdom income after creation. Created 3 fiefdoms. And they do not contribute any income to their overlord. Create fiefdom. Wait a month. Ledger. Oops. Does not update, and income does not increase. All right. Did I check their income? Yeah, they've all got income. If we take a look, they've got 5.98. They have 9.3, and they have 5.53. A bug in a brand new game? Preposterous. Yeah. And it's got to be something, it might be something tied to the tutorial stuff, which would really suck. It's hard to say. I'm having fun with it. I really like the market and trading and economy stuff that's built in now. I like it way better than EU4. It seems like they took a lot of the better economy and infrastructure stuff from Victoria 3 and brought it in. I like the pops. I like that whole system. I am very excited to understand it and optimize it. Didn't even know it was out yet until you went live. Someone asked me about it the other day because you played Stellaris, and I just brushed off the question. Yep. It is time. Rivals. Oh. So we can call our... Okay, so we can have a parliament issue. Select a parliament location. So what happens to this location? A state satisfaction recovery goes up. Expected cost of court goes up. We select our capital for the location. We will move towards centralization. If we pick another location, gain parliament location for the duration of parliament while we move towards decentralization. Yeah, we were looking to do decentralize. Let's go Coimbra. Or maybe... Go here. Porto. So we can bolster the government, conduct a census, expand the gravel road network. Ooh, reduce the road cost and building time. Expand officer lists. Host army exercises. Promote castle works. Promote member of the clergy. Clergy estate satisfactory goes up. And we get a skilled member of the clergy. Sponsor trade expedition. Get a trade expedition for 10 years. Trade capacity +4. Interesting. Sponsor a cathedral. So, governance will be forever revered if we construct a cathedral to celebrate our faith in one of the most prominent towns. Okay, so we would be paying for it. Don't like these games as much as you like space? Stellaris is space. Yeah, absolutely. I totally understand. Hey, Sprode. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. 9 hours, but what about Frosty? I did not realize how late it was. Yeah, I should actually probably stop. I need to eat something. I am hungry. I was a little focused. Oh, thank you for the resub.
Resubbed for 47 months.
47 months. Thank you. All right, I'm going to see what this parliament debate looks like, and then we'll probably raid out. Let's expand the road network. Okay. So now we have to convince them to pass it. Currently it's at 25%. Is that just the chance of it going? No, it will not pass. Okay. And so we can do things to try to increase it.
Fistful of Face resubbed for 2 months.
Fistful of Face, thank you for resubbing. Thank you for using your Prime. You only have 1 Prime and you chose to use it here. I really appreciate that. Change towards individualism, change towards spiritualist, just increase opinion. Yeah, let's do that. Increase opinion. Okay. That's fine. And that gets us to 30%. Still will not pass. Serfdom support. Spiritualist, individualist. Let's go with... Oh, that's going to lose us prestige. I don't like that. Moves us towards serfdom instead of free subjects. I don't like that either. Communalism is okay. The nobility are not going to be happy, but too bad for them. Okay, capital economy. Lose stability. Go towards capital economy. This is also going to make the nobility upset. It's going to suck. Okay. This is still not going to pass at 41%. Close borders policy. Ugh. Spiritualist ideas. Serfdom support. Alright, we'll pay this since the nobility are already super mad. Okay. So it's at 41% now. Okay. Do we have to give them all of this stuff? I guess we do. That feels a little bad. Okay, so you just need to be over 50%, and it looks like it'll pass. Okay. I wonder if these change out over time. I would imagine they do. Oh, we could form a new country. Reform into a republic? If the Burgers estate had more power, if we had really high either aristocracy or plutocracy, and high legitimacy. Okay, that's not actually too bad. Okay. Then also requirements not... Okay, yeah, just requirements not met. Form Spain, Tier 3. Every location in Iberia must be owned by a Christian country or one of our subjects. Okay. Neat. then we have to own at least 273 more locations. Okay. So that passes eventually. Yeah, the nobles are upset and are trying to rebel. That makes sense, because they are super mad now. Okay. So, I'm gonna go ahead and stop here, I think. Yeah, we still aren't getting anything from those subjects. Let me try one other thing. I wonder if it is the text on fiefdom that's wrong. I wonder if fiefdom's text is incorrect and they are not supposed to give you a portion of their income. They give you something else instead. Because the fiefdom and vassal subject types, everything is identical except subject has the same ruler as the overlord. So I'm wondering if that's the problem. Let's spend... he's captain... Head of the Castile dynasty. Could send our heir there. Our consort. Interesting. That would probably work out poorly. Let's try it. Why not? What's the worst that could happen, right? Okay. And so if we wait a month, tick. These guys are... Do they not currently have an income? Okay, they have an income. They're actually doing very well right there. And we are not getting any income from them. Yeah, so there's definitely something wrong with me releasing vassals here. What year does the Black Death start? 49, I believe. I think it's 49. Okay. I'm not going to save this because we're obviously running into an issue here. We'll do a fresh start tomorrow, and we'll try this again. Sure, we'll do the autosave. That's fine. Go to the menu. So how fast do we get back to the menu? Ooh, super fast. I like that. Did you finish Final Fantasy Tactics? Yes, we did. We finished yesterday. Okay, we will be on tomorrow no later than 11 a.m. Central US time, 1700 UTC. Maybe a little earlier if I'm up and done with all my stuff by then. We are gonna go visit Pomu. Yeah, that's really loud. I think the game menu music is the maximum volume for the dynamic music. And it's super loud. But if you bring it down to 10%, yeah, I'm not a fan of the dynamic music. I may set up to just play the soundtrack in the background. Should also turn the master down. Just for an epic stream ending. Yeah, yeah. As far as I know, the regular game sounds were fine. But if the regular game sounds were too loud, yeah, I can turn that down too. But yeah, thank you guys for being here. Thanks for hanging out, for lurking. I'm really liking this. We'll see how tomorrow goes. We'll try again with Portugal. We'll do the tutorial, and I'll right away try releasing some vassals and see if maybe it was just a bug with what I was doing. And if that doesn't work, maybe we'll choose someone different than Portugal. I don't know. We'll see. Thank you guys again. 11 a.m. Central Time at the latest tomorrow. And I'll see you.